The teenager, having just woken from a long sleep, hadn't even grasped what was happening when he discovered that he'd been dead and rotting for who knows how long. People were even celebrating at his death anniversary. Everything had to begin on the 8th floor of this Tower of Fools. On the 8th floor's deadlands, footsteps hurried along, rushed, as if urging every breath onward. Disciplined soldiers followed right behind Kazuki. Suddenly he stopped, raising a hand to signal everyone. With a serious expression, Kazuki announced, "We are here today to do something unprecedented. Conquer the 8th floor Guardian. Don't dawdle because this is an alliance raid. If we don't clear this place, then the 9th floor will remain a mystery forever." Suddenly the soldiers parted to form a path. His eyes narrowed at the sight of the approaching group. Kazuki shrewdly recognized them as Blue Eyes. A man among them was wearing a mask. He flashed his signature friendly smile and went to start a conversation. Subaru replied politely, "Sorry to have kept everyone waiting." Kazuki smiled, shaking his hand. "Kept us waiting? You're the first one here?" Subaru asked curiously. "I heard that. Even the martial arts team is participating today." He sighed. "Well, Nazuki Misabaru is the one in charge after all. They probably just want to pick up whatever scraps you leave behind." Just then, he gripped the hilt of his sword and spoke. "If they just want to pick up scraps," Subaru said with a hidden meaning, "then I have something right here for them." And then he dropped a glowing object into his hand. A status window suddenly appeared. "Blessing of the Archangel." Kazuki wondered. "This is," Subaru explained, "I intended to complete this raid perfectly, but this is just in case. You should keep that with you." Hearing this he hesitated. "But you need this more than I do," he cut in, asking, "Besides, after this battle, and do you want to return to Blue Eyes?" Subaru emphasized, "You can just give it back to me." Then at that moment Kazuki's eyes fell, a feeling of sadness rising in his heart. He patted his shoulder reassuringly and said, "Yeah, and if you don't want to give it back, you can just keep it forever." In that moment a loud sound startled them both. As they looked, Subaru warned, "Is here." Kazuki was surprised it's revealing itself this early. In the moment they prepared for the historic battle, everyone gathered the 8th floor Guardian. He hurriedly shouted a loud command. Brace for impact. The Venom Dragon Hydra appeared. With its grotesque heads it began to attack everyone. He looked up, observed, and let out a soft sigh, remarking, "A chimeric monster." Subaru's hand was engulfed in dark energy, making his skin tingle. A system notification flashed through Subaru's entire body. His voice was ice cold as he announced, "Today is the day you die." The Venom Dragon Hydra's eyes glanced towards Subaru. Right after all of its heads began to roar, coalescing into a blue orb. Kazuki, alarmed, shouted orders. Is preparing to fire its breath. "Attack, everyone, fall back." But Subaru stepped up to stop them. "No need." Staring at the rampaging monsters, he asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" The Venom Dragon Hydra combined its power, its roar echoing through the space. In that instant he touched his sword, decisively drew it, and finally Subaru unleashed a slash into the air, carrying with it a dark power. Two immense powers of good and evil clashed directly. Kazuki glanced over and remarked with a sigh, "Subaru, you never change." Chino ran up cheerfully, praising, "That was amazing, Subaru. Your training sessions really paid off." Seigo touched his neck and complained, "Damn it, I was one step too slow. I wanted to land this first hit." And Reina looked up and asked, "What did you give Kazuki just now?" His voice was laced with hidden meaning. "You'll find out soon enough." Subaru looked up and asked, "Is everyone ready? We're going to kill this overgrown lizard and clear the 8th floor immediately." Everyone charged forward to attack the monster, leaving only Kazuki standing and watching. He uttered indifferently, "Look at them, so united." Just then someone approached from behind and said, "Just as planned. The hidden soldiers are also in position." Kazuki turned to look, a cold smirk on his face. "Excellent. In that case, let's begin." Someone accepted the order. "Understood," the mysterious person continued. "May fortune favor you." Kazuki glanced back at the battle before him, with a callous expression. Her back was slender, her hair fluttering in the storm. And then they charged as one to attack the monster. Simultaneously, the dragon monster's crimson eyes flew wide open, and it unleashed lightning from its massive jaws, its face vicious with sharp teeth. Jenna moved closer to it. Saigon shouted to stop her. Hey, don't just go slashing without saying anything. Just then she glanced back and saw the cold, sharp blade. Gina remarked, "You're really still not used to how I work, are you?" But he yelled back in protest, "You need to be a little more careful." Meanwhile, Yak rushed forward with a challenge. "I want to see who can deal the most damage." Model. A wave of red light filled the space, along with the roar of a monstrous beast, as they each attacked from a different side. He grumbled, "If that's how it's gonna be." Then Yeek cut in with a reminder, "The loser has to buy dinner." He flashed a confident smile, as he unleashed a fierce sword strike. Watching the monster fall, Dick said, "Sorry, Chino." She, focusing her power, replied, "Don't worry about me, just keep attacking." Chino focused, creating a giant shield. "Leave the defense to me." Just then, Kazuki approached from behind, startling her as he called out, "Chino, think you can defend against this too?" A moment later, she was hit by a surprise attack she couldn't block. Kazuki's cold voice rang out seriously, "This is the price for being too arrogant." Realizing something was wrong, Subaru turned his head, as he heard a faltering voice call out, "Subaru." Chino's body staggered and collapsed to the ground. He then saw him standing there with a cold smile. Terrifying veins bulged around Subaru's eyes, a clear sign of the fury in his mind. Kazuki's voice was taunting Subaru, "You don't have time to be looking elsewhere." In that instant, the poison dragon monster closed in on him. Subaru's voice was filled with pain, as he questioned him, "Kazuki, why?" In the dark space, a system panel appeared. "You have been chosen by the tower. Climb the tower and prepare for the beginning. That will soon be upon you." A message was sent to all players. The first message from the tower. Was it a trial or perhaps a blessing? Even now, the true purpose of that message remains a mystery. We don't even know who sent it or for what purpose. We simply followed its orders, unable to resist, and just like that, we aimed for the top of the tower, a place no one had ever reached before. Earth Muram Huntiza, Elfie Lucan, beings from different dimensions, each shouldering their own responsibilities, continued to climb the tower. Today the sky was no longer blue, but covered by layers of smoke and dust. The bodies of poison dragon monsters lay scattered across the cold ground. As the battle ended, it was also a time for heroes to be sacrificed. Subaru, exhausted, gasped for breath. In the cold air of the 8th floor's boss room, the red dragon Hydra's lair, his voice laced with anguish and resentment rang out, "I told you all to run, but you didn't listen." In the end, they managed to take it down, the monster that was rumored to be indestructible. Subaru looked at his fallen comrades and cried out in anguish, "I don't remember giving any of you permission to die." Everyone who had once fought by his side was gone. He cursed them in his pain. "You idiots!" The system alerts chimed relentlessly. Status poisoned, natural recovery disabled. Fatigue 94. If only he could go back. Subaru knew exactly what they would say. It asks, "Will you die if fatigue reaches 100? A fitting end for Subaru Nizuka, the Milo King. However, he looked at the mastermind and asked quietly, Why did you do this?" Seeing that smile, Subaru screamed in a rage, "Answer me, Kazuki Kyozo." Kazuki stood up, then sat down in front of him. "It's been 15 years, Subaru. I have been running toward this very day. For 15 long years, all of you have to understand. This was the only way I could ever defeat you. If I didn't draw your attention, your precious Blue-Eye Guild would have just gotten in the way. Wouldn't they? You have no idea how much everything you've given me has tormented me. That's why I chose the world over you." His voice was strained. "It had to be this way. It's a shame I had to do this. But at least I finally get to see the end. Alright, I guess I won't need to return this, will I? After all, the blue eyes will disappear along with you. Don't look so sad even in death. You'll be remembered as a hero. It's not like you'll be around to verify it anyway." Subaru's low voice echoed until the very end. You only hear what you want to hear. Trying to suppress his emotions, his hands dug into the dirt. As he glanced at the scene before him, he was lost in thought. At this rate, his eyes grew tense. "I'm not going to survive this, but that doesn't mean I'm going to die so meaninglessly." Just then Kazuki whipped his head around, his eyes wide with terror. He screamed, "It can't be. In that moment a system panel appeared. Legendary class a loser. Subaru charged forward shouting with conviction. I can still use it, it still has uses left. Like I tell you, you piece of trash. System uses remaining 4, he thought to himself. I can use this 4 more times. Subaru realized. And there are 4 members of the Blue Eyes still alive. As he attacked, he prayed that at least they could make it back. Kazuki roared in anger, get them now. Don't let a single one get away. One of his men quickly gave a hand signal ordering, go now. In the center of the vast space was a large magical fan, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Subaru yelled out as he raised his hand high, unleashing his energy. All of you are staying here with me. Status. Fatigue is critically high. Fatigue has increased to 95. Thunder King's resistance is limited, and so Subaru chose to unleash his power. Advent of the Thunder King. The enemy spoke, annoyed Subaru. You really are a stubborn bastard, aren't you? Your body has almost reached its limit. Fatigue has increased to 96. His voice rang out cold as ice. I don't know what Kyoso promised you all, to make you do something like this, but I hope you're all prepared to pay the price with your lives, because from this moment on, no one leaves without my permission. The enemy faction saw the scene. And just like that, the tension began to build, and so they decided to charge in all or nothing. All swords were raised high, ready to strike. Preparing for the battle, Subaru thought to himself, normally I wouldn't lose to people like this. He gripped his weapon tightly and spun it a few times. But if Kazuki makes a move, it'll be a different story. Just dealing with these other guys is already exhausting. The problem is my fatigue level. Subaru was exhausted, his mind in turmoil. I can't keep this up for much longer. In a moment of distraction, he was attacked from behind. Subaru's face contorted in pain. Blood spewed endlessly from his mouth. The status window warned fatigue has risen to 98. Subaru forced himself to turn and counterattack. A chaotic scene with gruesome wounds. Light gradually illuminated the tragic space. His legs grew tired and his sword fell right beside him. Kazuki shouted with joy, we did it. We killed Subaru Natsuki. But Subaru appeared right in front of him and asked, in a cold voice, who did you say you killed? His body quickly discharged a massive amount of lightning. The man's body was instantly scorched, his eyes rolling back into his head. After the lightning dissipated, he collapsed to the ground. While he gripped the blade lodged in his own body, Subaru had also reached his limit. Slowly slumping down, people started shouting, he's down, did we finally get him? Kazuki hid in the crowd, observing that monster. Subaru couldn't believe his era would end. So simply the system constantly warned. Fatigue has risen to 99. Danger. Fatigue is critically high. You will die if fatigue reaches 100. In his mind, Subaru thought, Kazuki, you should know better than anyone. His legs could barely support him. That in the end. Suddenly Subaru roared, get your sword ready. I will win. His eyes were dark with hatred, while the other man was already thinking of his condolences, the Archangel's blessing system. I'll survive with this, survive with. Just then Kazuki's eyes widened in horror. In an instant, Subaru's sword was right in front of his face. In his shock he thought, no way. Subaru declared, in the end I will be the one who wins, saying such cool things while looking so pathetic. Kazuki thought, at least I want to see him die before I go. My final lightning flash must have hit, but it's strange. But to be thinking about this on the verge of death. Am I going to be stuck in this state forever? This in itself is torture. What is that? What's this smell? A smell. I can smell something. Could it be in a junkyard? A lid fell with a loud crash. Subaru was sitting in a stinking trash can. He glanced around bewildered and asked, is this help? An information panel appeared before his eyes. Name Subaru Hasoi. Affiliation Earth. He stared in confusion. Subaru Hasoi. What the hell is that? What is this trashy status window? Just then Subaru roared in anger. That name doesn't suit this face at all. And from Earth they're nothing but a bunch of trash. The people around him started whispering. What are you doing here? You're just here to make the rest of us look good. You got it exactly right. Subaru Natsuki is an anomaly. Was he trying to achieve half of what he did? 25 years ago Subaru Natsuki died 25 years ago. Then this body is... Subaru dazedly climbed out of the trash can. Are you kidding me? Is this a dream? At that moment, he fell to the ground with a painful thud. Subaru stared blankly at the item in front of him. A sense of doubt rising, he picked up the player tool. That's right, if I use this. Subaru quickly operated it. Searching for Blue Eyes, the information came up. Lamku, the heir to Blue Eyes, lacks power, the secret behind the name Lamku. Lamku continues to grow, inheriting the will of Subaru. Natsuki and Blue Eyes today. Our guild master Kyozo will win the next tournament. Discussing the heroic spirit of Blue Eyes. On that day 25 years ago, he couldn't believe it. No way. Subaru looked at the face of the person in the picture. Bewildered. He's not dead. The person on the screen was familiar to him. Kazuki Kyozo. From the beginning they weren't all enemies. Subaru remembered their conversation back then. What's up calling me out at this hour? He replied. Subaru, I'm thinking of leaving Blue Eyes. You were confused, huh? What's so sudden? Kazuki suggested. I want you to tell the others for me friends. At least that's what Subaru once thought Kazuki was. He then said, you'll understand the reason eventually. And don't worry, even if I leave, I'll still be your shadow. A few years later, Kazuki had formed a guild and appeared before him again. He used a name they had once joked about, Lamku. That was the name of the shadow he mentioned. But he's still on the 9th floor. Does that mean he hasn't achieved anything in 25 years? Suddenly Subaru's eyes widened in shock. The news bulletin showed crowds flocking to the memorial service at the Subaru Natsuki Memorial Hall. Memories that haven't faded even after 25 years. He was startled. His own memorial hall. Subaru stood before the entrance of the Subaru Natsuki Memorial Hall, stunned and in disbelief. This building is more impressive than I thought. A mask was displayed in a place of honor, and everyone present was staring at it with intense focus. Bewildered, Subaru wondered to himself, what's the point of memorializing me? Confused, he walked with heavy steps, his eyes scanning the room. Subaru wondered who would do this and for what purpose. Why would they do something like this? A voice rang out, giving Subaru a headache. He was a role model for us all, always the hero of the Blue Eyes Guild, the man who created an undefeated legend. The man continued to forever remember him, and all of his comrades. Subaru's eyes filled with horror. Are you kidding me? Kazuki's voice echoed. We established this memorial hall. Subaru was furious, veins popping on his neck as he thought, that bastard Kazuki. He's saying Subaru, Natsuki and the Blue Eyes are no more. However, Lamku is the only guild that remains, inheriting their noble spirit. His hands clenched into fists as he raged internally. Shut up, stop spouting that nonsense. Weren't you satisfied with just killing me? If that's the case, I'll just have to live up to your expectations. He continued his sermon, that Natsuki and the blue-eyed one would never return. Subaru was enraged. Just you wait, Kazuki said with a fake look in his eyes. We will never forget them. His mind resisted that memory. I'll rewrite it from the beginning. I won't let this second chance go to waste. Suddenly, in that moment, someone grabbed his leg. Subaru helped the person's weak body to stand. Suddenly he shook this person and called out, hey. As the person looked up, Subaru was horrified to see his own mask. Suddenly 2 people ran over saying, I'm sorry, are you alright, Minato? Are you okay? Don't worry, we just bumped into each other a little. Are you sure you're not hurt? He was bewildered. These people too. Subaru turned to look around and was struck with horror. What the hell? Confused, he quickly raised his hands to rub his eyes. Subaru's eyes widened in terror. What the hell is this? Everyone around him was wearing the mask from his previous life. What the hell is going on? Kazuki's cold voice rang out. It's a shame things turned out this way. Don't be so sad. Even in death, you will still be regarded as a historical hero. Subaru suddenly understood. So this is what he meant. His eyes became sharp, filled with immense hatred, as Subaru walked straight towards the crowd. In front of him was his own memorial portrait, surrounded by fresh flowers. Subaru thought all of this and was just a way for him to take all the glory of the Blue Eyes for himself. Suddenly, his gaze shifted from hatred to astonishment. Before him were white chrysanthemums, emitting a blue light. Subaru's eyes widened, reflecting the scene. He was pushed violently in the crowd. As he tried to get away, people shouted indignantly, hey, watch where you're going. Wait for your turn. As if in a trance, Subaru walked straight towards his own portrait. He reached out and touched the light. Stunned, Subaru wondered, "Is it you, Sigasaji?" Scene change on a rooftop. Someone was looking down at the city. Singer spoke. "We made it through this year's incident again." The woman behind him replied in a carefree tone. "If we were any later we would have run into Lamku. But still, is doing this really necessary? Every anniversary, just leaving the chrysanthemums should be enough." He gently took off his hat and replied, "You never know what might happen. Subaru might recognize the flowers we bring." She asked, "Do you really think that kid is still alive?" Sega replied, "I haven't confirmed it with my own eyes yet." Xena reminded him, "Instead of us looking for Subaru, Kazuki would probably find us first. Besides, if Subaru were really alive, we wouldn't have had to stand by and watch all this for the past 25 years. You idiot." The sun was setting and birds flew across the sky. In a corner, Subaru wept endlessly. Like a child, he tensed up. She's really— Subaru was lost in thought. Is she really alive? He clutched the flower in his hand and called her name. "Sig, so this is the room Subaru Hasoi used." Turns out he was poor huh. The searches on the blue eyes yielded no results. Subaru dropped the laptop onto the bed. "But I'm sure Sig is still alive. She's still out there, but she's in hiding. Could Kaiser be the cause of all this?" Knowing his personality, he wouldn't let anyone who knows the truth live in peace. Did Sig really survive all by herself? I'm not sure if the four of them were all blown away back then. But as long as Kiza is alive and well, contacting each other now would be suicide. Besides, I'm powerless right now. Forcing things will only make me an easy target. He looked at the mask and the flower on the table, and told himself first. Subaru looked at his hands. "I need to get my power back." Then he gripped his sword tightly. According to Subaru's memory, the player tutorial would begin in 2 days. He caressed his sword, lost in thought. "As long as I can survive," Subaru's eyes became firm. "As long as we survive, we can see each other again." Anytime. The scene changes to the tutorial testing hall. Tiga stood with his arms crossed, looking incredibly stern. A man who had just finished his physical training was drenched in exhaustion. He approached him and said in a cold voice, "You passed, but do you want to continue to the next part?" The other guy replied with a stutter. The next time he tensed up, staring at the window system. "Do you wish to proceed to the next challenge?" He screamed, "Never. I'm not doing that. Are you insane? There's no way I can beat 3 of them at once." Tiga yelled back, "Keep it down. You're giving me a headache. I'll just fail you then," he muttered as the man vanished. The man quickly asked, "But I still passed, right?" Tiga complained. "That kid could only get that far in the tutorial. I can't believe I have to let a weakling like that pass. Except for Jaen's kid who passed level 20. None of the other candidates here look promising at all. The standards for this tutorial test are pathetic. The quality of recruits has really hit rock bottom." Suddenly his eyes were glued to the screen. A person was walking in, dragging his sword on the ground. Tiga remarked, "That's a name that carries a heavy burden." "Well, of course, that only matters if you actually pass." Alright then. At that very moment, Subaru, with a deadpan expression, waited for the system announcement. "System creating 2 goblins. Please eliminate the goblins." Tiga urged, "Let's get this test started right now." Before Tiga could even finish speaking, he charged forward like the wind. Tiga glanced up, bewildered. Did something just fly by? Before Tiga could react, he saw Subaru defeat the monsters. Subaru smirked to himself. Spending 2 days testing the limits of this body was the right call. "The body I woke up in is pretty amazing, system. Do you wish to proceed to the next challenge?" He accepted, of course. "I don't have time for this, so let's get this over with as quickly as possible." Seeing the scene, Tiga let out a shocked gasp. Right at his feet now was a monster's head. He was horrified by what was happening before his eyes. What the hell is going on here? Tiga stood still, quietly observing Subaru's movements, his eyes wide with shock. He isn't just swinging his sword wildly. He's predicting his opponent's moves. 2 or 3 steps ahead. Subaru's hand tightened around his sword. His knuckles turned white. Taija said, "That's not just the mark of a good swordsman. Even I can't move like that, unless he's the reincarnation of Subaru Nazukiyami." The sword in his hand came down with powerful, decisive strokes on the monster. Subaru gave the creatures a cold glance. System, you have completed level 49. Do you wish to challenge the final boss? He let out a sigh, then urged. Right now the space trembled once more. Right where Subaru was standing, the ground began to crack, with strange white veins spreading across it. A giant hand emerged from the ground.
Tega shoutit varidli, hey.
You idiot, wait. You're not Nezuki if you value your life. You should stop right here. The monster roared. It was the Goblin King. The system window appeared, sensing the offering at level 49. The Goblin King has been angered. Tiga screamed, give up before it's too late. Fighting the Goblin King is too risky. It's a suicide mission, don't get greedy. No matter how skilled you are, you can't close the gap between your stats. But Subaru's eyes were filled with determination. I know that with my current stats, I can barely do any damage to him. He tightened his grip on the sword. Even so, I refuse. Subaru threw his sword to the ground, causing Tiga to clutch his head and scream. Why did he drop his weapon? Has he gone mad? I knew there was something off about him from the very beginning. But just as the Goblin King charged toward him, an arrow shot out, embedding itself in the creature's leg. Its expression suddenly changed. Meanwhile, Subaru was crouched low, his hands gripping poison darts. Surprised, the Goblin King looked down, but it still didn't understand what was happening. Subaru continued, let's make a bet. Will you take me down first? Or will I turn you into a pincushion first? Enough talk. Subaru charged forward. Once again seeing this, the Goblin King let out a furious roar in response, and rushed toward him, its legs moving swiftly. It swung its arm high, intending to strike him down. The two clashed with his agile movements. Subaru quickly weaved and dodged its attacks. He was reminded of a time he had trained before. Subaru was repeatedly throwing darts, but he couldn't hit the center. Just then a girl approached and said, "You can't throw them like that." It was Xena, so Xena stood up to demonstrate for Subaru. As she threw a dart, she said, "Anything can become a deadly weapon if you grasp its center of balance." And with that, the dart she threw hit the dead center. And now he was using that very same technique. Following Xena's guidance, he hit the monster's throat. Then, he grabbed another dart and plunged it into its body. Subaru said with a smirk, "Power is proportional to spin and accuracy, and inversely proportional to hesitation. That's what Xena taught me." Tiger, standing nearby, thought to himself, the goblin's poisoned corpse and the poison needles, they won't disappear until the challenge is over. I can't believe I'm using a mechanism I look down on like this. Not only swordsmanship to cut down goblins, but also the throwing technique to pierce an opponent with a hidden weapon. After thinking it over, he said aloud, "He's a genius, sir. Does a word like that even cover it?" The Goblin King was now covered in wounds. It had lost all ability to fight and collapsed. Subaru quickly picked up the sword and said, "I've got nothing against you." With that, he delivered a fatal blow to it. Finally, the system panel appeared. You have defeated the Goblin King. You have completed tutorial stage 50 for the first time. Still just the tutorial. Don't make me slash a monster like that. During the training phase, leveled up, gained prestige, gained achievement points, unlocked the tutorial shop. This shop can only be used during this stage. What can I buy with the points I have now? Current achievement points 2,425. He went from one surprise to another. I've never even seen this shop before. Opening the tutorial shop. It looks like the prices range from 5 to 200 points. I'm gonna have way too many points left over. As soon as he pressed the button, Subaru's eyes widened. He mumbled, "I can even buy an item like this. Nameless demon sword, price 1,000 achievement points, rank sword type weapon. Consumes the user's vitality and spirit to enhance slashing power and physical abilities. A failed work by the master swordsmith Cinder Z. It has no name. I can't believe I've come across one of Cinder Z's creations here. It's extremely tempting, but should I use something that drains my life force? A mithril sword, price 1,400 achievement points, rank sword type weapon. Reduces the user's fatigue accumulation and increases combat duration. A mithril sword blessed by the Holy Church." Looking at the holy sword, Subaru couldn't help but feel conflicted. I don't need a demon sword. I need a holy sword. Should I prioritize destructive power and choose the demon sword, or should I prioritize safety and choose the holy sword? He silently weighed his options. Both are good. How should I use these initial points? I need to choose carefully here, but then an idea struck him, and he decided to choose again. I can still change it. The system panel appeared. Greedy spike price. 1,400 achievement points, rank F. Type skill level 1. Effect nullifies the side effects of skills and items used by the user. The skill's rank and level can be upgraded. Amount required 1,400 points. Subaru's eyes went wide with astonishment. I've never seen a skill with an effect like this. With the demon sword maybe. It could even nullify the disadvantage of draining life force. The system panel updated continuously. Purchased skill greedy spike. 1,400 points purchased. Nameless demon sword 1,000 points. He was extremely satisfied with this. Totally worth it. He took the sword in his hand and gave it a few swings and remarked, just as I thought, this skill and the demon sword seemed to be a perfect match. Instead of struggling with just a single skill, turns out he chose the demon sword. So Tiga also came over and said, a good choice. That skill and that item are very compatible. However, as an examiner, Tiga don't understand why you chose that skill. I don't know if it will be useful, and you weren't sure if it would be effective either. Hearing this, Subaru immediately retorted, do you want me to explain every little detail? Suddenly Tiga flew into a rage. Explain it is that what he wanted to ask. Talking politely is so hard. You must be very tired after the test, so I'll let it slide this time. It's not for any special reason or anything, he thought to himself. So that snot-nosed brat has become an examiner now. He remembered a young man from long ago. I'm a fan, can I have your autograph, sir? An autograph? I don't have one. Then just writing your name will be fine. My name is Hidutu. After remembering, he started to ramble. In my day, learning etiquette was the first step to becoming a player. Compared to that, young people these days, just because they have a few skills, they become arrogant. I don't know how they were raised, but they hate losing out and only demand their rights. And instead of respecting their elders, they call us old fossils. Times have changed, just like the amount of hair on your head. Subaru replied, anyway, I have no intention of answering, so just keep the test results a secret. There he goes again, talking back with that shallow knowledge he scraped together from the internet. Hearing this, Tiga suddenly said smugly, all right, if that's how it is, then how about this? I'll personally drill the etiquette you're lacking into you from scratch. Do you have any intention of joining the Knights Guild? Don't want to? Hey, don't. It's rare for an examiner to personally recruit someone. You know, to the second floor. Gotta move. Wait, stop. Hey, despite this, Subaru left decisively, and finally Subaru disappeared. Tiga sighed wearily. Good grief, I'm so disappointed in you. After a while, Subaru landed in another place, surrounded by a chaotic mix of voices. Second floor, how about some fresh, deep-sea fish from the Junti region? Special jerky, come on. Have a little taste in this starter area. We've got everything, from fabrics made in the martial arts world, to jackets from Earth. I've returned to this place. I've seized an opportunity that no one else has. This is my second attempt, because I've already experienced it once before. I have to handle things better this time, for my comrades who are waiting for me, and to get revenge for the horrific end. We faced a private training room for self-training, learning new skills, testing equipment, durability, and so on. As he arrived, an old man asked, which floor are you from? Subaru quickly replied, I just came up. It's a place all the players frequent. The old man pointed the way for him. In that case, you should use training room number 1. There's a straw dummy in there. After hearing that, Subaru had a question. I'll use number 5. Número 5. The old man suddenly got cranky and raised his voice. I'll be honest with you, don't do it. It's a waste of money, just use number 1. I appreciate your concern. Just give me 30 minutes. Acting like he's the main character in some Korean drama. Fine, whatever. Do as you please. You won't get a refund if you leave halfway through. You know, the system window appeared. You have used 50 credits. Remaining credits 10050C. The higher the number, the harder the training room. And that was indeed the case. For a player without proper equipment, being underestimated was expected. However, he still bravely stepped inside. All right then, let's get started. And now Subaru was ready. He gripped the sword in his hand. A red glow appeared and the system window popped up. The nameless magic sword has recognized its master. All stats are temporarily increased. Absorbs all of the user's HP and MP. Spike of Greed. Level 1 has resisted the backlash from the nameless magic sword. A portion of HP and MP has been restored. Spike of Greed. Level 1 has failed to resist the sword's backlash. Fatigue is gradually increasing. Just as I expected, level 1 is still too weak, but just a little more. The nameless magic sword has absorbed the user's HP. Power increases in proportion to the HP lost. As he read the system window, the sword's power grew stronger. It emitted an incredibly brilliant red light, but Subaru couldn't control it. Is this my limit still within expectations? You have consumed 10,000 credits. The skill level of Spike of Greed. Level 1 has increased by 1. He plunged the sword into the ground, panting heavily as the system window appeared. Spike of Greed rank E skill classification level 2. Prevents the side effects of skills and items used by the user. Credits required to level up.
20,000 c'est 20,000 c'est.
Spike of Greed level 2 resists the sword's backlash. Spike of Greed level 2 has partially succeeded in resisting the sword's backlash. The nameless magic sword has absorbed all HP. Power is further increased. I did it at this. Subaru's expression grew more determined. His eyes bloodshot. Subaru resolved to push forward. Time to test my strength. Back to where the old man was. He had a bored look, sighing as Subaru's figure passed by. Am I still dreaming or am I hallucinating? He saw Subaru's blood-soaked figure walking past. He couldn't seem to believe his eyes. Is that the kid who went into room 5 earlier? Feels like it hasn't even been 10 minutes. Then he knocked on the room's door and called out, "Hey dreamer kid, you still in there?" There was no response, so he poked his head in to look, and the sight before him made him gasp in surprise. His jaw dropped. What in the world happened in here? The scene before him was one of utter devastation. Cut to Subaru, who was stretching and waking up. How long was I asleep? My body's still so stiff. Then he sat up thinking, if I had a normal cursed sword, I would have gotten through that room much more easily. My physical stats have definitely increased, and I also succeeded in drawing out the power of a normal sword. With stats like these: name, Subaru Hasoi, origin, Earth level 10, strength 17, agility 17, stamina 16, focus 18, magic 8, fatigue 61. I shouldn't have even been able to lift the magic sword, let alone use it. He recalled the battle and thought to himself, the synergy between Spike of Greed and the sword is perfect. That means a combination with a set item might also be possible. But the next problem is the skills level. The system window appeared. Spike of Greed rank E. Skill classification level 2. Credits needed for upgrade. 20,000 C remaining credits. 50 C. Am I always this broke? Looking at the system window, Subaru looked dejected. Now I'm even having trouble managing my credits. I've really hit a dead end. I mean, I did die once, so this is understandable. Hey, what's going on everyone? Suddenly a blonde guy walked up and started a conversation with Subaru. I came here to explore the second floor. Brings back memories of when I was a newbie. On the second floor, today's theme is, how much do items that keep up with youth trends cost? Let's go. Alexander has donated 1,000 credits as a commemoration. You have received 1,000 credit points from Alexander. Then, he poured a cup of water on his own head and yelled, "So painful, thank you so much." Subaru looked down confused. What's with that guy? Is he crazy? His expression turned skeptical as he picked up his phone to check the news. How to earn points. This is the age of PvP. 1 in 3 players are live streaming. A fair chance at a credit lottery to earn millions of credits. Live streaming, huh? As he watched, Subaru mumbled to himself. Live streaming video in real time and collecting donations. So that's what that guy was doing. The Subaru's surprise, Isaac approached and asked, "You're here too? I didn't expect to see you here. Do you live nearby?" Looking at the guy, Subaru turned pale. His body was automatically reacting in a bad way. I guess we don't have a good relationship, he thought. The guy continued, "Hey buddy, I'm talking to you. Don't just ignore me. Feels like I'm talking to myself here." This made him pause. It's not that I'm uncomfortable. That's just, he thought, then stammered, "I came here." What a surprise hearing this. The guy sat down and said mockingly, "I can't believe a weakling like you actually passed the tutorial test. I thought a goblin would have killed you for sure. I remember now. Just then, Subaru suddenly remembered the time he begged Isaac. Why are you doing this? Why don't ruin my fun with that serious face? Your name pisses me off, and you can't even follow basic instructions. You can't even do what you're assigned to do. Are you trying to show everyone you weren't raised right and have an empty head or something? That the credits you gave me aren't enough? So seeing Subaru's pathetic face, Isaac kicked him right in the stomach, then sneered, don't talk back. You bastard, that look suits you. Listen up from now on. That box is your home no matter what happens. Don't you dare come out of it. If I find out you've stepped out of there even once, then you know what's going to happen. Remembering that, Subaru's expression hardened. What kind of idiot just lets himself get beat up like that? So that's why you were in that box, huh? The guy continued to ramble on. I've already cleared up to the 20th stage. I even beat my dad's 6th record. The Proctor Kiaga even showered me with praise, saying I'm truly Jen's son. I even learned a new skill. As a reward for completing it, is an S-rank skill, the highest you can possibly get from the tutorial test.
Man, I am toasty.
I think I'll get a drink too. Go ahead, I'm leaving. Oh, is that so? Well then, when you come back, buy me a cup of coffee, will you? Anything cheap is fine, just grab whatever at that. Subaru asked in surprise, huh? As for him, he lowered his head into his hands and said, I'm serious, still not listening to me, huh? What's gotten into you lately? Always staring people down and talking back constantly. Did your soul get swapped with someone else's or what? Seeing this, Subaru stated bluntly, I don't have any credits, go buy your own coffee. When he saw Subaru about to get up, the guy lowered his voice and said, sit down, but Subaru was still determined to leave, thinking to himself, sorry kid, but I don't have time to deal with your personal problems. But if this guy gets in the way of my revenge, that's another story entirely. But just then Isaac grabbed Subaru's hand tightly, not letting go. His bloodshot eyes stared at Subaru as he said, hey, are you really asking for a beating? But Subaru retorted firmly, let go if you value your life. Isaac kept his grip on Subaru's arm, making the atmosphere even more tense. The guy glared threateningly. Don't get arrogant, Subaru stared right back, his eyes sharp. I can't cause a scene in front of this crowd, he thought. Making a scene will only make things worse. Suddenly Isaac burst into a loud, echoing laugh, seeing Subaru's hesitation. He must have misunderstood. Don't be so scared, I'm just messing with you a bit. Same as last time, right? You're still the same coward you've always been. With skills like yours, you must have had to try really hard just to pass the tutorial test. I bet you're feeling pretty proud of yourself. But as he finished speaking, Isaac took slow steps closer to Subaru, looking at him with contempt. You piece of trash, do you really think you can beat me? If I wanted to, I could make you disappear. You know who my father is, don't you? After saying that, the guy turned and walked away, laughing loudly. Be careful, my friend. Subaru remained calm, silently watching him go. Some friend, the system announced. There are two main ways a player can grow. The system now provides step-by-step guidance. First is through the gates. By clearing the tower's gates and receiving rewards, a player can naturally become stronger. To enter the tower's gates, you must pay credits. However, your safety is guaranteed in a digital space, as the gates are created within it. So even if you die, all you lose are your credits and your progress. The second way the system announced is by hunting. Monsters outside the safe zone, or clearing the dungeons on each floor. You can definitely grow by doing so. Your growth will be faster than clearing gates. But since the hunting takes place in the real world, it's a life or death situation. If you die out there, you die for real at that moment in the orc lair or dungeon. Whispering. That's why players avoid hunting, because there's no reason to risk your life. But a slender figure stood with resilience. Subaru sat leisurely in front of the monster he had just defeated. The safer it is, the slower it is. The slain beast looked utterly tragic. The more dangerous it is, the faster it is. He slowly took out a thin light device, pondering the sensational news that had just been updated. It was a picture of a mysterious figure with a mask. Subaru was surprised. Nazakami Subaru. 80,000 viewers. The mysterious figure was streaming enthusiastically. Is everyone watching today? I'll be challenging the third floor of the gate. Subaru scowled, extremely annoyed. The name Nazakami Subaru and a mask. How many people have used this name? The system displayed Nazakami is an idiot. Mission 2 o'clock. No. Every time it's completed. That guy, continued Nazuki Subaru. I'll play the fool for ya. Thanks for the 20,000 credits. Subaru was bewildered. There's a mission for 20,000 credits. Many missions were posted. Hobby teasing lonely wallets. Safe Assets has registered a mission. The masked man rejoiced. Thank you everyone. I'll complete this gate for all of you. Nazuki Subaru has easily earned money through live streaming. In contrast, Subaru had to fight monsters with his life on the line. Meanwhile, the amount of credits he had left was only 50. Scoff Subaru sneered. He sure earns a lot. He seemed to watch the screen intently, then slowly stood up, letting out a long sigh. Subaru shot up aggressively. Alright then, time for one more job. A huge terrifying foot moved closer, causing the ground to shake violently. A horde of ferocious-looking growling monsters appeared. The system announced Orc Overlord has appeared. Subaru said nonchalantly, even without the poison needle. Like last time, I have something even better. This time the system displayed. Nameless magic sword has absorbed the user's scream. All stats increase according to the absorbed scream. Gluttonous spearhead. Level 2 has resisted the recoil of the magic sword. Nameless magic sword. He angrily drew his weapon. I'm busy, I don't have time for this. The system displayed user's scream. And mental health are being temporarily restored. Subaru kicked a monster straight in the face. To waste on you pieces of trash. He somersaulted through the air. He unleashed a series of attacks, taking out the monsters one by one, who could only stand below and look up motionless. Subaru delivered a powerful punch. The system displayed the results. Orsi Lair dungeon has been cleared. He briefly thought, so I have to wear this thing again. Subaru looked at himself in the mirror, muttering, I think I get how these streamers make money now. If I'm going to do this, I'll give it my all with what I'm good at. He put on the mask. Well, I'm the real deal anyway. After speaking, Subaru turned and silently walked out of the room. A voice rang out. Nazuki Subaru has started a live stream in an office. The atmosphere was completely silent. One person only, Hatsuka, was there sitting and pondering something. She suddenly clenched her jaw. Seemingly furious, Hatsuka suddenly screamed, What the hell is this, you idiot? You bastard, you piece of trash. Not even 5 people could clear it. What the hell? Song Wan approached and spoke up. Remember, if the self-censorship beep goes off first, that's 1,000 points, right? You were just about to hit the limit. So what happened? Who was it this time? Hatsuka replied, Shubakichi. He was surprised. Shubakichi, is that the real Nazakami Subaru or an impersonator? She shouted angrily, who knows? Could be both, because the original Nazakami Subaru hasn't shown up. Yet if they match, the strongest one will be considered the real deal. Everyone and their mother is pretending to be Nazakami Subaru to make money. Now is live streaming really dead? Sayawan stood there and said, Don't say such scary things. We're making money, thanks to this live streaming service. You know, Hatsuka remained irritable. Isn't that right? They don't even know the rules. Even the players, who risk their lives to climb the tower, find it ridiculous. Song 1 said, worriedly hesitating. Hatsuka, then why did you give up the tower and come to a place like this? She replied softly, because it was boring. Besides, you gave up too, didn't you? If I were free, I would have already found another talent. And shut your mouth. That left him speechless. It wasn't because I lacked skill. Song stood there thinking so he climbed the tower, just to be able to meet Nezuka Mitsubisu in a single day. So if he loses his purpose, he'll lose his passion too, right? Hatsuka suddenly yelled, There's an amazing kid over here. He turned and asked, What is it? Did you find another weirdo? She was bewildered. It's a new Nezuka Mitsubisu cosplayer. Song was also stunned. This is incredible. Is this supposed to be a talent search? What a joke. Why are you watching a Floor 2 broadcast? With 0 viewers, Hatsuka noticed something was off. That's right, but when I see someone wearing this mask, I can't help but hope. And those 1,000 credits I just donated. As soon as Song heard that, he dropped to his knees begging, Please forgive me. The system continuously made an announcement. Beginning the trial of Floor 2. Complete the opening dungeon and escape. Achievement points will be awarded, based on the monsters dealt with. Subaru thought to himself, the trial on the 2nd floor isn't so hard. That it's confusing, but the feeling of someone watching me is still a bit pressuring. Suddenly someone sent a message. What floor are you on? The stranger kept asking. First time, he mumbled yes. This is my first trial. A flood of messages arrived. Are you sure is it okay to broadcast like this? If it's your first time, you probably don't know much about what's around you. Suddenly a monster with a ferocious face appeared. Subaru quickly grabbed the monster's head. He flung it, sending the monster flying far into the distance. System notification: one-eyed bat has been defeated. Received 1 corresponding point. Subaru paused and muttered, "Is there a problem?" System notification: beginning first trial. Conquer the rookie dungeon and escape. Achievement points will be awarded based on the number of monsters defeated. Comment appeared: your reflexes are insane. Wait, are people streaming from floor 2 now? Yeah, I see them sometimes, but they give up quickly because their viewer count doesn't go up. It's better not to be greedy and wait for other members to move together. Subaru slowly spoke up. Hey Malone, thanks for the advice, but I can't do that. He chuckled. I prefer to handle things on my own. A comment appeared: on your own, huh? Have you done your research? He's a goner. Rookies these days. Subaru started moving deeper inside. I just need to use the name Subaru Nazakami, and the viewers will come on their own. I don't need to do anything. Suddenly a salamander appeared. It was moving towards Subaru. His hand quickly gripped the hilt of his sword. In the blink of an eye, Subaru defeated it with ease. Now I'm gonna test how far I can go. System notification: defeated MUD salamander received 2 achievement points. A comment appeared: did anyone see that? I think I saw a mud salamander right in an instant. The one-eyed bats attacked Subaru again. His body moved with incredible agility. It seemed like at this moment, nothing and could stand in Subaru's way. Comments appeared: what was that? What's happening? Something definitely happened. Viewers 10 system notification: defeated one-eyed bat ×2. Received 2 achievement points. Defeated mud salamander ×2. Received achievement points. Subaru spoke up: if you all focus on the sound, you'll know which direction and how many are coming. Comments appeared: aha, I know that you're lying, you're not a rookie. I knew it, I can do that too. Hey V-tier guy, what's your level? He continued. If you all already know, then I'll just say what I'm thinking. Comments appeared: normally people can't do that. In the end, a player's talent is everything. Sticking with your content. I get it, trying to leech off Subaru Nazakami is a bit much. Subaru suddenly thought to himself, still not enough. I want to accumulate as many achievement points as possible before I get out of here. Comment appeared: have you been going straight this whole time? A real man just moves forward quietly. Didn't you do any research? You're gonna be in trouble if you just keep going straight like that. Suddenly Subaru's feet came to a halt inside the cave. He slowly raised his eyes. Countless one-eyed bats were clinging to the walls. Their pupils slowly opened, glowing a brilliant red one after another. The others opened their eyes in unison. Comment appeared: see, told you so, he's a goner. See you back at the entrance. System notification: Maloney Stream has created a mission for 100 prestige points if you can kill them all. Subaru state. At this moment he was still thinking about something. Comments appeared: is this a trap? So rude, haha. Subaru spoke up: hey, Maloney Stream, thanks for the 100 prestige points. An enraged clenched fist slammed onto a desk. Seijen yelled in a panic: where did I go wrong? I was fine up to floor 6 and now I'm failing here. Give me back my money. Sorry. Was I being too calm? My bad. Hatsuka was just staring intently at her glowing phone screen. Saigen tilted his head and asked, what's wrong? What are you looking at? Her voice lowered. Something's not right. Saigen, surprised, said, it's not a lot of money really. I have the money to pay you back if I ever touch gambling again. Then Hatsuka cut him off. That's not it. Her voice held a hint of surprise. Nezuki. Subaru. Seigen glanced over. You're still watching streams. Suddenly his expression soured as he looked down. No way. A comment appeared. Holy crap, and he's a newbie on floor 2. Yeah, you kidding? I'm starting to feel sorry for the bats. This is insane. How many times is that now? Seigan continued. How many has he taken down all by himself? The frenzied one-eyed bats rushed in, attacking like a storm, but Subaru's sharp blade cut them down with ease. A comment appeared. Your explanation explains nothing. Who even called him a newbie? Something happened when he stepped up. Is that all you've got to say? I'm on an upper floor right now, but I'm being taught by a second-floor newbie. That's like saying if you step forward, you can take a step Subaru side. Communicating really is hard. Comment appeared. Don't forget to collect your reputation points. He spoke up. Oh right, I forgot. Subaru's finger quickly tapped. To claim the reputation points. A comment popped up. What's with him? Is he lagging or something? Subaru scratched his head embarrassed. How do I even claim this? A comment appeared. Aside from his skills, he's definitely a greenhorn. Click the accept button for the quest. At the top of the chat window, to complete it, received 100 reputation points from the Maloney stream. Subaru quickly replied thanks a lot. He then continued deeper inside. Well, the next area should be the last one. System notification. Current reputation points 150. Current achievements 118. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from outside the building. Hatsuka said excitedly, "Oh, this is bad," she could only exclaim. "This is bad." Segen gritted his teeth, covering his ears. "You're the one in trouble here." She turned her head. "What was that?" "Well," he said, "have you ever seen anything like this before?" Segen frowned and added, "You're overreacting. Still just the second floor." You know, Hatsuka's eyes widened as she stood up. "Oh yeah, I'm overreacting." Panicked, he said. "Sorry." Her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Where are you?" "From Earth. I am Subaru Nizuki from Earth." Could this be fate? Could it be the rebirth of Subaru Nizuki? You see it in manga, a trope called Isekai. Seigen grimaced, thinking, this girl, once she starts talking about Nizuki, and she goes completely crazy. Hatsuka continued, "What should I do? I'm so dizzy." "Hey Seigen, if I just close my eyes right now." He jumped, startled. She looked at him in surprise. "What, I can't?" Seigen replied, "That's not it. Are you actually thinking about scouting him?" Hatsuka shouted angrily, "Yes, I am." He continued, "He has some potential, but he's still just some unknown, lonely streamer." She quickly cut him off. "I know that." Seigen sighed, exasperated. "What do you know? If we bring this to the chief, we'll just get chewed out again." Hatsuka retorted angrily, "And just a minute ago, all you could think about was gambling, and now you're acting all serious." Her cheeks puffed out as she pouted. "Just you wait." Hatsuka's eyes went back to staring intently at Subaru. At that moment the world around him began to tremble. His hand rested gently on the wall. "This is it, the end of the dungeon." A door suddenly and slowly swung open from within. Subaru stood firm, facing it with complete confidence. And there it was, a werewolf sleeping, sitting up. "So you're the werewolf, GZ?" A comment appeared. "I feel the pressure every time I see this guy. It's insane. Please, keep it a secret that I struggled with this guy for 8 tries. The fact that he wouldn't let me pass on my first run made me think it was a bug." Received acknowledgement from the werewolf. Or proceed through the gate to continue the trial. Subaru thought to himself, the werewolf, it's not a monster created for hunting. It's a gatekeeper, meant to judge the strength of new players, and decide if they're worthy of continuing. His eyes slowly glanced to the side at the screen. Subaru's expression froze in surprise. 3,000 reputation points. A comment popped up. Another big shot appeared. He probably has no intention of donating. Announcing a budget tightening. Besides, this isn't a monster you have to kill. The werewolf's jet black pupils began to open slowly. A deep scar ran through the fur above its eye. The system quickly announced Werewolf GZ, gatekeeper of the second floor. It let out a long breath and spoke. "Player huh." Subaru didn't reply, simply drawing his sword. GZ praised him. "You're quite good. Even when you changed your sword's trajectory mid-swing, your breathing and gaze remained steady." Subaru thought. Trajectory. GZ continued. "From the very beginning, it looked as if you were aiming to strike with a single blow. Were you calculating the enemy's flexible movements and planning your actions far ahead of time?" Subaru didn't reply, looking pensive. He suddenly pointed to his face and said, "But I wasn't really thinking much at all." GZ grimaced. "What an irritating guy." Subaru continued nonchalantly. "Would it be better if I couldn't do that, perhaps?" GZ laughed awkwardly, normally. "No, you can't." Subaru resumed his thinking. "You find it strange too, don't you?" GZ, "The important thing is communication, making eye contact, and conveying everything in an instant. When you're taking down a group of one-eyed bats, at once you can't be thinking about aiming for each individual eye. The lone wolf always attacks, lunging head first, so the more it does, the bigger the opening it creates. System notification, let the werewolf acknowledge you." The werewolf's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at Subaru alone, it asked, puzzled, "Did you really come alone?" Subaru replied coldly, can't you tell just by looking? The werewolf began to move closer to his face. You are an interesting one. I smell the scent of a great warrior on you. A comment appeared, the scent of a great warrior. And you said I stink. He said I smelled like a pile of corpses. Subaru's eyes sharpened. The warriors of the wolf tribe can smell a special scent, not just body odor. They can see through to a person's very essence. The werewolf spoke. You have the qualifications to pass through this place. The test is over, you may go. A comment appeared, what's with this guy? So this is how anti-discrimination works out sometimes. Subaru scratched his head, thinking to himself. Even in my past life, this never happened, what a shame. My target is you. The werewolf tilted its head. Isn't it the door behind me? Subaru quickly nodded, yeah. Someone told me to kill you. Suddenly the werewolf looked up and continued, as expected, of a man who possesses the soul of a great warrior. At that very moment in a sun-drenched office, Hatsuka and Seigen were in the office, fingers tapping uncontrollably, with a hint of irritation. What is this after the entrance floor? The department head John spoke up. That stream, how many viewers does it have? Seigen gave an embarrassed laugh and answered. About 20 people. Hatsuwaka cut him off. No, she smiled brightly and continued. It's over 30 now. Seigen grimaced, thinking. I'm not going to correct you, you idiot. John suddenly picked up his glasses and put them on, saying, are you people kidding me? You think I don't know? You're making bets during work hours. And what's more, I told you to find someone promising. And you bring me a guy with 20 viewers. Hatsuwaka's eyes slowly drifted down. 30 people, John angrily interrupted. That's not what's important, Hatsuwaka. Why don't you just become a streamer yourself? You have the skills and you definitely get fans, she said loudly. Chief Hatsuwaka looked down at the screen. I just looked and it's past 40 people. John scowled. Hey, are you even listening to me? At that moment, Subaru was still in a ready stance before the werewolf. Suddenly its arm shot up, revealing sharp claws. His palm tightened on the hilt of his sword. Don't think about anything. System notification. Nameless demon sword absorbs the user's mana. All stats increase, corresponding to the amount of stamina consumed. Subaru calmed himself. Be calm. System notification. Greed's Edge level 2. Negates the side effects of the nameless demon sword. His pupils suddenly glowed. Even if this is your first time. Just as he finished his thought, the werewolf charged. Just do it. Like always, Subaru's blade quickly parried its claws. The werewolf didn't stop there. It raised its claws again, its arm frantically and continuously attacking Subaru. His feet struggled to stay firmly planted on the ground. Subaru pulled his sword back, panting. He's really strong. Trying to block him with brute force is impossible. But the werewolf's sharp gaze fell on Subaru. Truly a warrior. Quickly turned and attacked him again. The werewolf spoke. But you are not on my level. Both of Subaru's hands still gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Comment appeared. A defensive strategy is only for hired thugs. Hired blades probably won't work, but it's still dangerous. He's absurdly strong. Maybe try 2 or 3 times. The guy who gave this quest is gonna regret it. He'll get it done. That's going to be tough. At this point, Subaru's entire back was pressed against the wall. He panted, thinking to himself, sometimes there are more effective ways than using brute force. The werewolf continued. You have piqued my interest. Warrior. Its claws rose high. Let's end this. Its powerful arm came straight down. With terrifying force, Subaru's body quickly shifted as he spoke. That's my line. Your attacks are too predictable. As he finished speaking, his blade struck the werewolf's body. His whole body fell back in pain, blood gushing out continuously. Subaru leaped high again, gripping his sword tightly. He easily used his skills to defeat the werewolf. Subaru quickly sheathed his sword at his side. The werewolf looked up and said, "Excellent warrior." The system quickly announced, "You have defeated the werewolf. Leveled up to 12 plus 2 strength.
Plus un agility plus un focus.
Plus 2 magic, received 500 achievement points." Comment appeared. Wait, did he really just beat him? Did he die standing up? The streamer is damn good. Isn't this his first try? How is that possible? Subaru panted and smiled. I beat him. A comment appeared. Solo. I tip my hat to you, the person who gave the quest. Probably never thought he could do it. Viewers 56 system notification. Quest complete. Received 3,000 reputation points from Safe Asset. Subaru spoke up, I'll put this to good use. Safe Asset system notification. Current reputation 3,150. Current achievement points 618. A gate opened. Subaru slowly walked inside towards the light. Suddenly his gaze froze as he sensed danger. A comment appeared, something is enraged. The system window kept appearing in front of Subaru. A comment appeared, 13 of them, huh? Are you kidding me? The total number known so far is 16. Right, is this a new record? I only got 6 system notification. The number of choices is proportional to the player's talent. Will you participate in the lightning challenge? Comment. That's the spirit, of course. If he doesn't choose lightning here, he should just change his name. Subaru hesitated for a long moment. Before finally speaking, I choose system notification. Lightning challenge selected. Subaru's entire body was then enveloped by a powerful current of electricity. Hatsuka was still glued to the screen watching. Everyone else laughed excited. Alright, this is it. Hatsuka pointed at the screen. He did it, 60 people already. How about that? Have you ever seen a streamer's viewer count rise this fast? And usually, quests only give 2 or 3 choices at most. But he got 13. John continued in a low voice. It's truly impressive that he defeated a werewolf. I heard it had never been defeated before, but still, he's still just a rookie streamer on the 2nd floor. There's a lot more to prove. Hatsuka laughed excitedly and said, Chief, wanna make a bet with me? He was surprised. A bet, she continued. If he fails to acquire the lightning, Segan and I will work for a fixed salary for 5 years. On the other hand, if he succeeds, you'll sign a contract with him without any objections. Segan started crying and whining. Hey, what are you talking about? Why am I part of this? Wait. Hold on, I don't even know this guy. John chuckled. Even if he gets to the challenge, do you really think he has a chance? The only player who has ever acquired lightning is Juna. Zukami. Hatsuka replied confidently. You never know until you try, right? John crossed his arms and answered, all right, I'll take that bet. Hatsuka quickly covered Segan's mouth. I don't system notification. The lightning challenge begins. Subaru muttered, this is. Suddenly a voice cut through the air. Watch out! Someone rushed forward and grabbed Subaru in a tight hug. Suddenly a huge explosion erupted from behind. Falcon gasped for breath, a giant fragment behind him. He looked at the dazed Subaru. What's wrong with you? Are you trying to get yourself killed? System notification, defeat the giant fragment. Subaru was surprised. Why is this guy here? Suddenly, the giant fragment gnashed its teeth and looked down. Below a comment appeared. What is this situation? Isn't this the lightning challenge? Yeah, it is. That's a monster from the giant tribe. Why did it show up like this? Subaru thought to himself. A boss-level monster that's supposed to appear in the second part of the challenge. Did something change because I defeated GZ? The giant fragment quickly slammed its weapon down onto the ground. In a flash, Subaru had already moved from his position. He walked forward slowly and sighed. However, it's just big. Its composition is far inferior to GZ's. It's a good thing I knew that already. Falcon hurriedly ran over to him and said, Hey, I went through all this trouble to save you. Now hurry up and run. Subaru tightened his grip on his sword's hilt. Looks like I'll have to deal with this quickly, before someone else interferes. System notification. Nameless demon sword absorbs the user's blood. All stats increase in proportion to the amount of HP consumed. Greed spike. Greed level 2. Negates the side effects of the nameless demon sword. At that moment, Subaru stood firm, facing the giant fragment. He suddenly spread his feet, taking a fighting stance. The giant fragment's weapon came crashing down. With powerful force, Subaru's foot landed precisely on the weapon's point of impact. The giant fragment, not stopping, continued its charge. Falcon looked up at the sky. He witnessed Subaru suspended in midair. His body quickly descended onto the monster's head, his sword plunging straight inside without hesitation. In a single strike, the giant fragment roared in pain. Subaru's eyes were pitch black as he looked down at it, coldly so noisy. His palm tightened on the hilt. Be silent for the rest of your life. The giant fragment's head looked up. As blood gushed out continuously, its pupils slowly narrowed, losing all strength to resist system notification. You have defeated the giant fragment. You have completed stage 4 comment. Stage 4 system notification. Leveled up by 2 level 13 to 15.
Strength plus 1 agility plus 1. HP plus une MP plus 1.
You have received 4,000 achievement points. You have received the item Giant's Heart. You have received the item Thunderclap comment. 4,000 points as a gift. From stage 1 to stage 4 all at once. So Generous killed the werewolf and got a perfect clear. From stages 1 to 3. Falcon walked over in amazement looking at Subaru. You are a comment appeared. Isn't that Falcon? He suddenly started speaking politely. Well, anyone would be cautious. If something like that suddenly appeared on stage 4. Yeah, anyone would freak out. He asked in astonishment, who the hell are you? Subaru replied coldly, can't you tell just by looking? His pitch-black pupils looked down. I came here to defeat the giants. Just then, in a very quiet town, with only a few sparse residents, and some guards standing around, Subaru sat alone in a room, staring intently at the screen. Comments appeared, show us the items. Show us. I bet it's at least magic grade. Not just magic, maybe even rare. Subaru reached his arm directly into his inventory. I'm curious too. Well, then let's take a look. System notification, a rare grade Giant's Heart. Accessory type health plus 2. A ring carved from the heart of a giant. It enhances health and recovery ability. Subaru thought to himself, accessories are very valuable. I like this health boosting effect too. He looked down at this floor. Just my luck, I happen to need a set of armor too. System notification, Thunder Roar. Rare grade armor type defense plus 5. Armor infused with the power of lightning. Can use Thunder Roar once per day. Nullifies negative statuses. Uses remaining 3 comments appeared. Hey, that's pretty good. Even with the equipment restrictions, it seems he can still use it until floor 5. The Giant's Heart is a lifetime item. For its base value is whatever you ask for. Subaru quickly put on the sturdy set of armor. System notification. Nezuka Manhwa has registered a quest. 5,000 reputation points if you learn Raikou. Do your best, Subaru replied in a low voice. Thanks, Noah Nazakami. System notification inbox registered a quest. I'll offer 5,000 points for a similar quest. Mission V-Up has registered a quest. 3,000 points for a similar quest. Safe Asset has registered a quest. My Trust and 7,000 reputation points. Subaru spoke up, thank you everyone. I'll be sure to show you what I'm made of. So many people are waiting for this lightning magic. Maybe he's a more important person than he thinks. Suddenly there was a sound from outside the door. Come in comments appeared right on time. Were you eavesdropping behind the door? There's no mistaking it. This guy also registered a quest. In front of him were Faken and the person next to him was, Hey Beluzer, Faken said with a smile. Sorry to have kept you waiting. This is the village's knight commander. Sir Beluzer, the giants' attacks have become frequent recently. We knights must stand guard 24 hours a day, fully equipped for their safety. We have asked the villagers to limit non-essential trips. We never expected to meet an outsider. At a time like this, Beluzer continued, I heard you protected the village in my absence. On behalf of the villagers, thank you. Subaru interrupted. I just did what was necessary. Beluza, the face of this village, and a brave knight who fights against the giant clan. Beluzer said grimly, fortunately during our reconnaissance, we discovered the chieftain of the giant clan. We planned to risk our lives to corner them. So please forgive my rudeness. I beg you please save our village. Subaru didn't answer, just looked at Beluzer's current state. Comments appeared, the loser don't die. The loser, is he going to die? Stop with the spoilers. Subaru grimaced and thought to himself, based on my memories, the loser will definitely die in the next stage. His arm slowly reached forward. Raise your head. Subaru smiled confidently and continued. Alright, I understand. I'll cooperate. The loser smiled and quickly shook his hand. Thank you so much. System notification, beginning stage 5 survival. Everyone began to walk forward together. Under the setting sun, Subaru was still looking intently. At his screen, he thought to himself, because the number of viewers has increased. The comment feed is scrolling so fast. It's impossible to interact like this. Suddenly Beluzer stopped short, raising his hand and saying stop. Faquin's face darkened as he pointed ahead. It was a monster with a powerfully built body, the chieftain of the giants. Beluzer said, I'll draw his attention. so you benefactor attack him from behind. Suddenly a hand quickly landed on his shoulder. Wait, the loser gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at Subaru. That thing. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. The loser and his comrades were in a complete panic. Subaru's eyes sharpened as he stared. They're not human. At that moment the chieftain's pupils widened. Its eyes slowly glanced to one side. At the same time giant shards appeared all at once. They were charging forward in a crazed frenzy. Baluser's eyes widened in shock as he looked on. Trembling why? The massive palm of a giant shard attacked, stopping right in front of them. They were now in grave danger. Help! The giant shard was now in close view. It suddenly gave a sinister smile, its completely white pupils terrifying. Everyone began to panic and flee. Everyone get back to the foot of the mountain now, hurry. The giant suddenly roared. As if in anger it used its hand to crush the person who had been sacrificed below. One person crying tried to rush forward but was held back by his comrades. Stop! A monster raised its hand. He cried out screaming. The loser, standing guard in front, quickly turned around and ordered, "This is an order, everyone run." He shouted, making them anxious. Think of your families at home in the village. This isn't the end, we will start over. They immediately ran. The loser turned back to continue holding them off. I'm leaving Fakin's leadership to you all. As soon as he turned his face to the side, he saw a figure. The loser immediately yelled, "You two get out of here please. Rebuild the night order and take revenge on the giants." Subaru drew his sword and replied, "That's my line." He stepped forward and asked him, "You're not planning to run?" The loser asked confused, "Huh? What do you mean?" Subaru then made it clear he wanted him to leave. "If you're here I can't move freely. If you insist on refusing, we'll both die here." Baluoser panicked as if about to scream, "Abandon an outsider and run away." "I can't do it," Subaru immediately yelled. "Don't make me say it a second time." Hearing that, he immediately ran away. Baluoser didn't forget to look back as he said, "Then I'll go gather the warriors. If you can hold them off until then." Subaru, focusing on the horde of monsters, replied, "Thank you, Baluoser," and shouted, "Survive this battle. I owe you one, take care." The monsters suddenly opened their mouths wide and roared. Subaru, without a hint of fear, leaped forward, charging towards them. The sword in his hand was shrouded in a black aura. "I am your opponent." He immediately slashed at the giant's leg. The slash made it lose its balance, nearly toppling over the others. Hearing their comrades scream, glanced over. Subaru raised a hand to wipe his sweat. A system notification appeared. Defeated trace of the giant ×2. Received 20 achievement points. His eyes glowing red, he said while slashing, "Even if it's a test, I'm not used to being left alone." Elsewhere, Baluoser was running as fast as he could into the forest. Then he stopped abruptly, his breathing becoming heavy. Baluoser anxiously turned his head to look back in the direction he had just fled from. He said nothing, just clenched his jaw tightly. Over on Subaru's side, a flood of comments appeared. "Does this look like much of a fight to you? That's definitely suicide. There are too many of them. He just needs to survive, right? Why did you send the other person back?" The score changes based on the number of surviving warriors. So it's not just about surviving. "Oh, this game is impossible," he thought, catching his breath, including the loser who was destined to die. "If I did this, I can save everyone." As Subaru was thinking, the giants went berserk and charged at him. Subaru instantly finished one off with a single blow. Defeated. Trace of the giant received 10 achievement points. He spun around to the side, quickly dispatching another one. Defeated. Trace of the giant received 10 achievement points. Subaru thought grimly. The nameless demon sword absorbs the user's mana. All stats increase, corresponding to the amount of mana consumed. If I take them down one by one, it won't be difficult. He raised his sword, gripping it tightly. The problem is, how long can I borrow the power of the demon sword? I need to secure a vantage point and find the boss. Subaru climbed onto the body of the giant he had just cut down to get a better view. The other giants, seeing him, also looked up. Subaru glided through the air below. Some giants even opened their mouths, as if waiting for him to fall. Suddenly one opened its mouth wide, raising its hands high as if to catch Subaru. He didn't attack, just used his foot to kick its face. Then Subaru used the giants' faces as stepping stones to launch himself away. The comments lit up again. One wrong move and he's dead instantly. Aerial combat was supposed to be Suba, Junasukami's specialty. He paid no attention to the comments. Instead he focused on his strategy. Greedy Spike Level 2 nullifies the side effects of the Nameless Demon Sword. User's stamina and mental strength have been restored. There is a change in stamina consumption. Equipment really makes a difference. His eyes widened as if he saw something. I need to find the boss quickly before I hit my limit. Subaru spotted the boss from afar. There he is. When it saw him, it surprisingly laughed as if gloating. Subaru quickly charged towards it. It also prepared to swing the weapon in its hand. As he rushed forward he thought, if I don't take it down in one hit, I'm done. For a giant with a serious expression raised the club in its hand high, although Subaru remained calm on the outside. Inside he was praying, please let this work. He suddenly snapped his fingers. A sharp click echoed through the air. Subaru was immediately enveloped in a golden light. Using thunderclap, thunder echoed across the battlefield. The giants cried out in pain, raising their hands to cover their heads and eyes. They screamed and wailed loudly. Even the boss threw down its weapon to cover its eyes. It looked up, opened its eyes, and looked towards him. It screamed, human. Subaru dove down from above. The tip of his sword aimed straight at the center of its head. Nameless Demon Sword absorbs the user's mana. His eyes glowed red, and the sword also flashed with a glint of light. Subaru decisively plunged the sword down. It was stabbed, its eyes widening in utter surprise. Subaru held his position as blood splattered everywhere. The massive giant looked at him in disbelief. Then it leaned back, its body slowly starting to fall. All the others were clutching their heads and didn't realize the boss had been killed. Defeated Giant Seed. Immediately a series of system windows popped up. Stage 5 Survival. A complete, achieved, outstanding performance leveled up.
Strength plus 2, agility plus 2, stamina plus 1, magic plus 1.
In the room the comments flooded in again, buzzing with excitement. Has anyone ever beaten him before? No way, how did you even beat him? It wasn't supposed to be that kind of stage. From the start, when did the chance to finish him even appear? Defeating something that shouldn't be defeated. What a troublemaker, I hate my weak body so much. Subaru, exhausted, panted while trying to regulate his breathing. If this were the main character in a story, this would be the cool ending. Suddenly the sky turned dark. Fierce lightning flashes made the sky blink incessantly. The giants, now calm, slowly lowered their hands. He raised his sword and looked at it. Greedy Spike. Level 2 has failed to nullify the Nameless Demon Sword. Subaru staggered, trying to stay upright so he wouldn't fall. That's right, an image flashed through his mind. Even if I complete this stage, the monsters won't disappear until the test is over. I can't believe the mechanic I used to my advantage is now my downfall. From under his mask a few drops of blood began to fall. Subaru looked at the massive giants and thought, this is bad, my strength is gone. Suddenly in the sky, a few lightning bolts unexpectedly struck down. A golden bolt shot down from the sky to the ground at extreme speed. His entire body was illuminated by the light of the lightning, and then it struck Subaru directly, creating a massive explosion that made the giants recoil in fear. In another part of a forest, the sky was clear, birds were chirping, and golden light shone down, filtering through the tree canopy. Deep in that forest, there was a wooden house built under the foliage. In front of the house, a girl was sitting on a chair doing something. She was focused on something in her hands. Sigir came out of the house, and his eyes immediately fell on her. He approached and asked what she was doing in a place like this. She didn't answer, changing the subject instead. The weather's beautiful, isn't it? The air is so fresh too. Xena kept her eyes glued to the device in her hands. It was something she could only enjoy in this moment. Sig walked over and looked up at the sky. It's almost time, huh? She thought for a moment before answering. 1 year at most. He turned his head back to look at Xena. It's time to end all of this. This time she didn't respond, making Sig sigh helplessly. You're unbelievable, so distracted, when we're trying to have a serious conversation. He lowered his head, leaning in close to the device in Xena's hands. What are you watching so intently? Hearing this she hesitated a bit before saying this inside its footage of Subaru. He's currently known as Subaru Natsuki. Cigar lost his composure and yelled, Subaru, Did you just say Subaru? Zena sighed and quickly replied, of course it's not that Subaru. He just stole the name from Subaru Natsuki, a streamer, who is currently attempting the second floor challenge. Comments started appearing on the live feed. His movements are extraordinary, and this guy is supposed to be a newbie. Xena stammered a little but then said, clearly you know it too, don't you? She got a little angry, raising her voice at Sejer. If Subaru had survived in that situation, then Kazuki, Kyozo would have been erased from this tower. A long time ago, he asked calmly. What do you mean by that? Xena's brow furrowed slightly, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Subaru is dead, you need to accept that fact. Hearing this, Seeger immediately turned to walk away. Let's not talk about this anymore, she called out to him, slightly panicked. Seeger. Xena stood up from her chair and shouted, how much longer are you going to hide in that kid's shadow? How much longer? He turned back annoyed and shot back. And what about you? Sigir snatched the device from her hand. This is why you get involved in things like this. As she was about to explain, he took it and held it in front of her eyes. I'm just killing time. She looked at the device, the image within reflecting in Xena's eyes. It made her scream, huh? Cigar took the device back, looking slightly annoyed, and asked, what is it now? The moment his eyes landed on it, Cigar froze instantly. It was Subaru, stomping his foot hard on the ground to build momentum. A massive amount of energy radiated from around him, causing him to glow brightly. The giants were weighed down by the pressure, unable to take a single step. A system notification appeared. Obtained skill lightning. You have received 2,000 achievement points. 1. Continue the challenge. 2. Move on to the next week. The people in the comments went into an uproar. Huh, is this for real? That's insane. So that's how you get it. The difficulty is totally broken. You're asking how to get lightning. Just defeat the boss of the giant tribe. That's all. Why didn't Subaru Natsuki say anything? It makes sense even if I told you all. It's not like any of you could do it. He looked down and thought to himself, this isn't normal. This isn't something I should be able to obtain here. The system panel again displayed information about lightning. Rank A+, type skill level 1. Consume stamina and mana to command. The power of lightning can be upgraded by adding lightning fragments. Subaru looked at the panel and sighed. At least I'm not dead, that's enough for me. The challenge, stopping at that exact moment, really saved me. Another series of notifications appeared, showing all the information about the viewers who had sent him gifts. Subaru immediately spoke up. Thank you everyone. He looked at his reputation points and continued. Reputation points 20,150. I mentioned that when I receive gifts, I will put on a performance to say thank you. The challenge will continue. The giants, now able to move again, immediately charged forward, growling. Subaru's sharp eyes swept over them. I will show everyone that thing. 20,000 reputation points consumed. Skill. Greedy Spike level 2 has leveled up. Greedy Spike level 3 nullifies the side effects of lightning. He raised his hand, which was radiating lightning right now. I want to let it spread throughout my body. But the lightning only channeled into his hand. Subaru's hand glowed even brighter. All of you, he stood defensively, while the monsters charged in like hungry tigers, pouncing on their prey. Just as they raised their hands to attack Subaru, he let out a smirk, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, and channeling lightning into the nameless demon sword. Subaru's entire body emitted a deadly red glow. Should I finish them all at once? Just like the old days, he swung down hard, his eyes flashing with light wherever the slash went. The giants were instantly split in two. Not one monster could escape. Subaru's fatal sword strike, the final finishing blow. His body and the light around him gradually faded. Subaru was a bit drained and panting heavily. Damn it, I was planning to save my strength for the trip back. He leaned on his sword, trying to stay steady. I misjudged its power consumption. Behind Subaru, a group of people was slowly approaching. Seeing the scene before them, they were all a little stunned. Balusa raised his head, his face a clear picture of confusion. He suddenly rushed over to Subaru, our benefactor, while struggling to stand. He heard the voice and turned his head. Subaru's eyes were growing dim. He tried to breathe normally, as his vision started to blur. He watched Beluza run anxiously towards him. What an idiot, really. The moment the loser extended his arm, Subaru's eyes shut tight. He had truly reached his limit. Inside a room, the device on the table buzzed. The three people inside the room were all worried, and a bit panicked. Shaheen looked up and asked, "Do we really have to go this far?" John didn't know what to do either. "Don't ask me, I don't understand how women think." Asuka, sitting on the chair, put her face in her hands and mumbled, "This is terrible." Her face was bright red and sweat was pouring down. "What should I do?" Hasuka rubbed her hands over her face. "Maybe I was too blunt. What if it just sounded like a work message? I should have added more emojis." He crossed his arms and said sorry. "But to me it just looked like a work message." "So you're one of those crazy fans, huh?" John also chimed in, "To be honest, I thought you wanted to be streamer Hatsuka's manager." He put his hands down, his voice a little loud. "But before becoming a manager, I'm a huge fan, so can you blame me?" She suddenly stood up and walked toward the two of them. "I told you so, right?" Boss Hatsuka placed a hand on her chest, her voice clear and powerful, a pull that only Suba Tsunezukami could achieve. But in this case it has become a unique pull, exclusive to Suba Tsunezukami and his team. Hearing this, Segan sighed. "Somehow I've managed to keep my salary." He raised a hand to his chin and smiled. "No wonder no one else could get it. He's definitely someone worth watching." The device in his hand suddenly received a signal. Seeing this, Hatuka's eyes lit up. Boss Sagan's next words made her a little anxious. It seems Subazuna Zukami has read the message. But as soon as he finished speaking, Hatsuka immediately turned to stone. He just zoned it. The two of them looked at her in confusion, as she stood there completely frozen. Meanwhile, inside a room filled with anime figures, an excited voice rang out. "Well then." A young man was sitting on a gaming chair, in a modern room with an expensive PC setup. He looked at the large LED screen, unable to hide his excitement. "Shall we begin?" A streamer who specializes in analyzing player matches. Using his sharp insight and knowledge, he has defeated countless opponents, and built a solid reputation for himself. A confident smile appeared. "Hoki, they say he has demonstrated his sharp, analytical skills by watching footage of various players. Among them is Kazoka Omen, who just joined Blue Zone. The future of Blue Zone, a comprehensive analysis of Kazukawa Amon." Hoki pointed to the screen displaying Amon's image. "A dark horse has appeared, climbing the tower at a dizzying speed. Some people are even calling him the second Nazakimi. It's time for Hoki to make his move." This also includes Kazuki Kyozo, a former member of Blue Eyes. Can he become the strongest man? Kazuki Kyojo of Blue Zone, Hoki analyzed. Kazuki Kyojo is now a player representing Earth. The pressure on his shoulders must be immense. But today I want to take a closer look at his skills. Of course, the generational legend Nazakami Subaru is no exception. No matter what anyone says, the throne belongs to this man. Hoki praised. When you think of a player on a completely different level from the rest, who comes to mind? Most of you right now are probably thinking of this man. That's right, Sabesa Zunazukami. Hoki started his live stream, introducing himself enthusiastically. "Hello, I'm Hoki. Thanks for tuning in today. Today we're going to join Hoki to focus on dissecting the hottest player right now, Nazakami Subaru." The comments immediately exploded. "Nazakami Subaru is back, yeah. Not the original though. Isn't he still on the second floor this early?" Turns out there are a lot of Nazakami Subarus. A new Subaru running out of ideas. Hoki paid little attention, moving his mouse now. Now let's not ruin the mood. From the get-go, Hoki started rewatching Subaru's battle. He couldn't comment further. He could only marvel. "Whoa, this is insane." A portion of the comments were also excited. "What's with this guy, and he's a rookie? This is a whole different level. Is the overrated gacha god. What floor are you on?" No more comments doubted Subaru's skill. Hoki was still watching him, hesitating. "What is this?" he gasped while witnessing Subaru's performance. So much so that he could only utter one word: peak. Hoki began his analysis. "No. What is that focus? No normal person can use a newly acquired skill that." Well, he didn't hold back his praise. He controlled the skill, and channeled exactly what was needed into his sword, and didn't waste a single bit of power. A portion of the comments were also filled with praise. "Possible, yeah. What do you mean? Am I the only one who doesn't get it? I get it now. Don't get it. Just one word: God. If this is real, it's insane. Hoki is insane." the delicate control and concentration technique. That concentration is what makes it possible, and the judgment to use it precisely when needed. But really he didn't make a single mistake. In this entire battle he watched intently. Where did this monster come from? He thought to himself, I bet half of you don't even understand what you're watching. Before ending the live session, he promised, this guy is definitely going to be a big deal. I plan to keep following him in future. Hoki streams below the comments were still lively. I thought he was some kind of tank. Are you planning to hunt with him? Isn't that your stance? If he climbs a bit more it'd be fun to team up. But honestly he's simply phenomenal. A comment caught Hoki's eye. No conclusion today, he thought for a moment. Ah, that's right. I forgot to give Hoki's one-line comment. He thought for a long while, then decided to say it straight. In terms of control, he might be even better than Nazakimi in his prime. Scene change. Subaru is sound asleep when he suddenly jolts awake. It seems something was keeping him from sleeping. Subaru sits up as the system voice announces that stage 6 is approaching. Fatigue has been completely eliminated. Do you wish to postpone the challenge? Subaru recalled the two conditions required to temporarily suspend the challenge. You must have completed the previous stage. The next stage must not have begun, and your fatigue level must be 0. In other words, you have to be fully recovered. Subaru scratched his head. Thinking back, his fatigue level was 0. But I'm still mentally exhausted. Maybe I should pause the challenge for a bit. He picked up his phone to check. He was surprised to see the viewer count. He said his final words before ending the live stream. Thanks for watching today, everyone. The comment section was suddenly more crowded than usual. Ending the stream. Oh, so it's just one streamer going to bed night. He also noticed the change in viewership. When did my view count get so high? Subaru said goodbye to his audience. I'm sorry, but the next stream will start the day after tomorrow. I'll be taking a day off. As soon as the system announced that Subaru Natsuki had ended the live stream, a light flashed opening a portal. Subaru was unexpectedly teleported from his room. The system displayed 8th floor cleared. His phone rang with a notification. Subaru didn't rush off but stopped to check it. He was stunned when he saw the message he'd received. It was an important letter from Sultan Entertainment, addressed to him, Subaru Natsuki. Thank you for your hard work.
I'm Hatsuka.
From the management department of Sultan Entertainment. Would you please confirm the message I sent you? Our company fully supports our streamers and guarantees the highest revenue share in the industry. Subaru suspiciously took off his mask and read it again. A scouting letter. Suddenly, he realized the sender was Sultan Entertainment. Scene changed to a small cafe. Subaru was still staring intently at the letter he had just received. Subaru went online to research the company that sent the letter. Sultan Entertainment, a large MCN company specializing in streamer management, one of the fastest growing companies, thanks to heavy investment and support for its streamers. He thought to himself, the world has definitely changed now. Even companies like this exist. He read the information he had just found. Subaru frowned, slightly contemplating, and it's a major player among MCN companies. In the entertainment sector, it's top tier. Subaru scrolled to a post with the title streamer Hoki, associated with Sultan Entertainment. Like a shooting star, Nazakami has appeared, and in terms of control alone, he might have already surpassed the original. Below, a heated debate erupted in the comments. Hoki's next target. This guy is full of crap. Crap as a commentator. These top-tier people are so quick to forget their roots and start promoting everywhere. He seriously praised that person. But Hoki is known for being extremely strict. Reading the comments, Subaru also remembered Hoki. So he's also a streamer with Saltine, a commentator famous for his brutally honest style. The comment section was buzzing. Subaru felt a mix of embarrassment and excitement upon learning that Hoki had praised his performance. I've got to admit, the guy has a good eye for talent. On the street, a pair of feet walked quickly towards the cafe, where Subaru was sitting. A large man stopped abruptly in front of the cafe. He checked his phone. The man's phone was replaying Hoki's live session. Hoki's commentary rang out. In terms of control alone, he might be even better than Nazakami in his prime. Isaac angrily turned off his phone after hearing Hoki's comment. Don't mess with me, he's only just reached the 2nd floor. He angrily cursed at the screen. Second floor my ass. Once I get up there I'll gouge all of their eyes out. His anger still hadn't subsided. Isaac stomped his foot hard on the ground. Damn it, he entered the cafe in a foul mood. My morning is already ruined. Entering the cafe he froze. Beside his anger flared up again. Ah! Subaru was already sitting in the cafe. This infuriated Isaac, he muttered. Am I having bad luck today or what?
Everywhere I go.
Subaru was completely oblivious to what was happening. He was still engrossed in reading the latest news on his screen. Isaac angrily walked over to Subaru's side. Taking advantage of Subaru's distraction, he deliberately knocked over the hot cup of coffee on the table. The coffee had just been served, so it hadn't cooled down. Subaru jumped up in shock. Hot. He froze when he recognized the person in front of him. Isaac only intended to give a cursory apology. Oh, sorry. He pretended not to know Subaru. How we seem to be running into each other a lot lately. The second floor really is small. His tone was clearly hostile. What a pain so early in the morning. Subaru didn't bother arguing. He was about to quietly let it go and sit back down. But Isaac wasn't about to pass up an opportunity to taunt. Him want me to pay for your coffee? You're always broke. So that would be ignoring Isaac's continued rambling. Subaru just silently walked past him to leave. Isaac hadn't finished his sentence. He felt deeply insulted. His eyes blazed with anger. He called out after Subaru. Hey, he was furious and wanted to start a fight. I'm pretty sure I warned you last time. What, you got a problem? Suddenly he made a move, grabbing Subaru by the collar. You son of a bitch, he got right in Subaru's face. Uttering a threat, wipe that smug look off your face. You think I'm just going to let this go? If you want to get your ass kicked that badly, then you should have just said, so I'll crush you again just like the old days. Exactly as you wish. Subaru, exasperated, watched Isaac acting like a madman. He grabbed the man's wrist and replied gently, sorry. But Subaru shook his hand off. I don't have time for that today. Subaru's grip was not light at all. It left Isaac's wrist bruised. The man was shocked, unable to believe it. Has he always been this strong? Subaru walked away nonchalantly. Just consider it you paying for my coffee. Thanks for the treat. He left, leaving Isaac dumbfounded and alone in the cafe. Suddenly stuck with the bill, the man yelled, hey, get back here. Isaac's shouts didn't make Subaru turn back. The cafe door slammed shut, like a slap across Isaac's face. He sighed. And here. I was planning to climb the tower quietly. He cracked his knuckles angrily. Before it was Subaru Natsuki. Now it's Subaru Hasoi. He didn't even bother with the coffee and walked out, seething. All of them are just trying to piss me off. Just then, as Subaru was strolling down the street, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, that's right. His fingers tapped out a message to someone. Scene changed to a bathroom. Hatsuka was relaxing in the tub when her phone chimed with a notification. The screen showed a message from Natsuki. Subaru. Let's meet up inside a dungeon. A ray of light shone down, clearly illuminating the scene below. Monster carcasses were strewn everywhere. A battle had just ended. The sword in Subaru's hand was still glowing red. Subaru stood before the boss door as a notification appeared. Entering the boss room of the dungeon, hideout of the exiled lizard. Another notification appeared. Greed's spike level 3. Nullifies the side effects of the nameless demon sword. Subaru thought seriously before entering the battle. I've slowly gotten used to this body. But from high above in the pitch-black space, a flame shot downward. A giant lizard, its entire body covered in raging fire, charged forward. The system displayed. Boss Salamander has appeared. The monster let out a hideous roar. Without hesitation, Subaru charged, thinking carefully as he attacked, to prevent an accident and like last time, and to master the use of Thunderclap. I need to test its maximum power. With that, he and the salamander clashed. He used lightning, channeling it into his legs. By channeling power to his legs, Subaru easily jumped high. Subaru lunged forward at this moment. It was as if he were reliving the golden age of his past life. The monster also charged, opening its mouth to launch an attack. A blast of fire shot straight at Subaru. He immediately channeled lightning into his sword. The system displayed. Lightning infused into the nameless demon sword. Subaru swung the demon sword hard. His slash tore the monster's flame in two. The system continuously notified greed. Spike level 3 nullifying side effect of lightning. Nullification failed. Fatigue increased. Subaru ignored the warning, wanting to test his strength. by swinging his sword once more. This time, the demon sword slash cut across the monster's body, forming a perfect arc upon victory. His system announced dungeon conquered, hideout of the exiled lizard, level up strength increased by 1. Stamina increased by 1. Subaru left the dungeon. By now the sky had grown dark. He glanced at his stats, fatigue 61. Subaru thought to himself in amazement. The stamina consumption reduction effect is better than I thought. I still have more than enough strength for this. It'll be fine even if I increase my power output more. But he sighed looking at the screen. The screen displayed Greed's spike rank. D-type skill level 3. Nullifies side effects of skills and items. Usable on players and can be upgraded 40,000. Subaru was dismayed. Isn't requiring double the reputation points to level up. A bit harsh, as Subaru was thinking glumly. I wish someone would just show up and offer me a good job. A voice rang out from somewhere. Hunting, huh? He looked in the direction of the sound. From a distance, a tall figure appeared in the darkness. The voice was very familiar. The figure slowly approached and asked again. You went hunting? A familiar face gradually became visible. In the moonlight it was Isaac. This time he seemed happy to see Subaru. We've known each other for a long time, but this is a real surprise. Running into the person I least want to see. Right after a fight. Subaru was annoyed. You're really persistent. Isaac waved his hand dismissively. I really did think about it. You know I did. But my anger has reached its limit. He continued to move closer to Subaru, provoking him. Why don't we just finish this right here, Subaru? Subaru looked at the man in front of him, thinking in disgust. This guy. Scene change in a bustling city district at night. Beneath magnificent buildings, beautiful young women strolled by. Hockey entered a small bar looking for someone. Someone raised a hand and waved him over. Over here. John was already seated. He smiled cheerfully when he saw Hockey. Hockey greeted him warmly. John. Long time no see. John replied politely. Yeah. Business going smoothly. Hockey sat down and casually picked up the glass on the table. Yeah, I guess so. Most of the viewers are the same, so the numbers haven't changed much. John took a sip of water and spoke slowly. Honestly, that's better. Things built up like that don't collapse easily. Hockey pouted at John's lecture. He asked, by the way, why did you call me here all of a sudden? You probably didn't call me out here just for tea, so just get to the point. John praised him. My goodness, you're as sharp as your name, Hockey. He began about Suba Janasukami, the one you evaluated yesterday. Were you serious about that? Hockey took a sip of water and answered seriously. Oh, that newbie. Like I said, I think his talent surpasses even that of Suba Junasukiyami in his prime. But whether or not he can actually reach that level is another story. His eyes grew thoughtful at the interesting prospect. After hearing his assessment, John mused. I see. So that's your take on him? Hockey asked cheerfully. Why do you ask? John had no intention of hiding it. I'm thinking of recruiting him for the company. Hearing this, Hockey immediately agreed. As expected, you've got a great eye. Good call, but he has way too few viewers, which is why you've held off on recruiting him, right? His public recognition is too low. John fiddled with the glass in his hand. You're right, but what you've said makes me more confident in him. Then he made a proposal. Let's set up a collaboration between him and Sabazuna Zukami. It's our job to boost his viewership and recognition. Meanwhile, with Subaru, Isaac was still being defiant. Right now it's just the two of us here. Subaru just wanted to leave. He replied indifferently. Yeah, that's right, but Isaac kept running his mouth. The only reason this happened is because you got carried into the dungeon. You get it? The guy sneered. Look at you, not a single scratch. You must have run away at the first chance you got. That's why I told you to know your place, buddy. He rambled on non-stop, with the look of someone who thought he'd gotten ahead by pure luck. Don't tell me you actually think you've become Subaru, a Nazakami or something, huh? He leaned in close to him, taunting. Dreaming of mastering lightning, like that pathetic Nazakami. Isaac placed a hand on Subaru's shoulder. That piece of trash, Suba Junasukami. If he's dead, then he should stay buried in his grave. He looked annoyed. All of you are a damn eyesore. After speaking, he looked over at Subaru as if seeking agreement. Right? Subaru looked helplessly at the loud mouth in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh. I never thought I'd see an era so full of Subaru Nazakami copycats. Subaru also had a question he wanted to ask. Let me ask you something too. Why do you hate me so much? Isaac hadn't expected the question. He gave a simple reason. It's because your name has Subaru in it. Subaru was curious, so why do you hate that name? Everyone likes that name, don't they? Isaac hesitated at his question. You know who my father is, and you're still asking that. Subaru was even more baffled. What does this conversation have to do with your parents? You're a grown man. Why do you bring your parents into everything? Isaac introduced him. General High Ranker from the 9th floor. The name rang out, making Subaru ask in surprise. Jenner, you don't mean 1/Swordsman Jenner. Do you a memory from his past life? Flashed through Subaru's mind. A hurried announcement rang out, emergency. The unthinkable has happened. Subaru Nazakami of the Blue Eyes, who appeared like a comet from Earth, has defeated the Ranker, Jenner of the ancient continent. With a single blow, Subaru walked away. He left Jenner in the middle of a completely devastated landscape. It all happened in less than 30 seconds. He lay in a pool of his own blood, struggling to get up. Wait, I can still fight. Before he could finish, his arm fell limp. That was how a high ranker of the 9th floor was defeated back in the present. The way Subaru had said the name sent Isaac into a rage. You son of a bitch. Don't you dare say that name so casually. Subaru questioned him, so let me get this straight. The reason you see me as an enemy is because of your father's nickname, the 1/Swordsman. His brow furrowed slightly as he continued. Do you have any idea what Subaru Hoshino had to endure because of that? Isaac didn't want to hear another word. Shut your mouth if you spout any more nonsense. He started his attack. Flames engulfed the two of them. As Isaac growled, Subaru stood and watched to see what he would do. Isaac's hands slowly began to transform. He declared, enough talk. Just die. Isaac gathered a ball of fire in his hand, his mouth declaring once more, I hate Suba Junizukami. I hate him so much it makes me want to puke. There was nothing special about him, but he hogged all the attention and acted all high and mighty about it. It's because of leaders like him that those other guys got complacent and died. With him, he said, with a vengeful look on his face, serves them right now, somewhere in hell. They're probably rotting away getting what they deserve. Thinking this, Isaac broke into a satisfied smile. He launched his attack while cursing relentlessly. Having that name is the worst luck you could have. His attack rushed towards Subaru, causing a huge explosion. He sighed, thinking he had killed Subaru. Oops, I couldn't control my power. He was a friend after all. What a terrible thing I've done. Isaac continued to delude himself about his own strength. Next, maybe I'll go kill that masked bastard. Suddenly Subaru's voice rang out from within the ashes. A mask, you say? Isaac was horrified. He couldn't believe Subaru could have survived that last attack. Subaru emerged majestically from the thick smoke and fire. He appeared in the same guise from the live stream that Isaac had just mentioned. You mean this? A patch of ground was scorched black from Isaac's attack, the flames still burning fiercely. Isaac couldn't believe the scene before his eyes. No way. Oh, Subaru's still alive without a single wound on his body.
Impossible.
You took a direct hit from my flames. How Subaru didn't rush. He calmly replied to Isaac's anger. You got what you deserve, didn't you? Before he finished his sentence, he suddenly charged straight at Isaac. Listen up, you spoiled brat. A punch was thrown with terrifying force. It slammed straight into Isaac's stomach, making his eyes roll back. Isaac's pupils shook violently and he let out a groan. Ugh! Isaac crumpled at Subaru's feet. He screamed out in agony. Blood gushed from Isaac's mouth. Along with his pained cries, Subaru looked down in disgust, slandering their name, and Isaac wiped the blood from his mouth. He struggled to force out the words, what? Why you? It's impossible. Subaru calmly questioned him. Who do you think is standing before you right now? Is it Subaru Hasoi, the one you bullied and made cry? Is it Subaru Nazakami wearing this mask? Or is it Subasa Nazakami of the Blue Eyes? He gently removed his mask. His gaze fell upon the man crumbling before him. Isaac remained defiant. Cough. Stop screwing with me, so you're that streamer. Suba Juno Tsukiyami, right? He staggered to his feet, his face twisted in a sneer. That lightning trick isn't all that impressive. If even a piece of trash like you could learn it. As he gathered powers in his hand, he continued his arrogant tirade. You think you can beat me with that? The fact that a pathetic weakling, not even fit to shine my shoes, managed to learn that trick, means I'm even better than Azuki. Subaru of Blue Eyes, right? Subaru stood still listening to the man's ridiculous ramblings. Isaac roared furiously, am I right? You bastard! He suddenly launched a frantic attack. Subaru simply swung his arm gently. With a single strike, Isaac's arm was severed, flying high into the air. It all happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that Isaac couldn't even process what happened. Subaru calmly critiqued him. Too bad, wrong answer. I'm amazed you could spew so much meaningless nonsense. That's completely beside the point. Subaru's sword was pointed directly at Isaac's throat. He stammered, wait, what do you mean by that? Terrified, he recalled Subaru's questions. How much do you think Subaru had to endure? Because of that, it's infuriating, isn't it, to have a brat like you slandering their name now? Only then did Isaac realize the gravity of the situation. He trembled uncontrollably. Don't tell me. Subaru patiently watched as Isaac struggled to stutter. You're Subaru Nizuki. The moment the words left his lips, Subaru delivered a fatal blow. Blood gushed out like a fountain as he quickly finished Isaac off. His playtime's over. Blood dripped from his body to the ground as he quickly collapsed. Subaru put his mask back on and left. I was actually going easy on him. Subaru spoke to Subaru Hasoi's body. Consider this a thank you for letting me borrow your body. Scene changed to the next morning, at the same familiar cafe, but today, the staff inside the cafe were buzzing more than usual. What's with him? Is he a fanboy of Subasa Tsukami or something? Has he no shame? Looks like he's totally absorbed. Subaru was sitting in the cafe, staring intently at the device in his hand, paying no mind to the chatter behind him. As a streamer, he would adhere to Subaru Nazakami's no-face policy. It was a huge advantage, as it meant his opponents wouldn't recognize him. In public, a girl's figure entered from outside. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The person who entered was Hatsuka. She was blushing shyly. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the one who contacted you. She quickly introduced herself. I'm Hatsuka, your manager. Subaru stood up politely. I'm Subaru. Hatsuka nervously shook his hand. It's a real honor to meet you. Blushing, she looked up at Subaru's features, and couldn't help but think, they look so much alike. So her thoughts started to wander. What if Subaru Nizuki was still alive and came back? What if he was hiding his face with a mask? But what if he's hiding it because he's an imposter? She had been staring at Subaru for so long that he asked, is something wrong? Flustered, Hatsuka realized she had been staring. Hatsuka remembered what John had strictly told her. Making a good first impression, to earn the client's trust, is the most important thing. Got it? Absolutely. Do not show any untrustworthy behavior. She worried that she had already blown it right from the start. Subaru, confused as to why she was grabbing her head and tearing at her hair, asked, are you a fan of Subaru Nizuki? Hearing that, Hatsuka's eyes lit up. Yes, a huge, passionate fan, Subaru explained. I'm not the real deal, so please calm down. Besides, manager, I think you're younger than me. Hatsuka said excitedly, but I'm a fan of you too. She was a true fangirl. Once you hit on her favorite subject, she couldn't stop talking. In fact, I've been watching you since you had no audience at all. That means I was your very first viewer. When you defeated that bat and passed Jeezy's challenge, but then chose the lightning challenge, to have a fair fight with him, I was so surprised, and after that too. That Subaru never expected her to be such a die-hard fan. Meanwhile, Hatsuka continued to ramble on enthusiastically, and those nimble, clever movements, just watching them, feels so refreshing. When you brought it under control instantly, my hands were sweating buckets. I've encountered a giant fragment myself. You know, Subaru was stunned as he listened to her words. Was she really his first viewer? She remembered more things than he did. Behind the mask, Subaru smiled happily. I was so clueless back then. It's amazing that you've been following me. Hatsuka became even more delighted. It was epic, wasn't it? I thought it was fate. That's why I went straight to the company and begged them please let me be his manager. After expressing her thoughts as a fan, she quickly regained her professional composure. Alright, from now on, let's act professionally to earn his trust. The contract was already prepared. Since you're probably busy, let me summarize. The contract was placed firmly on the table by her, regarding things like commercial advertisements and broadcast clips, events and so on. Will help create all sorts of added value that can be generated by using the Natsuki Subaru icon. Taking the contract, he asked. So what do I have to do? Hatsuka replied. Just keep doing your thing like usual. That's all we need. The job seems so simple. It made Subaru suspicious. Is doing my thing really that easy? Hatsuka explained nervously. Because you're the first person to master Loi, starting with the department head. Our entire company holds you in high regard. She silently cheered herself on. Good job, me. One last push, she asked enthusiastically one last time. So what do you think are the terms agreeable? Suddenly Subaru asked. Are all the managers at SAO Tung like you, Miss Hatsuka? Subaru's question extinguished Hatsuka's smile. She nervously shrank back. No, everyone else is much more reliable and professional than I am, though I'm not that bad myself. But seeing her so flustered, Subaru quickly had to clarify. And no, that's not what I meant when I asked. Subaru's eyes scanned over Hatsuka. He silently analyzed her. Judging by the aura she gave off, she wasn't an ordinary player. For someone of her skill level to just be a manager. Hatsuka muttered nervously. We're doomed, we're doomed. Doomed behind the mask. A worried expression crossed Subaru's face. In other words, from now on, the opponents I'm about to face will be much stronger. There's no time to rest. I've got to keep picking up the pace. At that moment Hatsuka was worried. Her face fell as she had another internal monologue. I absolutely have to make a trustworthy impression. What if he refuses at this rate? Should I just force him to sign? Contrary to her thoughts, Subaru held out his hand. He accepted. I get it. Now you're someone I can trust. Hatsuka was surprised, not expecting him to agree. Subaru said sincerely, please take care of me. She was moved, welling up with happy tears, and gripped Subaru's hand tightly. I'm the one who should be saying that. Please take care of me. The live screen lit up as Subaru appeared again. This time his live session had quite a few viewers. The comment section buzzed with excitement. When he appeared, there he is. Hey everyone. I was waiting for you. Hey newbie. You're too close to the screen. Look at that mask. Looks like it's the same content again. Today the live screen showed 703 viewers. Subaru was astonished. 700 viewers so soon. Right after I started the stream. Is this thanks to Hatsuka's announcement earlier? Hatsuka had posted an announcement guiding the stream schedule. Without keeping the audience waiting, Subaru began to enter the dungeon. Alright, let's get started. The system announced beginning stage 6. The unsung legend. The scene shifted to a forest in a heavy downpour. An army was encamped there inside a tent. Many soldiers were gathered. They were all surrounding their leader. Bella spoke. Faken. Where is our benefactor? Faken replied, Sir. Another soldier interjected. I find this suspicious. Should we really trust someone who isn't even a knight? Others agreed. That is right. It's hard to believe that an outsider suddenly appears and single-handedly defeats the boss of the giant clan. Unless you saw it yourself, Bellis, you might have been deceived. Was that really the boss of the giant clan? And not just some grunt? Bellas was furious that his soldiers were insulting his benefactor. How can all of you say such things? Suddenly a loud call came from outside. Lord Bellas, a soldier announced. The benefactor is awake. Bellas quickly ran over. Benefactor, are you feeling all right? Subaru stepped inside. Thanks to you, I can walk normally without any help. As Subaru appeared, the soldier's suspicion grew. That's the hero who defeated the giant clan's boss. I mean to be respectful, but he doesn't look very strong. Of course Subaru knew what these people were thinking. It seems you don't believe I defeated it, or maybe you just don't want to. Earlier Hatsuka had shown Subaru a trick. By activating a pre-saved pose, I can adjust my mic frequency, so only the audience can hear my voice. Subaru thought with silent thanks. This is a pretty useful feature for a tedious situation like this one. He walks past the soldiers, who are muttering under their breath. So shameless the comments start to get interested. Don't underestimate him. Did he just smile under that mask? He's so confident first. Thank you. A hand is politely offered. An older soldier introduces himself. I am Dale. Subaru replies politely. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Dale expressa.
I was worried about protecting the village, but everyone was trampled. Subaru asks, puzzled. Trampled? Dale says sadly yes. By that thing. Dale's vagueness confuses Subaru. That thing, are you saying there's something even more dangerous than the boss? Dale agrees yes. He explains, as you may already know, the true giants, the ones who once waged war against the gods, were sealed away somewhere and vanished. Most of the giants here are more like the thoughts, or traces they left behind. Suddenly Dale trembles as he mentions that one. However, the giant that appeared after you killed the boss is different. He's close to a giant of legend. I can't believe such an entity still exists. His story gets the comment section buzzing. During the live stream, does that mean it's a floor 8 level threat? No one's ever gotten that far. No way. If it's real, how could anyone possibly defeat it? It wasn't just the comment section. All the soldiers were in shock. After hearing Dale's story, Subaru calmly replies, then we have no other choice but to defeat it. Dale is impressed that he isn't afraid. Oh, quite confident. Aren't you? He reminds him. We're in a position where we have to beg for help. But I'm sure that's an impossible request. The others continue to mock him. He's only saying that because he hasn't faced that thing yet. Baluoser speaks up. Benefactor. He recounts. There is a legend passed down from ancient times. Millennium Mountain. At the peak of that high mountain, a fragment of lightning is hidden. He pauses for a moment, and the only one who can find it is. I believe it can only be you, benefactor. At the village, the villagers are desperately fleeing. Smoke and fire rise violently everywhere. A group of giants enters the village, but behind them an even larger shadow appears. It repeats a low chant. A giant, 10 times the size of the others, also enters the village. It mutters strange words. My child. It grabs a soldier. The man panics and screams. A stop. The giant lifts the human it just caught high into the air. I will. It crushes the persons in its hand like a toy. It growls. I will send you off with the blood of humanity. All of these scenes unfold before Subaru's eyes. From above, riding his horse, Subaru looks down on the village. That thing. The comment section is buzzing. From the recent spectacle, the one defeated earlier was its child. Yeah, it's huge. Is that a true giant? Subaru pulls the reins and leaves. He remarks, looking back one last time. He's really trying to kill everyone down there. The comments continue. The test is actually trying to kill us seriously. Impossible things are happening. The test. Everything is moderated. Hee. Before leaving, Baluser instructs Subaru. It will take about 3 days for the giant to get here. If you can't find the lightning by then, just run away. That is the only way to protect your life. Benefactor. Before Subaru is Millennium Mountain, a towering peak that scrapes the sky. He is on his way there to defeat the giant. The power of the lightning is essential. It might be the key to this trial. A few doubtful comments pop up. It'll probably take at least 2 tries. Reading comments like these. Subaru confidently asserts no. There isn't a single trial in this tower that I can't conquer. Suddenly he realizes his slip of the tongue. Damn it, I accidentally used a catchphrase. The comment section gets excited. So confident, I've heard that phrase before. Is that a catchphrase? Suddenly the system repeatedly announces, Safe Asset has registered a quest. If you defeat it, you will receive 3,000 reputation points.
À Subaru.
Natsuki has registered a quest for an impossible quest. Bamjob has registered a quest. It's just a small amount of money. Subaru thinks to himself, relieved. Good, I wasn't discovered, and that's not a bad reaction. Right? Subaru pulls the horse's reins taut. The horse neighs once and stops. He has arrived at his destination. Subaru dismounts. He stares intently. Inside, a fragment of lightning is hidden here. In front of Subaru is a huge, tall cliff face. He begins to feel his way among the rocks. Subaru recalls what Belphegor said. The lightning fragment is something that appears in legends, whether it's a special power, an item, or even a person. There's actually no information at all. Subaru asks, do you know how to get it? Baluser replies regretfully, unfortunately we only know the location of the mountain and the legend, but one thing is certain. Baluser asserts the one who once wielded the lightning destroyed the giants. The scene changes to Hatsuka on the phone. From inside a voice is heard. What is it? Hatsuka joyfully shouts. The contract has been finalized. Section chief on the other side. John asked doubtfully. What did you say seriously? He's self-taught, ha ha ha. You did it finally. Hatsuka had become a decent person. After receiving the compliment, she happily tossed her bag aside and rushed into the room. Hatsuka excitedly right with this. I'll get some respect too. Wait, are you praising me? John replied, of course. I met with Hoki, but there's something I wanted to tell you. Soon before he could finish his sentence, Hatsuka turned off the device. She lay on her bed relaxing happily. Alright, my work is done. Time to watch the stream, huh? She cheerfully pulled up Subaru's stream, enjoying the ultimate otaku pleasure of watching on screen as it happened live. The stream was right at the scene where Subaru confidently declared, there isn't a single challenge in this tower that I can't conquer. Her eyes glued to the live feed suddenly flew open. She shot upright, her face a mask of disbelief, as Hatsuka mumbled a phrase from over 25 years ago that had just been spoken so naturally. Just then, on Subaru's stream, a large boulder began to shake violently from a powerful impact. As the comment section exploded with discussion, are you using your hands? Don't tell me this is hopeless. Who said that? A deep dent appeared on the stone block. Subaru didn't stop, he challenged. Bring on something harder. He swung with all his might again. Let's fight to the very end. The punch created a massive explosion, shattering the boulder into pieces, as rock and dirt rained down around Subaru. Finally, he saw what he was looking for. He found it. His sturdy legs strode over the large stones. As Subaru clenched his fist, he thought, of course you're all probably wondering, but this feeling, it can't be conveyed through a stream. Through colossal thunder energy, it's calling out strongly to my own lightning. From behind this door he walked forward. Fast and determined, the comments started flooding in. That door is massive, looks like something for giants. How's he gonna open it without a key? Just break it down, that's what you're good at, right? But how? He gently touched this door. From inside, streams of golden light slowly revealed themselves. He thought, talk about an obvious clue. In other words, a system voice rang out. Generating greedy lightning. Spear level 3 nullifies lightning side effects. The real challenge must be inside. He thought. A powerful punch landed. Subaru leaped into the air. If you're going to call for me with such enthusiasm, then I will answer, he roared. A blast of golden energy shot out, piercing the stone wall. He watched the entire scene. Completely unfazed, the door slowly swung open. He walked in without hesitation. The comments continued. He's just pushing right on through. A huge event is about to happen. Let's go. Subaru was surprised to see something. His footsteps suddenly halted. Then, as if he'd made up his mind, he stepped forward with a determined look. The mechanical voice continued. Now entering the path where the lightning passed. You cannot leave until the stage is over. Everyone stood there quietly, each to their own thoughts. Hey, let me ask you, Belisar, do you really think he's going to get the lightning? Belisar replied confidently. He can, I'm sure of it. The man continued, even though he's an outsider. Why do you have so much faith in him? He smiled cheerfully. That person has already proven himself. There's no reason to doubt. So what if it's lightning? We're all going to die anyway. A trembling voice rose from behind him. You don't understand. The loser bit his lip. That giant. I experienced the power he possesses firsthand. In that village, the loser sat down next to him. Even so, we can't give up, right? Let's put our faith in him one more time. In that young hero, he did everything for us, without asking for anything in return. His eyes welled up with tears. Easy for you to say. Before he could finish, everyone suddenly panicked. As everything began to shake violently, a panicked voice cried out, "This is bad." Someone rushed in looking terrified. He's here. Everyone was scared, their mouths agape in disbelief. Inside the cold cave, Subaru looked around coolly. As he walked deeper, he thought, what do you want me to do in here? The comments began to pop up. There's nothing here, nothing at all. There's absolutely nothing. Maybe the lightning is just too fast to see. His eyes grew pensive. That makes sense. Before lightning strikes, it's just scattered electrical charges in the air. So of course I can't see. It turns out this isn't a visual challenge. The name of this trial, the path where the lightning passed, and the powerful lightning deep inside is calling to me. Pull. Suddenly, he froze, his pupils constricting violently. He slammed his fist on the ground. Maybe this trial is about lightning. that can't be seen with the naked eye, scattered in the air, and the deeper I go the stronger the reaction becomes. Suddenly, a golden flash erupted as a rock flew towards him, creating an explosion. The comments continued. What was that? What the hell? In his mind he thought, I must be right, even knowing that I still have to move forward. You really have no taste. Looks like this time they're testing my endurance. His gaze turned sharp. Basically, if I can't take it I die. The mechanical voice announced. IA has gifted 100 reputation points. What are you afraid of? Keep going. Many people gifted him reputation points. He strode forward aggressively. His expression resolute, his eyes sharpened. Quest reward. Thank you all so much. A pot of soup was simmering, steam rising from it. Sig sat quietly on a chair, sighing with a thoughtful look. Xena burst through the door, startling him. He quickly covered something with his hand. To her surprise, she sighed in relief and teased. What are you hiding? You're watching something dirty, aren't you? He stammered. I'm not hiding anything, I'm just tired, that's all. She sat down next to him with a cheerful smile. I heard your hair grows faster. You know, he said helplessly. Don't say such weird things. I already told you that's not it. She continued, ever since you said that, I stopped watching the stream, but I guess it can't be helped. He stammered, I see. So what are you planning to do here? She took a bite of cake nonchalantly. What kind of reaction is that? Are you saying I can't relax on the sofa? He stammered, his voice trembling slightly. That's not what I meant. If that's the case, then I'll endure it and do my best. He shouted in frustration. You don't have to say it like that. She covered her ears, annoyed. Hey, my ears are about to explode. Don't just yell out of nowhere like that. He continued to yell. Just rest as you please, don't mind me. His hand trembled, sweat pouring from it. As he held his phone, he opened his mouth. You're always so stubborn and never listen to anyone. She frowned. What a weirdo. She stood up, annoyed. This is crazy. He asked curiously, where are you going? You know, you could stay a little longer. You could have some bread or even lie down if you want. Seeing her go into her room and slam the door, he let out a sigh of relief. He held up his phone that was close. I almost got caught, he thought with a worried expression. If she knew I was watching the stream, she'd definitely make a scene again. I don't even want to imagine it. Even if our positions were reversed, Subaru wouldn't forget us. The voice from the phone echoed. So basically, if you can't take it, Yudi. Haji was lost in thought. His personality and way of talking are really just like Subaru. Thanks for the quest reward. However, he's nothing like Subaru when it comes to desperately grinding for reputation points. I don't know what's going on. Suddenly a hand gently rested on his shoulder. A deep husky voice spoke up. You should be asking yourself that question. Gina placed a hand on his shoulder. His face turned ashen. Her voice carried a dangerous tone. Did you think I really wouldn't notice? Trying to fool me? You're still too green. A mechanical voice rang out. Create the path of lightning. Tears slowly fell. Subaru remained silent, feeling how fleeting everything was. He walked slowly as if he had no strength left. Suddenly sources of yellow light surrounded him. The system's voice rang out. Progress 2.3. A sensitive tremor ran through his arm, shaking him to his core. A familiar feeling when it comes to lightning. I faced it more times than I can count. His eyes turned sharp and determined. The system's voice spoke urgently. Progress 2.3. There's still a long way to go, he thought as he continued walking. He was still quite hesitant in his heart, but he decided to just assume. The goal was already very close. Comments started popping up. Why isn't he running? Wouldn't it be better if you ran? Hurry up, please. He glanced coldly at the comments. I might not read the chat. From now on, honestly, just run. Looks like he's too injured to read the chat. Clinging to life and fearing death. Reaching the goal is a given, he thought, but if possible, I want to aim for more than that. Subaru's face appeared on the computer screen. Hoki stared intently at the live stream. Deep in thought, he recalled John's words. You and Subaru Natsukiyami should team up. Thinking of that, he said coldly, how long has it been since John personally handled a project? John set down a glass of water and spoke up. I've always told you, haven't I? In the entertainment racket, you can only do half the job yourself. Understanding that this was part of the evaluation, he slowly continued, who your family is, and which players exist in this era, are what decide your popularity. He gave an appreciative smile. Exactly. Subaru Natsuki's stream isn't about fan interaction. It's more like the mark of a veteran player. Subaru may be a rookie streamer, but you just need to continue with your usual commentary style. His voice was slow. This might be a real opportunity to ride a comet and become a star, to be able to shine with him. Hoki heard this and felt motivated. He clenched his fists as if he'd made up his mind. His eyes shone, his pupils contracted violently. And then he broke into a smile. You could just run away here, because you're not confident about climbing the tower. Are you? I also want to become greater than anyone else. You know. He quietly looked up at the calm sky. He sat in his chair, his hands placed lazily behind his head. A star reaching out to touch a distant star. Can I really become like that? Returning to reality, he was shocked to find himself reaching up for something. His voice was helpless. What the hell am I doing in the middle of work? He looked closely at the screen and suddenly shouted, "This is, are you insane?" On the screen, the live broadcast was still ongoing. Subaru stood there resisting the golden energy. His whole body was severely injured, but he still tried to fight his way forward. His steps were trembling, but he stubbornly took another firm step forward. Subaru was constantly panting in pain. Inside he thought, the stronger the lightning, the deeper it goes into my body. He looked down at his hands and thought, this should be enough. He continued. Even the smallest meridians throughout his body, including the Ren and Du branches, were beginning to be filled with lightning. The mechanical voice rang out, Progress 20.7. The process of clearing the minor meridians is underway. The lightning is stabilizing in the body. Magic power +1. I have to get this under control. No matter what he thought, the Run and Du are the body's central pathways. The minor meridians are the vessels that connect the entire body. Once the minor meridians are cleared, it means internal energy has spread to every corner of the body. He seemed quite worried. Subaru thought, I didn't have to go through the process of purifying the minor meridians. In other words, I'm taking a shortcut. The system's voice was cold. Adverse state convulsions begin. Fresh drops of blood trickle down. Normally people would do this with their own mana. Subaru thought, relying on external lightning makes it easier, but it brings unimaginable pain. Subaru slowly closed his eyes. With a look of resignation, drops of blood fell along the path he walked, staining the ground red. Hatsuka sat on her bed holding a phone. She was watching Subaru's live stream. She looked worried, with large beads of sweat running down her face. Inside she thought, he's cleared his minor meridians. Are you planning to do that here? To move your body, not by relying on your own mana or internal energy, but on an external force. The pain must be indescribable. Most people can't stand it, and would definitely pass out, even though dying in a trial won't affect reality. She stared at Subaru's image on the screen. The pain is just as real. She gritted her teeth, her body trembling. So why? Her eyes filled with tears. Why go this far? Subaru kept walking, amidst the resounding mechanical voice. Progress 50.3. The process of clearing the minor meridians is underway. The lightning is stabilizing in the body. Magic power +1. His body covered in wounds collapsed to the ground. It's all my fault, he thought, utterly devastated. It's like I'm the one who killed them. Segan stared at his phone screen. He spoke, I always say this, don't I? There's no trial that can't be conquered. He asserted confidently. Don't worry, he said to everyone's delight. In the end, I'm the one who wins. Subaru's voice was weak, seemingly without any strength left. He felt like he was going crazy. If I hadn't been so careless, if I hadn't pushed them with my overconfidence. His eyes were vicious as tears streamed down. Then no one would have had to die. Kazuki, his face stained with blood, spoke up seriously. He gave a contemptuous smile. You all failed because you're too damn arrogant. Subaru went mad, running forward as fast as he could. Every step he took left behind a pool of fresh blood. He constantly blamed himself for being so powerless. He collapsed to the ground, seemingly out of strength. He panted heavily, his wounded hands trying to reach out, as if to grasp one last sliver of hope. The scene changes to a grassland, with endless stretches of green grass. Subaru glanced at the leaves fluttering around him, and mumbled, where is this? He then noticed a group of people, sitting around a campfire. Up ahead, Subaru froze for a moment, his whole body suddenly tensing up. His pupils dilated as wide as they could as he uttered, everyone, Shiosora Kyogi, even Sig and Xena. Subaru hurriedly ran towards them wondering, is this all just a dream? Soon he was right behind them with tears in his eyes. Subaru smiled. Of course, that's how it has to be, right? My God, what a disgusting nightmare. At least listen to what I dreamed about. Just then a voice rang out. Subaru, you really led us to our deaths. I don't want to die. These words stunned Subaru. Shio, sitting to one side, chimed in. You always talk about such big things. And then, her body now had a hole in the middle of her abdomen. Her tone full of resentment. Why didn't you protect us? He could only stare wide-eyed and call out her name. Shio. Right after that, a blazing red fire erupted right in the middle of them. Subaru, drenched in sweat, stuttered, unable to form words. He could do nothing as the flames consumed them all. Subaru reached out his arm and screamed, wait. He wailed helplessly in the sea of fire. Everyone, don't go, wait a second. Subaru squeezed his eyes shut in anguish. Enduring this loss, he collapsed, endlessly mumbling, please, as the fire blazed even higher, creating a blinding light. That light helped Subaru return to reality. He dropped to one knee thinking, so this is the dreamscape that often occurs. When clearing one's meridians, I almost lost control of my power. The system immediately announced progress. 97.87. Unblocking the lesser lightning meridian. Lightning is stabilizing in your body.
Mana +1.
Subaru's face darkened as he wondered, who the hell came up with this insane trial? He stood up straight amidst the brilliant, golden lightning thinking, thank you for reminding me why I'm still alive. Kazuki's face gradually appeared in Subaru's mind. The scene changes to a chaotic place. Civilians stood behind a line of knights, each holding a weapon filled with utter terror. A giant beast appeared instantly, right outside the barrier. They could only wait for the moment to charge. Suddenly it bared its teeth in a challenging grin. Seeing this, the knights turned to each other and muttered, you've got to be kidding me. Is that thing really the boss? So that masked guy abandoned us. Suddenly, a voice from behind made the two men turn to look. Our benefactor will definitely return. Bellis walked over, stating with conviction, you entrusted the fate of this village to a stranger, whose name you don't even know, and now you dare to doubt him. They hesitated, denying it. We didn't. He frowned in disdain. How shameful, and you call yourselves knights. Suddenly a hand clapped Bella's on the shoulder. You're right, Dale added. Before we blame others, we should remember that protecting the village is our duty. A second later he drew his sword. Dale pointed his sword forward and declared, knights aren't the ones who are protected. They're the ones who do the protecting. Without another word he dashed forward. At the speed of light, Dale's charge inspired the men behind him to follow. Today let's die as true knights. On Subaru's side, the system announced progress 99. A circle with a glowing golden orb appeared. Instantly he stared at it, bewildered, wondering what is that thing. But based on the progress, that must be the target. Suddenly it showed his fatigue level had reached 97, making Subaru pause for a moment. Streams of golden, spiritual energy flowed through his body. Subaru ran towards the source of the energy, telling himself just one more step. The system warned you must reduce your fatigue level. Going any further will be very dangerous. Yet he still lifted one foot and then the other. At the same time a foot stomped hard on the ground. It was Dale who had gathered momentum to leap up. He swung his sharp sword to the side. Dale used all his strength and delivered a decisive slash at the beast. Blood instantly splattered from its body. The beast looked up and let out a blood-curdling scream. It bent down and threw a punch at Dale, but it missed. Meanwhile, Bellas was charging in with his sword in hand. He shouted, leave the rest to me. Bellas quickly stepped on a nearby rock. He used its force to leap in front of the beast. It was momentarily surprised, and looked up to see Bellas rushing towards it. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. His face was filled with killing intent. A second later, Bellas delivered a slash right across the beast's face. It gritted its teeth in annoyance, letting out a few growls. Then the beast fell backward. Chunks of its flesh flew everywhere. His whole body crashed to the ground, just as Bellas landed to the side. The other knights saw this and cheered joyfully. They did it, Sir Bellas and Sir Dale. They finally took it down. Husty stomping around here like you own the place. You filthy monster, it's all thanks to you. Sir Dale, Bellas remarked. The most dangerous one you warned us about is finally dead. We can finally rest. He bent over, panting for breath. Sir Dale looked up and replied, "It's not I told you, those guys changed their tune. Faster than flipping a pancake. Turns out it wasn't so tough after all. It's just that Sir Dale and Sir Bellas are too strong. Now we just need to finish off the remaining giants." And before he could finish his sentence, he was stomped on by a giant foot. "This is..." Dale looked at the perpetrator in panic and confirmed. "It's him." Bellas screamed in terror. "This guy is on a completely different level." The scene changes back to Subaru. He reached his hand out towards the circle. As the announcement said progress 99.99, Subaru clenched it tightly, muttering, "I'll make you apologize in hell." Then the system displayed progress 100. His pupils glowed, his tone filled with killing intent. "Kazuki, I will be taking your head as a souvenir." In the meantime, brilliant golden energies radiated around Subaru. A moment later, streams of lightning converged on him. Subaru turned his back, thinking to himself. He let out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Long, black veins began to appear in the whites of Subaru's eyes, as his whole body fell backward from absorbing that energy. The system continuously announced, "Minor meridians successfully cleared. Magic amplification rate increased by 20. Casting speed for all skills increased by 20. All stats +2. Subaru gritted his teeth and endured it. "If you had enough power for one more strike, you could have at least given me a heads up." He then lay sprawled out on the shattered ground. The system displayed Legend Scenario 6 completed. The scene shifts to John, who is sitting thoughtfully in front of his computer screen. He looks at the comments. "The difficulty is insane." He passed out again. He mumbled, "I wonder when he'll wake up this time. You can only be reckless up to a certain point. Oh, it seems he's not cut out for using cheap tricks." Just then his phone rang. It was a call from Hoki. He answered. "I'm watching Suba Junazukami's stream right now." Hoki exclaimed, "Oh, you too, John? This is insane, isn't it?" John calmly offered an explanation, so everyone could understand. Hoki smiled brightly and said, "This guy is seriously going to be a star as a player and streamer himself." He wondered, "You think so?" "Actually, I think it'll be tough for him. He's obviously more of a player than a streamer." He scratched his head in agreement. "Yeah, that's right. That's the core content that people are tuning into. This stream for Asuba Junazuki. Almost like the original Asuba Junazuki, who is not a streamer but a player. In other words, we are witnessing the birth of Asuba Junazuki." He frowned but was interrupted in real time. Just then, on the screen, Subaru's arm began to move. He struggled to get up, sending the comment section into a frenzy. "He's waking up a little early this time. So glad to see he's alive. He's finally awake, huh?" Subaru slowly opened his eyes, his breathing growing more ragged. He put a hand to his head, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, what's my fatigue level?" The system immediately displayed 81. Subaru judged internally, "Good. It's lower than last time. The higher stats must have had an effect. That last lightning strike was completely unexpected, but the results weren't bad." A series of notifications came through. Quest complete. Reputation points acquired. Current reputation 20,420. He remarked, "I've saved up a considerable amount." An icon appeared, rank D. Skill type limit break. Raises the skill limit of items and skills used by the player. Subaru summoned his sphere of lightning in his hand. He thought to himself, "But this still isn't enough to raise the skills grade. If I defeat that giant, it might be enough. And this is the key to taking it down." The sphere's information appeared. Lightning spear untradeable. Weapon type equipment grade stable. An ancient spear carved from pure lightning. A single throw delivers a devastating decisive blow. Uses remaining 1. The comment section exploded. "What an insane item, a one-shot throw. That thing dropped here, are you kidding me? By the way, it's because of his account." Subaru panted, thinking to himself, "Even though it's a one-time use item, normally you can't even get this on the 8th floor, let alone this early." Then he spoke up. "Exactly, it doesn't look like a spear, does it?" A moment later, he reached out and pressed a button. Subaru then stretched his muscles and mumbled, "High-grade items can change their form, based on certain conditions." Everyone immediately started commenting. "How do you even know that? My dude is already talking like a pro." Subaru walked into the cave alone. "All right, time to go destroy that thing." The crowd cheered through their small screens. "Yeah, blow it to bits with that lightning." The scene shifts to Belusar, his face etched with fear. He and Dale, stared blankly at the enormous eye in front of them. The giant merely stretching was enough to strike fear into everyone. It tossed its long silver hair back. The beast let out a piercing roar, its mouth dripping with saliva. The system displayed, "Giant Seed has devoured the giant's record." A knight suddenly ran towards it, causing Belisar to shout, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" with tears streaming down his face. He laughed helplessly. "I told you, didn't I? You people don't know anything. Oh gods, I'm not like those other fools." He dropped to his knees begging, "Please have mercy on me." The giant looked down from above and spoke, "Mercy. Don't lump me in with those cowards." It raised its hand. Dale rushed over urging, "What are you doing? Get up, Belusar, hurry. Get the villagers as far away as you can run." Suddenly something made Dale freeze. The knight standing behind him screamed in panic. Dale, a loud thud echoed, as the two of them were killed, right in front of Belusar. He looked at the surrounding smoke and dust, thinking to himself, there's no way to win. The loser glanced back, searching for an escape route. He saw the horde of giants behind the village. He realized they were cut off. The loser's eyes flew wide open, sweat pouring down his face. He gritted his teeth, trying to compose himself. A second later, Belusar screamed, "I know who killed your child. I know exactly who did it." The giant immediately spoke. "But the one who killed my boy was..." It leaned down, its voice filled with bloodlust. He drew his sword and hesitantly said, "That's Melis," pointed his sword in a certain direction, indicating over there. "The one who killed your son went that way, gathering power to kill you and your race." As he finished, he silently prayed, "Please fall for it." The giant stared intently, in the direction Belis pointed. Then it spun around, roaring, "Lies. Your words are tainted with falsehoods. The one who killed my son is not here. Or did you just point that ragged sword at a random spot? If you don't answer me right now." Suddenly a surge of lightning from the mountain range made it freeze. The beast was utterly stunned by the sight. Belis was no less surprised. Over there, a vortex of lightning was erupting on the mountain peak. He panicked, sweat streaming down his face, wondering, "Benefactor, why now?" Subaru stood on the peak looking down. The system displayed Act 7. "Thunder will now commence." He muttered, "Good. This is the final act." A flood of comments appeared. "And it's getting bigger again, isn't it? It's still growing." Subaru thought, if something even stronger than this appears, then this trial can't be called second floor content anymore. The comment section was buzzing. "This is some kind of twisted preservation of misery. Even if I gathered everyone, are you seriously planning to fight that thing? Shouldn't you run away?" Covered in countless scratches, Subaru said, "It's fine. No need to overthink it. I just need to land one hit." He summoned a lightning spear, thinking to himself, right now it's not an opponent I can face head on. I have to take it down before it reaches me. A second later, Subaru raised it high. The system announced activating lightning spear. A bolt of lightning shot straight into the sky. It displayed initializing lightning spear. Activation rate 10.1. Then hundreds, thousands of lightning spears shot upwards. They swirled into an endless vortex. Subaru stood there, channeling energy into the sky. The system suddenly reported, "Fatigue has reached 84 still." His hand did not lower. "Fatigue has reached 85. Then Subaru curled his fingers as if gripping a weapon. A spear materialized in his hand. The notification came, "Activation rate 33.1. Subaru gripped it tightly. The system reported, "Greedy spearhead is negating the side effects of lightning spear. Negation failed. Compatibility is very low." He coughed up a mouthful of blood, sighing internally as expected. "My skill level is too low to wield a legendary item. Even so, this body has to endure it." The warning chimed, "Fatigue has reached 88. Activation rate 50. A series of comments appeared, while looking at Subaru's cold expression. But since he learned to use lightning, he's had to endure so much. Maybe he's starting to enjoy it. At this rate, he's probably addicted." Subaru was startled for a moment when he saw the giant looking at him. "So it noticed me, huh?" The commentators affirmed. "How could it not notice? Even my grandma could see you." He aimed his weapon forward and exclaimed, "That's right. After creating a spectacle this big, it would be weird, hey, if no one paid attention." The system announced activation rate 78.5. The giant looked at the streak of light before it and muttered, "Thunder." It started walking in that direction in a hateful tone. "So you're the one who killed my son." The beast muttered as it ran. It was you seeing this, Bellis yelled. Where are you going? I'm your opponent. He glanced to his side just then. Other giants charged at him through a sea of fire. The main beast, however, squinted at the mountain erupting with lightning, muttering, my son was tormented. Its face darkened as it continued. You must have suffered so much, my son. The beast kept moving, whispering, I will return that pain to them. Its thundering footsteps grew more and more intense. Unable to hold back, the beast broke into a sprint. It threw a punch forward, roaring, I'll pay you all back with interest. The giant launched itself towards Subaru. Attacking it, opened its wide mouth and bellowed. He gripped the lightning spear tightly. As the system panel announced, initializing. Lightning spear activation rate 88.5. He thought to himself, there's a 50-50 chance hit or miss. That's all in the chat. People were discussing how is he going to throw it. This is no joke, it's too fast. If he misses, he's dead. Isn't he? Subaru's eyes were locked on. Don't take your eyes off it. An image of Captain appeared, advising him. Don't look away no matter what happens. Keep your eyes on the target. That is where a spear is thrown from. Forget about throwing in a straight line, or creating a perfect arc. Clear your head of all those useless thoughts. Predicting its movements, you don't need to do that. Trajectory, forget about it. Forget the weight and shape of the spear. You aren't like other spear wielders, because you are Subaru. Hearing Captain's words, Subaru gripped the spear, a slight smile forming on his lips. Back in the present, the system announced initializing lightning spear. Activation rate 95.2. Subaru wondered to himself. So what do I do? He sighed. In any case, it's not like I'm throwing an ordinary spear. He smirked. In that case, it's simple, don't throw it, fire it. The giant closed in, but Subaru just kept holding the spear. The chat panicked. What are you doing? Hurry and let it go. You're going to die if you keep hesitating. Subaru stared at the giant just a little longer. The giant stared right back at its charge, accelerating. It stomped its foot, gathering power, and the very ground cracked beneath it. It shot forward like an arrow, clenching its fist to swing. The giant leaped high into the air, soaring over Subaru's head. Lightning crackled from his impending attack, generating immense destructive power. He got into his attack stance. The notification chimed. Activation rate 100. Initialization successful. His hand tightened, pulling the spear back. Subaru was resolved. There's only one chance. No matter what, the giant beast roared, reaching for him as it dove down. I will end this in a single strike. With that thought, he threw the lightning spear. With all his might, the spear flew and struck the giant beast, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The beast let out a cry, tears streaming down its face before dying. It was still muttering Bay Dan under its breath. Then its body vanished into a cloud of dust and smoke. Subaru's feet stepped out unharmed. He walked away coolly. The chat exploded. So cool, freaking insane. So damn strong. Watching this was worth it. A notification appeared. Seed that devours lightning has been defeated. Stage 7 lightning complete. Then a series of level up notifications followed.
Strength plus 2, agility plus 2.
Health plus 3, focus plus 1. Magic plus 1, received 5,000 achievement points. Item acquired, Thunder Core. A glowing stone appeared in front of him. Subaru reached out his hand. The Thunder Core, is this it? When his hand touched the stone, it glowed. The blinding light forced him to close his eyes. A moment later, he slowly opened them. In astonishment, Subaru looked around. He was standing in a land that was entirely purple. Where am I? Suddenly, a giant human-like figure appeared in the sky. Staring down at him, he flinched. The pressure it emitted caused Subaru pain. What is happening? I can't speak. He fell to his knees on the ground. My body won't move. A series of figures watched him, as notifications appeared relentlessly. A mysterious being is watching you. 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 Subaru's eyes widened. Are you trying to tell me something? The Thunder Core in his hand began to glow, light shining through his fingers. The darkness was driven away by the Thunder Core. Revealing a clear sky, a notification popped up. Main stage lightning will now begin. Using the Thunder Core, you can search for clues in the village. Subaru, having escaped that strange place, finally noticed the chat channel. Why'd he sit down when it's over? Subaru Nizuki has ended the live stream. Looks like he's about to pass out again. He lifted his head so it wasn't a cutscene, huh? Sorry, I passed out for a moment. Seeing him stand up, the chat channel erupted in cheers. Why do you pass out so much just from one test? That's Subaru for you, the shadow of Subaru. That really was a legendary level test. Subaru picked up the chat tablet. That's right. I still need to collect my reputation points. Notifications appeared. Mission from Anasan completed. Received 3,000 reputation points. Mission from War God completed. Received 3,000 reputation points. Current reputation points 40,120. The chat joked, you're rich now, huh? Alright, I'm heading back to the village. Show us the Thunder Core, he sighed. I'm a little tired, so hearing this, the viewers grew playfully annoyed. At a time like this, Paul, you're killing me here, you money-grubbing bastard. He said his goodbyes. Well then, see you all later. Then Subaru disconnected. Subaru Nizuki has ended the live stream. Scene changed to a shop. Hatsuka's voice rang out. You really did a great job in that challenge. Subaru wondered, I'm not so sure. Was that kind of stream really okay? She reassured him yes, it was absolutely perfect. Yesterday's peak viewership was over 3,000. You didn't notice, did you? He was stunned. Over 3,000. Sorry, I was so focused on the challenge. I didn't pay attention. She was taken aback. And no, that's a compliment. Don't you get it? Over 3,000 viewers for a new streamer is phenomenal. The way you ended the stream was also perfect. In a way, your exhaustion actually made it better. Subaru confirmed, that's right. That was exactly the part everyone was most curious about. It was like they were waiting for the next episode of a TV series. Hatsuka asked, did you plan it that way? He replied, I was planning to check out the rewards with the viewers on the next stream. That way my reaction would be genuine, not an act. Her jaw dropped. Really? So you do get it. I guess that old man was worried for nothing. Actually, I've prepared a gift for you today. He was surprised. A gift? She crossed her legs. Something you won't be able to refuse. She gave a mysterious smile. A very special gift, yes. Hatsuka blushed. Search for a streamer named Hoki. Hearing this, Subaru started searching as she instructed. Yes, a blonde man appeared on screen chatting. Alright, as the title says, today's topic is this, or wait, should I use a different topic for today anyway? Enough rambling, everyone. Take a look at this first Nazakami. The second, or the one who will become the original. The chat was buzzing. Hello, is this more Nizuki content? Is he an otaku? That challenge was insane. As he continued speaking, I'll explain every little detail a long time later. As the evening sun streamed through the window, he was still talking. In the challenge that he had to endure. In other words, he gave himself an additional challenge. While already in the middle of a test, Hatsuka sat opposite him, silently watching Subaru with a blushing face. Hoki then raised a finger. Oh, sorry. Let me summarize. I don't need to say much more on this point, so I'll put it in one sentence. Subaru listened silently as he spoke. He himself is Subaru Nazukiyami. His voice was full of arrogance. No further explanation needed. He glanced at Hatsuka. Does the manager think so too? Suddenly she leaned forward. Can I ask you something? He replied calmly. Go ahead, she stammered. I know, it's strange for a manager to ask something like this, and I know it's rude, but her cheeks flushed red in an instant, and sweat trickled down her face. Hatsuka gathered all her courage. Why do you stream like that, Nizuki? She looked up at him. It's not just about the money. Right? Subaru crossed his arms and thought silently. For a moment, Hatsuka with her mouth agape watched him think. Feeling a bit anxious, his answer was very blunt. It's totally about the money, not for any other reason. Her face was now twice as red with embarrassment, and smoke was practically coming off her head. She sat down in shame. Money really is important. Sorry for asking such a weird question. It's fine, Subaru replied. Just then she opened her bag. Alright, the gift. Let's talk about the gift. Hoki, who you just watched, is affiliated with the Star of Entertainment, and he's a reliable streamer with a 6-year contract. His streaming style, his analysis is his main selling point, and he has a huge fan base. He has a very good eye for people. And she got this for you. It's about Hoki's stream from earlier. All future revenue from streams with related content will be split 50-50. He asked suspiciously. Split with who? Hatsuka explained. With you, of course, since it's derivative content from your material ads, donations, archives, everything. Subaru took the thick stack of documents. Really, ever since I signed with the management company, one good thing after another has happened. She got embarrassed again hearing him. Say that she looked down at the table, scratching her cheek. You think so? He replied yes. This is a surprising gift. Hatsuka brushed her hair back. Well then this might sound a bit sudden, but as a gesture of goodwill, would you like to collaborate with Hoki? Time passes quickly. Subaru was now back in his own home. He took off his mask when meeting people outside. Maybe I don't need the mask, and I don't need to keep emphasizing the money thing. Either he stood before the mirror looking at himself. The more relationships I form, the harder it gets to know how much I should hide. He looked over at the system panel. Greed Spike Level 3 has been upgraded. Greed Spike Rank C. Skill Type Level 4 when used. Nullifies the side effects of skills and items. The skill's rank and level can be upgraded. Prestige points required 80,000. Subaru was skeptical. Rank C and it needs 80,000 prestige points. And my balance is 120 prestige points currently. He was disappointed, emphasize it or not, but money is still the top priority. At least the collaboration with Hoki is the day after. Tomorrow I should be able to make a decent amount. He reached his hand into the system space, and perhaps he pulled out a flower. For now I need to get some work done. The scene changes to Hatsuka. She was lying face down on her pillow. Her face still red, both of her hands were red too. Hatsuka remembered Subaru's godlike handsome face. It's definitely for the money. She slammed her fist into the pillow and screamed. That's right, her thoughts raced. Behind this stylish mask, an extraordinary mystery is hidden. If I dig any deeper I'll end up hurting Hatsuka. She punched the pillow repeatedly. I won't ask, I'm curious, but I won't pry. Subaru pointed at her. Since meeting you, Hatsuka, one good thing after another has happened. Hatsuka's face turned as red as a gak fruit. She swung her fist. Me too. The punch was so strong that the pillow ripped open, revealing the cotton inside. Feathers flew all over the room. She had a crush on Subaru Nazakami, a man with a secret no one knew. Seeing him in person just makes him seem even more amazing. The scene now shifts to the 7th floor of Noza, a place with buildings that were both magnificent and radiated a sense of dread. In a brightly lit room in the main castle, a person was working out while watching TV. Hoki's broadcast was replaying on the screen. I don't need to say any more about this, so I'll sum it up in one sentence. The other person's fist was drenched in sweat. A creaking sound echoed in the room as he did pull UPS. Speaking, I don't like it. Pick one, informal or formal. And who is this guy anyway? The person beside him replied. A streamer named Hoki. He boasts about having an average of 8,000 viewers. This muscular young man was Kazuka Omen of the Lamb Q. Omen let go of the bar. The streamer, I'll have to experience it for myself a little. The nameless man approached. But for now, more than Hoki, I want you to focus on Subaru Nazakami from that stream. He was surprised. Oh, so the faker learned how to use lightning. Subaru's previous battle was playing on the screen. Amon commented with admiration. That's actually impressive. The nameless one spoke up. You think so? He replied. The Super Spear Knight of Lamyen once said that the most important thing when throwing is to never take your eyes off the opponent. He was astonished. Wait, Amon, you even remember casual lines like that? Amon looked up. I train hard to absorb everything about them. Their breath, everything. They were players who once stood at the pinnacle. But everyone has overlooked one important thing. Lamyen didn't just have Subaru Nazakami. Every member was the strongest, and there are suspicious circumstances surrounding their deaths. Just then Hoki's voice rang out. He is Subaru Nazakami himself. No further explanation needed. Hearing this, Oman grew displeased. What right does that show-off brat have to be so smug, and to talk about them so disrespectfully? The nameless one replied. That's the biggest problem with streamers, isn't it? They're willing to abandon their beliefs and pride in an instant just to get attention. Ammonius couldn't take it anymore and used the remote to turn off the TV. He turned to the other man, completely annoyed. Why did you even show me this? The man stammered. It wasn't me. Guild Master Kyozo asked me to show you. Ammonius was surprised to hear that. Kyozo. The other person continued. Lightning is the symbol of Lam Nyan, and Lam Nyan is the predecessor of our Lam Ku. Cart was pushed forward. We've learned that this streamer is obsessed with money. He yanked off the cloth covering the top. A golden light shone, and Oman's eyes widened in utter shock at what he saw. Under that cloth was a huge pile of gold bars. The nameless fellow continued to explain, "We've secured a sufficient budget. We have to bring him in no matter the cost." Amon's voice was filled with disbelief. "Are you kidding me?" He stroked his chin and mumbled. "So he's a money grubber, huh?" In the village, everyone was working hard on repairs. The system announced, "The second floor of the challenge is about to begin." Belusar waved his hand directing people. "Gather all the injured in one place. Treat the critical cases first. Distribute medicine to the lightly injured as soon as possible." Suddenly, the sound of familiar footsteps caught his attention. Belusar unknowingly let out a small, relieved smile as if he'd met a saint. He called out his name in joy. "Benefactor, you're finally awake. How are you feeling?" "You collapsed right outside the village. We were so worried if you hadn't woken up." "I really don't know what I would have done," Subaru replied, stretching his arm. Still a little dizzy, Belusar nodded, clarifying, "Yes, it just happened yesterday. So that makes sense. Let's not talk about this anymore." He suggested, "Can we talk at the inn in a bit? I have a few questions." He immediately bowed in agreement. "Of course, ask anything you like." With that, Belusar placed a hand on his chest as a farewell. "I'll see you later." Watching him from a distance, Subaru thought, "He's a genuinely good person." In the comments section, a few people agreed. Maybe it's time for his suffering to finally end. A commenter added, "Congratulations on the wedding." A while later, back in the small wooden cabin, the first thing he did was open the system panel. "Gotta check the reward first." Subaru held the gleaming orb in his hand, and read its description: Thunder Core bound unique. No level requirement. 30 lightning resistance, 20 lightning strike resistance, high resistance to electric shock. He was so shocked he blurted out, "No way is this for real?" That got a few people curious. No way good or no way bad? Is he disappointed or excited? Maybe it's both. Only Subaru knew the answer to what they were wondering. The stats were perfect for a lightning user. No one could see the brilliant smile hidden behind his mask. This thing is way too good. Just as he was celebrating his new treasure, a knock on the door interrupted. "Please accept this." Someone carrying a large basket of fruit opened the door and stepped inside. Much to the surprise of both Subaru and the online viewers, "Huh, fruit." The loser peeked in. "Did you sleep well?" The viewers started teasing. "Ooh, is your boyfriend here for a visit? Someone missed you a lot. Why fruit though?" A moment later, the two were sitting across from each other at the table. After thinking for a bit, Subaru spoke up, "So the legend is real." Though he misunderstood what Subaru meant, the loser excitedly agreed. "Yes, I saw that light too. You saved our entire village." Subaru then took out the item. This dropped from the giant's body. It's called a Thunder Core. Even Belusa couldn't hide his shock. "Wait, it can't be." Seeing his reaction, Subaru asked, "Hopefully you know what this is, don't you?" Contrary to his hopes, Belusa replied, "No." "It looks very strange." The answer was like a splash of cold water. In Subaru's face, the online crowd erupted. "Yeah, sure. I'm sure he knows all about it. Mr. Know It All." More like the loser. The loser hung his head in shame. "I'm sorry, I only know the ancient legends. I don't even know if they're true, or what happened after." Subaru could only sigh in resignation. No, it's fine, just tell me what you do know." He began his story. "I only know of 2 legends." Subaru asked, intrigued too. He pictured an image he had once seen. The first says that lightning was used to kill the giants. "It seems you are the one who has found it, benefactor." And the second one, it says that the gods and the giants, fought over the lightning. Subaru immediately interjected. "They fought over it." Belusar nodded yes. This is essentially the legend of all legends. The gods and the giants waged a war for control over the lightning. The giants lost. So this gem, someone must have created it intentionally. Subaru wondered, touching and spinning it in his hand. But who could it have been? Even if the legend didn't spell it out, the reason was clear enough. Belusa answered the question on his mind, so that humanity could use the lightning. And as for why humanity would need it, his expression shifted dramatically as he spoke. "Is the gods and the titans, thinking of them." Belusa knew they were far too strong for humanity. He then imagined a day when mortals, each possessed a thunder core. Gazing at the stone, the loser said with conviction, "This was created so that humanity could finally stand against them and win." Just as he finished speaking, a system notification popped up. All forgotten legends of humanity revealed. Trial of lightning complete, skill level increased. Achievement points 17,050. Lightning skill increased from level 1 to level 3. Without warning, the system began to transport Subaru to the 3rd floor, right in front of Belisar. He cried out in alarm, "Benefactor, what's happening?" The light faded as quickly as it appeared, taking Subaru with it, leaving Belisar utterly bewildered. This grand, magnificent palace was the 3rd floor Antinia. The destination circle lit up in the center of the vast city, and Subaru appeared like a descending god. The online crowd immediately started putting words in his mouth. "I finally made it to the 3rd floor. No, it should be so. I have arrived." Have the locals looked on, completely fed up with the sight. Another fake Nizuki. Ugh. When is this trend going to end? Before he could start, the system addressed him. "Subaru, the Nizuki class has granted you 1,000 reputation points. Congratulations on reaching the 3rd floor. How are you feeling right now?" Caught by the sudden interview, Subaru wasn't sure what to say. "How do I feel?" he thought to himself, recalling past memories of this place. "I'm here back then." A woman's voice had called out to him. "Excuse me." Startled, Subaru had turned instinctively yes. Recalling it now, Subaru felt a wave of nostalgia. At the time, she looked incredibly hard to approach. The girl explained shyly, "I seem to have lost my party." Xena gestured with her hand, indicating a height around Subaru's own. "Have you seen a guy about this tall?" Hearing her description, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "He's a head taller than me." Then, as if he remembered something, Subaru told her, "Yeah, I've seen him." "Really?" Xena exclaimed, overjoyed. He pointed vaguely into the distance. "He went that way," believing him. Xena started to head off. "Thank you so much." She ran in that direction like a gullible child, while he remained in place, anxiously looking around, as if searching for someone himself. After looking around for a bit, Xena's eyes settled on Subaru. In the end, Subaru had to let her tag along. "I'm heading this way anyway. We can go together that day." Gina was over the moon and shouted, "Wait, really? Are you sure?" He nodded and walked ahead. "Yeah, I don't have anything else to do today." If Subaru had just shown her the way and left, she immediately ran after him to start a conversation. "Well, this is much better. The roads here are so confusing. I'm Xena Kiso, by the way. What's your name?" At that moment, he replied, "Subaru Nizuki." Subaru still wondered if everyone from back then was still alive back in the present. The system panel was still displaying the question about his feelings. Subaru's gaze grew hard and steely as he stared into the void and replied, "Feels like I've lost something important." The idiots in the chat immediately started mocking him. What's he talking about all of a sudden? Because he left Belusar so sentimental for no reason. To avoid being disturbed during the next phase, Subaru decided to log off. He said goodbye to everyone. As usual, the next stream would be a collaboration with Hockey. They were a bit disappointed. "Wait, it's over already. That was too short, man." A historic stream though. Finally, the system announced, "Nizuki Subaru has ended the livestream." In a spacious and luxurious room, with sparkling chandeliers, a hand suddenly rested on the table, where Subaru was sitting. "Sorry to keep you waiting." John stood opposite him, looking down at him. "Hatsuka is on her way here right now." Unlike climbing via trials, moving between floors takes time. He smiled brightly and extended his hand for a handshake. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm John from Star Floor, enter Moon Floor." Subaru grumbled, a bit annoyed, then remembered what she had said. A real chatterbox, huh? The talkative boss John didn't quite catch that and asked with a confused look on his face, "Huh?" He shook the man's hand and replied, "I've heard about you from the manager. It's a pleasure to meet you." John smiled again and sat down in the opposite chair. "Normally I'd have Hatsuka pass on the message, but I wanted to meet you in person. She has only ever praised a player at such a high level, like this exactly 2 times, so I got curious." Subaru was a little surprised to hear that 2 times. He also spoke up to explain the first time. "Well, that's a given." The moment John said the name, it stunned him. "Nizuki Subaru of Blue Eye." He crossed his arms and bowed his head slightly. That surprised me. That harsh judge actually took an interest in you. Someone who shares the name Nazuki Subaru. He raised his hand, scratching his head and replying with an awkward laugh. I wouldn't know about that. If you'll allow me to ask something out of the blue. Before Subaru could speak, John cut him off. Are you interested in a guild called Blue Eye? Subaru was stunned, his eyes widening as he stared at him. Seeing his reaction, John reached into his pocket for something. That reaction, it seems you're not entirely uninterested, he asked with some curiosity. Why the sudden question? He took out a device and looked down at it. Actually, that's part of the reason I wanted to meet you. John held the device in front of Subaru. 5 days from now, this is the grand prize, for a tournament being held on the 3rd floor. The light from the screen illuminated Subaru's face. Are you kidding me? Under the table, his hand suddenly emitted small sparks of lightning. This is Xena. Held the device showing the notification and murmured, Nazuki Subaru has ended the livestream. She sighed and said it's over. Jenna turned and walked into the forest. I wonder if the other one has ended too. The sound of her high heels on the grass made a rustling sound. She walked to a grassy area, covered in a layer of white snow. The deeper she went, the thicker the snow became. Xena walked up behind Siegel and asked, is it over? He turned his head, his breath forming a white cloud. It's been over for a while. She seemed a bit confused and chided him. Then what were you doing just now? Siegel quickly turned his head away. I was considering. In front of him was a person frozen in an attack pose. Farther away, another group of people was frozen in the same manner. Should I kill them or let them go? Xena stated her opinion decisively. Just kill them, we know who sent them. He was still hesitant and refused. We can't be sure yet, that's why I'm considering it. Seagal lowered his head slightly. If it was Kyoso, if he was the one who sent them, he wouldn't have used such small fry. Hearing him say that, she couldn't help but sigh. But letting them go will also cause problems. As she spoke, a light began to glow around Xena's body. If our position is revealed because of them. Sharp daggers shot up from under the snow. She raised her arm high, controlling them. As they flew into the air, Xena's hand remained still. The daggers also hung motionless. With a slight flick of her fingers, the daggers instantly pointed in the direction she indicated, her expression unchanging. She stared intently at the group of people before her. Seeing this, Siegel shouted in alarm. Hey! He spun around to look at her. Stop! The moment the words left his mouth, a volley of daggers shot forward, piercing straight through the frozen people. Their bodies were pierced and torn apart. No one could escape that rain of daggers. When it was over, only chaos remained on the ground. Siegel, with a worried look on his face, asked loudly, what are you doing? Gina kept her expression firm as she looked at him, regardless of whether Kyosuke had sent them or not. If we just let them go like this, they'll know we're still alive. Your hesitation really isn't helping at all. You need to be more ruthless. He turned away, avoiding her gaze. You're right, I'm sorry. Suddenly the device in his pocket made a sound. He took it out to look. Cigar held the screen up to her face. Look at this. She furiously grabbed the device, screaming, what the hell is this? Gina trembled with rage, her eyes bloodshot. These bastards. Cigar calmly crossed his arms. Pisses you off, doesn't it? Her hands shaking, she replied. Of course it does. Gina looked at the shoes on the screen again and yelled, because those are Sozama's shoes. He took the device from her hand. This is obviously a trap to lure us out. Hearing him, she grew so angry. A vein pulsed on her forehead. He's realized that we're still alive somewhere. But that doesn't mean we can just stand by and do nothing. We have to get those items back. Gina turned away, a hint of sadness in her eyes. I know what you're going to say. His brow furrowed slightly. I'm not good at all this working in the shadow stuff, but you've always been good at it, right? She immediately turned and walked away. You don't have to tell me. I was going to handle it myself, even if you hadn't said anything. Sigir quickly grabbed Gina's arm. Wait, he hurriedly tried to stop her. I'm not saying you should just charge in recklessly. Wait until the winner is decided. Then make your move. That's the safest method. Back in the room, John held up the photo of the shoes and said cheerfully, a relic of a Blue Eyes member. A Tan Asia item. This is the prize. The blue sector is putting up for this tournament. He was about to ask if he was interested when Subaru quickly cut John off. I am. The atmosphere around him became incredibly suffocating. He smiled, though it was a bit strained. Well, that's good to hear. I didn't expect you to be this interested. This entire plan depends on whether or not you agree to it. Nezuki paused at that plan. John, having returned to his usual calm self, explained coolly, considering the broadcast is under the name Nezuki Subaru, I think a storyline centered around chasing down the Blue Eyes relic would create some compelling content. After hearing him, the face behind his mask twisted in fury. How dare you? Subaru's hands clenched so tightly they shook, his power radiating out. Use Sozama's relic as a publicity stunt. Seeing his state, John asked with concern, "Is something wrong? Is something bothering you?" Subaru said nothing. His voice was ice cold as he replied, "Let's do it," though he was still a bit worried. A flash of joy crossed his face. Really wonderful. He stood up and pushed his chair out. "In that case, I'll be taking my leave." John looked up at him from his seat. "Yes, I look forward to working with you." Subaru walked away. John, still sitting, tried to call out loudly so he could hear, "I'll always be cheering you on from behind my screen." But he didn't hear a thing. Rage and indignation had completely consumed Subaru's mind. "I won't let anyone else have it." Absolutely not. Back in his room, he lay sprawled on the bed staring up at the ceiling. Subaru frowned slightly in thought. "I wonder what the tournament format will be." He then rolled over to face the wall. "I'd appreciate it more if it were a one-on-one competition. I guess I'm not in a position to be picky." From outside the door a voice suddenly called out, Hatsuka." Hearing it, Subaru quickly sat up in bed. He glanced over at the mask on the table, his eyes filled with indecision. Then he went and opened the door. He was greeted by her gentle and lovely appearance. Hatsuka shyly glanced towards Subaru's face. So in that moment of hesitation, he still chose to wear the mask. Hatsuka thought to herself, he even wears a mask in his own room. And then Subaru spoke up, "Come in." Hearing that, she blushed, beet red, and stammered, Yes, you mean I should come inside?" Subaru had no idea how easily his words could be misunderstood, so he answered innocently, "We can talk in the hallway if you like." "I don't mind." Hatsuka was equally flustered. "I know." But she bravely chose to step inside anyway. "Then please excuse my intrusion." Once she was in the room, the atmosphere became strangely stifling. Neither of them spoke first. Hatsuka's eyes darted around the room, and she couldn't help but think how bare it was. Only after looking around for a moment did she finally turn her gaze directly to Subaru. He'd been staring at Hatsuka this whole time, thinking to himself that the depths of her charisma were truly immeasurable. She was clearly not someone who should just be a manager. Being stared at by a man like that, Hatsuka felt a bit embarrassed. She quickly adjusted her clothes and asked, "Is something wrong? Is there something on my face?" Subaru explained, "No, it's just you weren't saying anything. I heard you have the reference materials for the tournament." Hatsuka nearly forgot her main task, so she hurriedly pulled out a file. My apologies," she said, handing it to him. At the same time she explained, "This tournament will be a battle royale. It's a simple system, where everyone fights to claim the grand prize. Thousands of people will have to fight each other. Ruthlessly, the outcome could be victory, but you could also be sent back to the earth at any moment." Subaru skimmed through it and commented, "So it's a solo competition?" "That's right," Hatsuka replied. "Since there's only one prize, that's naturally how it would be." She then enthusiastically added the location. "It will be a virtual training arena. The entry requirements are being a third-floor player, a registration fee of 1,000 reputation points, and there is no limit to the number of participants. I'll send the materials for the previous Battle Royale tournaments to your Kiknutsuki. You'll get the general idea just by glancing through it." While she was speaking, Subaru's phone vibrated again. The notifications that arrived were Natsuki Subaru's God-tier Battle Royale highlights, Natsuki Subaru's undefeated Battle Royale guide, Natsuki Subaru's Battle Royales, that ended in 10 seconds. Natsuki Subaru, the official way to become Natsuki Subaru in a Battle Royale. After reading them, he thought to himself, "They're all about me." Returning to the conversation, he put the stack of papers aside and said, "I'll use these for reference. Thank you for your hard work." Hatsuka scratched her head and replied politely, "It's nothing. This is my job after all." Then she asked about something else. One more thing. Have you heard anything from the leader? Subaru didn't understand, so he asked. Heard what? Hatsuka replied. Actually, we received a message. The moment she said the 3 words, from the Blue District, Subaru was stunned. He was suddenly reminded of the man named Kyozo. In an instant, his whole body radiated a furious killing intent. He asked again, did you say from the Blue District? Hatsuka explained, he wants to meet with you once. Since there was no way to contact you directly, they sent an email to us. Hearing that, Subaru was surprised. They've already started making contact. She stammered a bit. Perhaps he intends to negotiate directly, offering higher pay than us, better benefits, many other conditions. Subaru clenched his hand into a fist and said, ignore it. Hatsuka hastily replied, yes. I understand. Wait, ignore it, Subaru stated. Frankly, I have no intention of joining the Blue District. The same goes for any other guild. To his surprise, Hatsuka shot up from her seat and raised her arms in celebration. Looking completely relieved, she laughed happily. I was so torn on whether I should tell you or not, but I'm glad I did. As she spoke, Hatsuka casually made her way to the door. Well then, please enjoy your time until the collaboration. Seeing her leave like that, Subaru muttered, she's celebrating as if it were her own achievement. He took off his mask and said with amusement, for a normal employee to be this dedicated to the company's business, she's truly an extraordinary person. The scene changes to a certain stadium, where 2 figures are conversing. It's John and Hoki, both seeming to whisper about some plan. John spoke first. So this is today's project, a comparative talent test. The old versus the new Natsuki. Subaru. Hoki asked. What do you think? Sounds interesting, doesn't it? John replied. A head-on confrontation with your own declaration. That's a bold approach, but if you lose, it'll be a massive blow to you. You get that right? Hoki didn't seem very concerned. In fact, he gave off an air that said, I welcome it because there will be a result. I have to accept whatever happens, to earn the viewer's trust. And then Hoki's eyes lit up with confidence as he asked, but have I ever fought a losing battle? John gave an arrogant laugh. Is that so in the end? It all depends on Natsuki. Hoki scratched his head. I suppose so. Suddenly, the sound of high heels interrupted their conversation. Leader, it was Hatsuka and Subaru. She smiled as she approached. Good work today, John also replied warmly. Ailu. When Hoki saw Subaru, he was ecstatic, thinking, a chance to become a star is rising into the sky. I finally get to meet you. As for Subaru, he looked around and thought to himself, this place is huge. Did you rent it privately? At that moment, Hoki extended his hand and spoke, hey. He then smiled and introduced himself. I'm the streamer Hoki. Subaru reached out his hand. I'm Natsuki. Subaru, I look forward to working with you. Hoki scratched his head shyly. Wow, it feels like I'm meeting the real Natsuki. Subaru. Hey, in person. Meeting today's main character is so moving. I'm a fan, a huge fan. Subaru quickly explained, I'm still just a rookie streamer. I can't compare to you. John stepped in and cut them off. Alright. Save the pleasantries for after the stream starts. That's how streamers get to know each other. Hoki suggested. In that case, let's continue this on stream. The system panel instantly appeared. Hoki had started a live broadcast. He looked at the screen, waved and smiled. Hoki here, thanks for tuning in today, everyone. Just then, status notifications kept popping up. A wicked thought crossed Hoki's mind. I heard these level up announcements are a hot topic in the community, but to have 12,000 viewers right at the start, he announced. Today is the moment you've all been waiting for. I've managed to invite that person here. His feet instantly appeared on the stage. Hoki introduced him, and here he is. Nezuka Misubazu. The man replied. Hey everyone, Nezuka Misubaru here. The information panel was constantly flooded with notifications. He responded to the comments. Nope, I've never seen his face either. I heard even his manager hasn't. Natsukami, are you hiding some kind of secret? Subaru scratched his face and replied. It's not like that. Besides, I'm a good-looking guy, you know. Hoki was also shocked by the massive reaction from the online community. For Subaru, he thought, whoa, at this rate, this is getting way more hype than my own streams. Sure enough, his influence was far beyond anyone's predictions. Subaru continued to enthusiastically reply to the viewers, saying, sorry guys, but I'm not going to lose to any of you. It's not a fight, just a friendly get-together. Hoki silently marveled that his witty Responses were even better than he'd imagined. Meanwhile, Subaru was still answering a girlfriend number friends. None of those either at the moment. Hearing this important news, Shuka breathed a sigh of blissful relief, leaving John completely exasperated. A moment later Hoki spoke up. "Alright, let's stop teasing our important guest. Let's get to the main event." As soon as he finished, the system announced the challenge will begin now. Suddenly the lights snapped on, and the golem monsters began to activate. Looking at the thousands upon thousands of golems, poised to rush into battle, Hoki calmly began to explain. "Why did I choose this challenge? You ask, I'll explain." On one side their feet slowly began to move. On the other he began to answer. "There are two reasons. First, it's a perfect way to measure one's control." Then he hinted, "And the second reason is, I can prove whether I'm right or wrong. Right here, right now." Over on Subaru's side he received a notification. Mocha Cat has sent 100 prestige points. He thought seriously. "Do you really think you can beat it?" But Subaru calmly replied, "If I wasn't confident from the start, I wouldn't have accepted the offer." The screen quickly displayed the competitors. A comment appeared. You can totally feel his confidence. Is he really planning to break the record? In a single run another comment appeared. "Maybe so, I'm so nervous." Subaru's palm unconsciously tightened. Standing in the center the system announced. "Mojo SBC has assigned you a mission. If you kill 43 or more in a single run, you get 10,000 prestige points. If you lose you must reveal your face on camera." Subaru hesitantly raised his hand. It's still too early for me to risk taking off the mask." The system announced. "Masked Berserker has assigned a mission. I want to see your face too. So I'm sending 2,000 points. Stinky Mouth John has gifted 3,000 prestige points. Lava Monster added another 3,000 points. To make it more interesting, Cat Bat has assigned a mission." Subaru raised a finger. "Thank you for the gifts. I promise to show my face if I fail." Comment appeared. "You weren't planning on refusing from the start, were you? Oh my god. He's the only one facing a penalty. Yet they're still adding to the mission rewards." Hoki chuckled. "Yeah, that's right. With this mission, with all the prestige points will go to Nazakami." He quickly pressed the timer. "Alright, let's begin." His finger finally pressed the button. "It's showtime." The timer immediately started on screen. The golems quickly flew into the air, preparing to attack. Subaru's eyes sharpened. Showing no fear, activate lightning. His body shot toward the golems. Subaru's arm was enveloped in a powerful electric current, as his palm immediately grabbed a golem's face. In a flash he had easily taken one down. "Kill count 1." A comment appeared. Just one hit. He didn't even use his demon sword. That was too easy. Hoki's eyes went wide, unable to believe he was witnessing lightning firsthand from Subaru's sturdy hands. He quickly gripped the hilt of his sword. With a single motion, he effortlessly struck down countless golems. System notification time 02:39. A comment appeared. "This guy is so fast in theory. At this speed he'll reach 70 kills. But it's only going to get harder." The countless golems stared with sharp eyes, and began to charge frantically and ferociously. Subaru's foot shot out, kicking a golem straight in the face. Kill count 23. His body was now hovering in midair. Comment appeared. "Oh my god, that legendary scene is happening all over again. Is this a circus act?" Aerial combat is Subaru's specialty after all. The golems all looking up in unison. Subaru's palm skillfully spun the hilt of his sword. Finally he gripped it tightly and raised it high. In an instant, Subaru plunged his sword straight into the ground. His powerful innate ability created currents of electricity that radiated outwards. 122 Super S26. The tip of the blade was enveloped in electricity. Comment appeared. "So cool." So the people next to him were all watching the match intently. Another comment appeared. "He's definitely going to get first place, right? He might actually do it. My condolences to everyone who assigned him that mission." Hoki's eyes suddenly froze at the sight before him, as the timer continued to run down on the bright screen. Subaru was still fighting like an uncontrollable madman, for in a flash, a golem's body was split in two. 122 Super S42. Subaru struggled to stay on his feet, panting heavily. He finally returned to his original stance, his eyes sharp before him. Countless more golems appeared. They were holding weapons. Subaru braced himself and dashed forward. To the tip of his sword, instantly pierced through a golem's neck. The Timer finally hit 0. The system announced the challenge has ended. Total kills 43. The record has been updated. The system displayed a long line of text. First, Blenazuka Misubaru. A comment appeared 43. What an insane result, no way. I can't believe it, he was only short by 1. Oh my god, this is a historic moment. Hoki rushed over 43. He's tied with Nezuka Misubaru. It's a draw that was so close. What does everyone think? A comment appeared that gave me goosebumps. I thought he only got to second place. Through sheer luck. I thought even getting second place was a stretch. I thought he was just some random scrub. Rambo Lin has gifted you 100 prestige points. I was so scared I pissed my pants. I've subscribed to the channel model. Hoki laughed, thanks for the 100 prestige points. A comment from Hawkeye's foot wiper popped up. Gifted 200 points, there's a reason I'm boosting you. Hoki replied, you again. Hawkeye's foot wiper, it's been 100 times already. Please change that username anyway. Thanks for the prestige points. A comment from Most Dung Violet appeared. Gifted you 1000 prestige points. Hoki scratched his head. Are you asking if this is Nezuka Misubazu's livestream? No, it's not. A comment popped up. Zien gifted you 10,000 prestige points. Hoki's eyes suddenly froze at the name on screen. Zien. Another comment appeared seriously. Could it be the ZN? It's probably a fake. Why would the 1/swordsman be here? What if it's the real one? It's really him. A big name in the chat of an unimportant mid-tier streamer. Hoki scratched his head embarrassed. Zien, thank you for the 10,000 prestige points. I can't believe a high ranker is watching this stream. Subaru thought to himself. The 1/swordsman, huh? Suddenly an image of Dale flashed through his mind. A comment from Zien appeared. Gifted 1000 prestige points. I always watch your streams. Nezuki Subaru's run was an inspiration to me, oh my god. Hoki thought I've actually made it. Hoki chuckled, really? I'm so honored. Subaru glanced to the side. Why is he watching this stream? He wondered, could he know what I did with Isaac? A comment from Zien appeared. Gifted you 1000 prestige points. I've always watched your streams, Nezuki Subaru. Will you collaborate with me? Suddenly his eyes froze on the screen. A comment from Daozo appeared. This new guy is really climbing the ranks. I knew he was going to be big. Subaru didn't answer, just scratching his head shyly. John and Hatsuka both signaled for him to agree. Subaru said hesitantly, I have to focus on the challenges first, so I'm going to have to decline. John and Hatsuka's eyes widened in surprise. Subaru immediately bowed. I'm sorry. I've used up too much of my energy. Hoki, could you please end the stream for me? He was flustered. Huh? Wait, what? Hoki watched as Subaru walked away. No, wait, Nezuki. John said hurriedly. Nezuki, why did you turn him down? That was a massive opportunity to boost your streaming career, Hatsuka added. I'm shocked too, Subaru said nonchalantly. Is it really that important? John was stunned. Collaborating with a ranker, especially a high ranker, is something that almost never happens, he said. Subaru replied blankly. Is that all it is? If becoming a ranker is that important, then I'll become a ranker myself. After he finished speaking, Subaru just stared at Hatsuka and John. Suddenly Hoki spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. Nezuki, you're exactly what I expected. That was an outstanding performance. When the revenue comes in, I'll send you your share. By the way, since the stream is over now, can I ask you something? Back when we were fighting, you gave off a completely different vibe, as if you weren't in top condition. Are you injured or something? Subaru thought to himself. So Hoki noticed it too. I thought I had hidden it quite well. But it seems he lives up to his name, Hoki. Whether I won or lost, it would have just caused problems for me. Hoki chuckled. Caused problems for you? Subaru's voice was low. The highlight of the stream was whether or not you could surpass Nezuki. Subaru. That's where your growth would have been demonstrated. If you didn't win today, sure, you'd get a temporary boost, but the hype surrounding our showdown would nosedive without stopping, and if you lost, people would just say, well, he was no real match for Nezuki Subaru anyway. So for this test I needed a result where both of us were on equal footing. That's why a draw was the only optimal solution. Hoki was flustered. So you mean if you'd wanted to, you could have beaten me? Subaru shifted his weight to one side. Who knows, we can't change the result now. It all depends on how people interpret it. Elsewhere, a hand filled with rage slammed down. A flag bearing a lion emblem came into view. A man had punched a table, breaking it in half. This person was none other than rank 121. The guild master of the Golden Lion Guild, Zien. Full of resentment, he snarled, "Insolent little brat." A dropped phone lit up with a notification. Viewer has left the live stream. Just then Kong Hai, who was outside, heard the noise and scrambled into Sir Zainer's room. He gave an awkward laugh. Is something wrong? Hearing that, Zainer became even more enraged. He gritted his teeth. Is that Subazuna Zukami you were talking about? Kong Hai asked again. You mean that Subazuna Zukami fella, right? Zainer replied, yeah. Subazuna Zukami, that brat refused my offer. At that, Kanki became flustered and began to grovel. How audacious of him to dare refuse an offer from you, sir. Before he could finish, Zainer continued, I was gonna crush him in front of everyone, and put an end to those annoying rumors. But now everything has been ruined. I don't care about the reputation points I spent. What infuriates me is that some nameless rookie dared to wound my pride. Kongi didn't answer. He just silently walked over, picked up the phone from the floor, and respectfully offered it to Zainer. Here is your phone, sir. He snatched the phone back and at the same time asked, so what about that matter I entrusted to you? He scratched his head and answered evasively, if you're referring to Isaac, we're still searching as hard as we can. But well, it's not unheard of for someone his age to disappear. For a few days before he could finish his sentence, an invisible hand gripped Kanji's throat. He was lifted into the air, his face turning purple with pain, as Zainer coldly questioned him. Are you trying to insult me as well? Kanji struggled to reply, I'm sore. He couldn't speak further, as the air was squeezed out of him, tears and snot running down his face. Then Zainer waved his hand and Kangi's body was flung. With the motion, he was thrown aside, slamming into a wall and cracking it open. Kong Yi was still dizzy, unable to get his bearings, when Zion stepped closer and said, since when did you start scrutinizing my orders? Seeing his murderous aura, Kong Yi clasped his hands, knelt and pleaded, please forgive me. I will resume the search immediately. Scene change. A phone is ringing. It was a call from her boss. Hatsuka looked on her face, weary and annoyed, clearly not wanting to answer, but when she picked up the phone, she had to put on a cheerful voice. Yes, hello. Good evening. Manager John's voice came from the other end, filled with reproach. Does my call displease you that much? Where has all your energy gone? What's with that weary tone? The least you could do is talk to me, the way you talk to Nazakami, she thought to herself. Here we go again, John continued. We've built up trust over so many years. You know, even if it's just work between us now. Back then we used to be. Suddenly Hatsuka cut in. Didn't you call about the collaboration proposal? With Zainer, John replied. Oh damn it, yes. We can't pass up an opportunity like this. Hatsuka said sorrowfully, but what can we do about it? John tried to reassure her. I know, but he's a streamer. He knows this is a big opportunity. Why don't you try convincing him one more time? As his manager, after hearing him out, she stated seriously, Nazakami Mitsubisu is more interested in climbing the tower than collaborating, and frankly, that's the right way for a player to think. On the other end, John started cursing and complaining. You only seem to get fired up when you're arguing with me. A moment later, Hatsuka announced, I'm hanging up now. John managed to get in a hey wait, but she ignored him and hung up immediately. Hatsuka thought to herself, even though I was so firm about it, it really would be a great opportunity for him. And so she decisively knocked on Nazakami's door, telling herself, maybe I'll just try one more time. Suddenly the door swung open, making her jump. Subaru spoke. Hatsuka, seeing that he was still wearing his mask, she asked, do you always wear that? Subaru replied, for now yes. It feels more comfortable this way. And then he asked, are you curious about my real face? Too, as if he'd read her mind. Hatsuwaka stammered, yes. I mean no. Then she tried to backpedal. Well, it's just that the mask helps. Viewers associate you with Subazuna Zukami. I mean, obviously you are Subazuna Zukamai, but someday you might have to reveal your face. He suddenly asked, why is everyone so crazy about Subasa Nazakami? Hatsuka thought for a moment, then explained, I can think of a few reasons. For instance, he's an earthling with terrible stats, or how his very existence is just cool. But most importantly, Subasa Nazakami is our hope. He still looked confused, so he asked again, what do you mean by that? Hatsuka recalled an old memory and began her story. You probably don't know this, but the first time I came to the tower, There was almost nothing here. Monsters were everywhere, there was nothing to eat. No way to earn money, stability was just a fantasy. There was only one way to survive, and that was to climb. If you climbed, you earned reputation points. With those points, you could settle down and build a life, and slowly, bit by bit, people started to believe that this world could truly be ours. At that time, the greatest players gave us hope that this tower could actually be conquered, that we could make a home in this world. And the one who stood above all of them was Tsubasa Nazakami. His achievement wasn't just about climbing. He was the first to prove that it was even possible. Returning to the present, Subaru asked, "And you think so too?" Hatsuwaka playfully leaned closer to him and answered coyly, "That's a secret, just like the face behind your mask. Maybe I'll tell you one day." At that, he changed the subject, opening the door wider and politely inviting her in. "Anyway, you came here for a reason, didn't you? Sorry for bombarding you with questions. Please come inside so we can talk." Hearing that, Hatsuka blushed and hurriedly waved her hands. "It's nothing major, I'll be going now. Good night." Before she even finished the sentence, she turned and hurried away. Sabaru just stood there watching her disappear. Meanwhile, Hatuka let out a quiet sigh of relief. She thought to herself, after all that rambling, I don't even feel like persuading him anymore. Why does he keep trying to invite me into his house? It makes my heart pound. Subaru was still standing at the door muttering hope. The scene changes to a white room. A system sound chimed. "It's a pleasure to see you again. Subazuna Zukami, love. Thank you for the 1,000 reputation points." He replied, "I hope we can win today too. Mr. Villain," the system displayed. "Kim Soo has gifted you 500 reputation points. Do you really not plan to cooperate with Sir Jane? IGG Soo has gifted you 5,000 reputation points. It's a pleasure to meet you. Amando from the IGG Raziel Guild. I have something important to discuss. Are you free on the live stream screen?" Subaru sighed as viewers continuously commented, asking about his upcoming decision. Which faction are you going to join on the 3rd floor? Or are you going to keep going solo? He thought to himself, that partnership is just insane at this rate. With viewers and donations pouring in, I want to give everyone what they want, and they're giving me reputation points. As he was thinking, the system displayed a message initializing 3rd floor challenge. A panel with 2 choices for Subaru to click appeared: the Ottoman Kingdom and the Concept Kingdom. Changing factions is pretty much everything. In this floor's challenge, they hate each other, so Subaru's missions will change, depending on which faction he joins. And finally, the system displayed Subaru's choice. You have chosen the Can's Kingdom. Only about 3 of players choose Can's, and there's a reason for that. 3rd floor Concept Kingdom, a resting place for mercenaries. The moment he stepped inside, a man noticed him, filled with excitement. A newbie, perfect timing. I was bored as hell, so the man approached him, clearly up to no good. Just as they passed each other, Ken shoved Subaru's shoulder hard, but to his surprise, Subaru didn't fall. He even pushed back, forcing Ken to pivot his foot to keep his balance. With that, Subaru swept past like the wind, paying no mind to Ken's stunned expression. Ken yelled loudly, "Watch where you're going." But inwardly he was thinking, damn, he's strong. Seeing Subaru turn his head to look back, Ken pressed his advantage, puffing up his chest and shouting, "What the hell is your problem?" Subaru calmly and concisely replied, "You're the one with the problem. You bumped into me on purpose." Hearing this, Ken's pride was wounded. He lunged forward, grabbed Subaru by the collar and cursed, "You little punk. You're obviously just some worthless E rank. How dare you talk back to a B rank, huh?" The people nearby also turned towards the two, eager to see what was happening. A fight? Who's the new guy? Looks like Ken's bullying an E rank again. Subaru said nonchalantly, "B rank, perfect. Let me test something." Ken was confused. Test what? Before he could finish, lightning crackled around Subaru's leg. He immediately shot his knee upwards, landing a vicious blow on his opponent's lower jaw, giving Ken a uniquely rearranged set of teeth. After that, he was motionless as he was sent flying through the air. The result was him landing flat on the floor, leaving everyone stunned. What just? He went flying. Did you see that flash of light? Maybe he's sick or something. Being sick doesn't send you flying backward like that. Amidst the noisy crowd, one man had his eyes on Subaru. The others aggressively rushed forward, planning to teach him a lesson. "No, he's the one who kicked Ken. I saw it. Why is an E rank showing off like that? You bastard, I'll rip that mask right off your face. And your skin with it soon enough. Subaru was surrounded by a mob. One of them said barbarically, "This is gonna be your grave, newbie." He remained silent, his eyes watching them intently. After a brief struggle, the entire group was beaten to a pulp. Their initial ferocity was replaced by fear. What the hell is he? He's not human. Just then someone approached to speak with him. "You're strong, young man." The man extended his hand and introduced himself. "My name is Raymond. I'm a high-ranking examiner. I've never seen you around here before. Which missions have you completed?" Subaru replied, "As you know, third-level mercenaries can only take on limited jobs." So at the same time the chat started to grumble. "What a waste of time, give us another topic. Is he causing a scene just to get more jobs? That B-rank guy was just used." Speaking of which, the goal of the third floor is to do a lot of mercenary work and earn 10,000 points total. The rewards for E-rank mercenaries are 50 points. At most, that's why many players underestimate it and get stuck here for about a year. Subaru looked back at the battlefield he'd created and thought to himself, "I need to find a shortcut. I can't afford to waste time. When I'm in a situation like this, I can't just level up leisurely like this." Raymond said, "A shortcut? You say? Come to think of it, you're a new player, aren't you? Usually you don't see them around here. Even so, I can't give you special treatment. Everything must be done in the proper order." Subaru immediately replied, "Surely there must be a way to shorten that process, right?" Hearing this, Raymond waved his hand dismissively. "Do you really think it's worth giving special treatment to players who are just going to leave anyway?" At this, Subaru grew thoughtful. "There's only one way to clear the third floor." Instantly he said, "I will make your dream a reality." His words left Damon confused, who asked back, "What do you mean?" Subaru replied, "Thunder Cave, I'll turn it into a pathway right away." Jamin was incredibly surprised. His jaw dropped as he exclaimed, "Wait, you mean you're gonna conquer that place? Only a rank mercenaries can even go there. More importantly, the real problem is..." Before he could finish, Subaru cut him off. "I know, it's a battle of pride between Osman and Khan Z over a dungeon that can't be cleared. Thunder Cave is a special dungeon on the third floor. No player, mercenary, or knight has ever cleared it. In the history of the conflict between the Khans and Ottoman kingdoms, a massive impassable mountain range exists between them, something both nations have fought to conquer. Clearing Thunder Cave would allow them to easily pass through the mountains. It's long been their shared ambition, both to prevent invasions and gain a military advantage." Subaru continued, "If you give me an A rank certification, I'll clear it. I promise I won't abuse it." At this, Jamin became pensive. Seeing this, Subaru thought to himself, "If he refuses me right here, and then things are going to get messy. I'll have to defeat him if it comes to that." This thought immediately made the chat explode. "Oh my god, run. You'll end up like the last guy." However, the man's answer was the opposite of what he expected. Raymond gave a knowing smile. "In that case, I'll write you a letter of recommendation. To join a raid. Raid parties are always short on people." At this, the chat could finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, he made it out alive. He doesn't even know he just dodged a bullet. With that, Draymond turned and walked away saying, "The raid party will depart in 5 days. I'll bring the letter of recommendation right over. Wait here a moment." At the same time, the system also announced, "The villain has given you a quest. Clear it alone. The dungeon to obtain 20,000 credit points. Safety pouch has given you a quest. This is safe money, right? 10,000 for the same quest. Perfect 10 class has given you a quest. 5,000 for the same thing. Don't get cocky, bubbler. Get over here." Subaru thought to himself again. 5 days from now is exactly when the third stage ends. Did Lamku plan this just then? Raymond returned. He spoke up. "Clearing Thunder Cave, you say? To be honest, I'm a little skeptical. I challenged that cave myself when I was younger, and I lost half my team that day." Subaru took the letter from his hand and replied, "That won't happen this time." His confidence left the man a bit perplexed. "Oh, then why do you want a letter of recommendation?" Subaru answered firmly, "Because I plan on going in alone." At this, the chat practically exploded. Comments immediately flooded in. Is he really gonna take it on? I mean, he did clear the second floor by himself, but anyone can clear that one. This is much tougher territory. Instantly, Raymond exclaimed in shock, "Are you insane? Thunder Cave is a quest that requires 20 people to handle, and you're saying you'll go in alone?" Subaru immediately replied. I heard that. Cannes is much more short-staffed than Osman. The real question is whether they can even gather more than 20 people. Honestly, that would be difficult. I just assumed you had companions. However, he answered without hesitation. I don't, or at least not right now. Meanwhile, on a precarious mountain peak, someone was walking on wooden planks. While watching Subaru's stream, the person exclaimed with some surprise, "Wow, impressive. He's planning to handle it alone. He's just like him. I wish this wasn't a live stream." At the same time, Subaru said on his stream, "You guys are asking if I'm not doing the other stages. Yeah, I'm not interested in them at all. And so I'm also going to take a break from streaming." For a bit, the chat was completely bewildered. What the hell, he just started streaming? Zena's expression was also one of utter surprise, as she exclaimed, "Ha hey." However, everything was already decided. A notification popped up. Nezuka Misubazu has ended the livestream. At that moment, she sounded a bit disappointed, saying, "And here I thought this would help me kill time when I reached the 3rd floor. However, right after that, her expression brightened as she said, "He really reminds me of him. He always walked his own path, no matter what anyone said. It's as if the real Subaru is streaming right now. Alright, so he's joining the tournament too, right? I'll probably follow and talk to him, but I hope he doesn't win anyway." Back to Subaru. "You're currently wandering around with Hatsuka," she exclaimed, just as I expected. "That's exactly how Natsuki would act. You're really just like the original." Subaru immediately replied, "But all the viewers hate me." Hatsuka explained, "If you only came here to take on normal jobs, your channel wouldn't be anything special. Don't you think so?" Subaru was quite surprised by this explanation. He asked her, "You think so? Thanks for the advice." Then Hatsuka asked again, "So what are you going to do next?" Subaru replied, "I'm going to go hunting until the tournament. I don't know what kind of opponents will show up, so I think I should level up a bit." In his heart he thought, "I also need to know how many lightning bolts I can withstand in my current state. I also want to test the power of my Thunder Core. I will never give Sora's memento to anyone else."
Il suo re Jinzaki Nato.
A player from Blue District was walking with a terribly strained look on his face. He kept muttering, "Don't mess with me. Damn it, normally if Blue District calls, you're supposed to come running, with your tail between your legs. How dare he make me come all the way here, to call on him? I don't care if he's the Thunder or whatever. Why should I listen to some no name from the 3rd floor?" As soon as he walked through the door, he shouted, "Hello, I'm here nearby." A hand reached out, waving over here. That person was actually old John. After they had sat down, John finally spoke. "So you're Mr. Jinzaki from Blue District, huh? I heard you have an issue you'd like to discuss regarding one of our live streams." Nato replied with a look of annoyance. "That's right, but where's the guy involved in this?" John replied, "He's not here right now. He's busy." Nato complained with an air of superiority. "For a newbie to act like that, that's way too arrogant. Busy. What could be more important than this?" John gave a strange smile and replied, "It's a private matter, so we can't answer that question." Then he asked Nato in return, "More importantly, he's already made his wishes clear, hasn't he? That's why he isn't here."
Nato replied,
"We intended to speak with him directly about it." However, John evasively made an excuse. "What a shame. It will be very difficult for you to meet him." Hearing this, Nato's annoyance was immediately visible on his face. He asked in a low voice, "Isn't it because you people don't want us to meet him?" He also cursed inwardly, "Damn it. If I go back and say I couldn't meet Atsuki Subaru, I'll be the one who gets disciplined." Immediately he slammed the table and yelled, "I know your game. You're just trying to keep your golden goose to yourselves, aren't you? Think about it. Shouldn't Natsuki Subaru join a major guild, instead of just live streaming all the time? Don't you think so?" At this, John, his expression still calm, replied, "Who knows, famous live streamers these days earn almost as much as players. You know." He leaned back in his chair and continued, "It's always the same. I always run into players who look down on making live streaming a main profession. I've met your type before." Immediately Nato shot back, "Hey old man, the way you're talking makes it sound like you wanna make an enemy of Blue District." However, John cut him off. "Please hear me out. We prioritize the streamer's wishes above all else. Because Natsuki-san's decision has already been made, therefore our company will fully support it." Hearing that, Nato laughed dismissively and said, "For a middle-aged man like yourself, You really don't get how this world works. Do you really think Blue District will just let this slide instantly? John retorted. You're the one who doesn't understand. There are some people in this world who can't be swayed by threats. So if you're done, you should get lost. Just then John's entire body began to emit an incredibly terrifying aura. It was so frightening that Nato's face turned pale. He instantly shot to his feet and yelled hey. However, in his mind, he couldn't stop wondering, what the hell was that? What was with that overwhelming mana? Just now he continued, get lost, old man. Who do you think you're talking to? However, John just waved him away. As the guy walked off, he looked back, pointed threateningly and said, I swear you're gonna pay for this. I'll talk, but inside, he still couldn't shake off the fear he just felt. Damn it, what the hell was that? Could it be that I imagined it? In response to the threat, John just sighed and said, oh, I'm so scared. 3 days later, in the dungeon 3rd floor, the sky serpent's nest, a giant sky serpent twisted its body, flying towards Subaru, its fanged mouth wide open. Subaru calmly waited for it to approach, his eyes glinting as he got into a fighting stance. He raised his sword high and brought it down in a standard slash, straight into the sky serpent's throat, its mouth filled with fresh blood, gushing out as it shrieked, splattering red everywhere. The sky serpent thrashed about, its massive body writhing in agony. It let out a piercing scream. Subaru just stood calmly to the side, resting his blood-stained sword on his shoulder waiting. He coolly muttered, all right, this test run is enough. He immediately crouched down, leaving a sonic boom behind him as he dashed towards the sky serpent like a flash of lightning. Then he mumbled to himself, I guess I should end this here. Dust and smoke billowed up wherever he passed. Subaru leaped up powerfully, raising the sword in his hand and lunging at the sky serpent, which had its blood-filled maw wide open. A massive earth-shattering explosion erupted. The sky serpent's head seemed to blow apart. Subaru sat nonchalantly on the creature's body, taking a rest. He heard a series of notifications in his ear. You have defeated the sky serpent boss. You have leveled up. Your strength has increased by 1. Your stamina has increased by 1. Your focus has increased by 1. Then he looked at the treasure he had just obtained. In his hand, a sky serpent's fang. Pondering, Subaru mumbled his calculations. This should sell for about 10,000 credits. Or at least that was the price 25 years ago. Suddenly, the system screen displayed a slew of information. In front of him, name, Hasoi Subaru affiliation, Earth level 35, strength 36, speed 33, stamina 34 plus 2, focus 30, mana 36. Looking at the stats on the screen, he reminded himself, I'm already level 35. I've gained 9 levels in just 3 days. That's good enough, don't get too greedy. After saying that, his gaze drifted into the distance, his voice as soft as the wind. Toshira is waiting. Hatsawaka saw him arrive and waved with a bright smile. Getting her signal, Subaru quickly walked over, pulled out the opposite chair and sat down, not forgetting to ask her, what's with the happy look? Hatsuka's eyes were sparkling. Grinning from ear to ear, she asked him, have you seen it yet? Hearing that, a confused Subaru asked, seen what? Hatsuka couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. You still haven't seen it? Subaru started to ask again. What on earth are you? Then he suddenly remembered something. He scratched his head, explaining awkwardly. Oh, the collaboration video. Sorry, I was too busy grinding levels. Hatsuhoka kept smiling, showing that he didn't need to apologize. She said sincerely, let me say it again, Natsuki. It's totally fine even if you don't do it on purpose. That's just what makes you Natsuki Subaru. As she spoke, she rummaged through her handbag. Then she placed a document folder in front of him and simply said, but there's one difference between you and the original. Check this out. Subaru didn't understand what was happening and let out a confused huh. Hatsawaka then explained, this is the revenue statement from your recent collaboration, Stream with HCAS. As he opened the document to read it, he was shocked, thinking to himself, 49,789 credits, that's way more than I expected. Suddenly Hatsuka said seriously, I could have given this to you any time, but actually, there's another reason I wanted to see you today. Hearing her say that, Subaru, who was engrossed in the document, paused slightly. She said a bit hesitantly, I have a friend named Kizohazu. He's a gambling addict, or rather a betting enthusiast. Anyway, thanks to him, I found something out. Inwardly she thought, guiltily, a friend I'm even hesitant to introduce to people. Seeing her pause, Subaru prompted her. And what about this guy? Hatsuka explained seriously. There's a type of bet where you wager on the winner, and you get a prize. The higher a player's win rate, the lower the payout ratio. In other words, less profit, but much more reliable. At this point, she paused for a few seconds to observe his expression, then continued. Right now your payout ratio is 6.1. But there's a player with a ratio of only 1.2. The scales are completely tipped in their favor. Right now, basically, they're the absolute favorite to win. Hearing this, Subaru calmly asked her, who are they? Based on the information she had, Hatsuka said a name, Oma Schneider. Then, she eagerly began to tell him the important details about the man, a player from the green zone, who's been stuck on the 3rd floor for 15 years straight, and he lives with the sole obsession of conquering the Thunder Cave. Because of that insane stubbornness, he's very famous, even though he's not a streamer or a pro gamer. At this point, Hatsuka became serious, warning him, he and Snyder are probably making plans right now to find a way to meet you, because to him, the solo conquer the Thunder Dungeon challenge you announced on your stream. Speaking of the exciting part, she suddenly stopped awkwardly. She said, it's basically like spitting on and laughing at his 15 years of grinding. Just then Subaru spoke up, reminding her, set that aside for a moment. Your face is a little too close at that moment. Getting too carried away with the conversation, Hatsuka had climbed up and sat right on the table. Realizing the embarrassing situation, and based on her usual formula, she immediately flashed a confident smile. She sat down properly, turning her face away in embarrassment, but she didn't forget her urgent mission, to warn him about this Thunder Dungeon tournament. And in the next challenge, it's very likely you'll run into him, so I just wanted to warn you, please be careful. On the 3rd floor of Ortonal, night had fallen. The tightly packed houses were lit up. A carriage clopped down the deserted street. A few people on the street couldn't help but look curiously at the carriage. The two people in this carriage were whispering to each other, finally, tomorrow is the day. We're about to meet that arrogant bastard, the one who bragged that he would conquer the Thunder Dungeon alone. Inside the carriage, as one person spoke, the other would chime in, flattering him. What the hell does he think he's doing? He's only saying that nonsense because he has no idea what the Thunder Dungeon is really like. Please don't pay it any mind, Captain Snyder. Snyder said nothing, just stared blankly out the window, fiddling with a coin. After a few seconds, he spoke in a contemptuous voice. I'm not bothered. He has the reputation to back up his boasts after all. However, he said, they had to admit one thing. His career may be short, but he's the new master of lightning, something we've coveted for so long. At this, he suddenly stopped fiddling with the coin. He said no more. Seeing his silence, the bald man asked, that may be true, but isn't he being too overconfident? The red-haired man next to him also dismissed it, saying, exactly, just because he's mastered lightning, he thinks he's the real Nezuka Misuba or something. That must be the only explanation. Before he could finish his sentence, Snyder shouted, that's enough. He rationally considered the situation, and reminded them, now is not the time for jealousy or envy, and looking down on or belittling his achievements is completely unacceptable. Not understanding his point, the bald man asked irritably, so you want us to respect him? Snyder stopped fiddling with the coin. Instead, he clenched it tightly in his palm and let out a short, flat phrase, if it's necessary. Then his voice turned cold as he spoke. I can do that. From inside his sleeve, a chain of small gold-plated knives was revealed. At that moment, the other two were startled. They glanced at each other, sharing the same thought. He talks a big game, but to be honest, the captain's pride has been seriously wounded. The bald man looked at Snyder's grim face, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is bad. That streamer talks so carelessly. How does he plan to take responsibility when facing a monster like this? The atmosphere in this carriage fell silent again. Snyder, still grim-faced, rested his chin on his hand, and stared into the distance. At Subaru's place, the familiar mask and sword which were always by his side, were placed neatly on the table. Only now did he carefully read the document. Hatsuka had given him unable to help but curse inwardly. This guy's got issues. He only started to become famous 5 years ago, and he also entered the green zone around the same time. Always I see. He then seriously read the next part of the document. The document listed Snyder's achievements. A late bloomer player who took the stage by storm. In the Thunder Dungeon Challenge, Oma Snyder of the Green Zone has reached the very end of the Thunder Dungeon, just one step away. Reading this, he whispered to himself, one piece of information, Oma Snyder of the Green Zone. Then he made a few comments. I thought he seemed pretty confident, organizing a tournament like this, but if there's already a house candidate for the championship, then it all makes sense. Suddenly a strange, mocking smile appeared on Subaru's face as he said, anyway, sorry Kyozo, but I'm back in the game. Let's see if things really go the way you people want them to. The moonlight outside lit up the entire sky. The mask and sword on the table were strangely illuminated. The next morning in the central market of Ortonal, it was bustling with people coming and going. At a stall, the owner thoughtfully looked at the cloth on the table and spoke seriously to the young man. No matter how good the materials are in this condition, there's not much I can do. Your hunting method is too sloppy. The hide is all scratched up. Then he named a price, 1,500 credits. Hearing this, the young man shouted in dissatisfaction, "What, that's it?" The shopkeeper, stroking his slick hair, nonchalantly said, "Take it or leave it, kid. That's my final offer." The flustered young man had no choice but to say no. After the disappointed boy left, the shopkeeper rolled up the hide, thinking smugly to himself, "Today is my lucky day." As Cho hides have self-healing abilities, which makes them very valuable, there are still too many people who don't know that. Now Subaru brought a sky serpent's fang to his stall. Seeing the treasure on the counter, the shopkeeper gasped, This is a sky serpent's fang." Subaru got straight to the point. "How much will you pay for this?" The shopkeeper pressed his eye right up to the fang, trying to pick out a flaw, but couldn't find a single one. He thought with some annoyance, "There's nothing to find fault with. It's an S+ grade item with virtually no damage." Still, he was a cunning old fox, and he thought confidently to himself, "But he's picked the wrong guy to haggle with. Doesn't matter if he's a pro or not." Putting his thoughts into action, he put on a show of regret and said, "The condition is very good. I classify it as a high B grade or maybe an A. I must say the hunter who got this is quite skilled. If it weren't for this tiny scratch here, I wouldn't hesitate to call its grade. But unfortunately you've come at a bad time. The supply of sky serpent fangs has surged recently, so demand is plummeting." As he spoke, he took out a calculator, punched in some numbers and showed a figure to him. He then put on a generous act, saying, "However, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a special deal, 8,000. Seeing the price, Subaru fell silent, deep in thought, considering I'm already 25. This probably isn't too bad, is it? Just then, a voice cut in that condition, "It's easily worth at least 15,000 credits." Hearing the man's voice, both he and the shopkeeper immediately turned around. Snyder was slowly walking up behind Subaru. He reminded the shopkeeper, "Sky serpent fangs are hard to come by, so basically the seller can name their price." His nerve struck. The shopkeeper frantically yelled in protest, "That's a blatant lie." Subaru and Snyder faced each other for the first time, neither speaking first in the end. Snyder spoke up, asking him, "You're Natsuki Subaru, right?" Subaru realized the man knew who he was. He also said his name directly. Snyder at a coffee shop, a lavish maid cafe, decorated with trendy items popular with women. Subaru crossed his arms and asked, "Why don't we just get straight to the point?" Not far away a few girls were whispering, "Is that Snyder?" Subaru said, annoyed. "Our relationship isn't close enough for us to be on a leisurely date like this," he thought with a sigh. He glanced at the sweet ice cream, decorated with pink cookies, then looked at Snyder and wondered, does a parfait really suit this guy's image? Just then the old man spoke. "You once declared that you would conquer the Thunder Dungeon," Subaru shot back. "So what?" The old man immediately said. "You really are an insolent drifter." Snyder frowned and continued, "At least that's what I thought at first. A guy who's only just reached the third floor suddenly comes out and declares he's going to conquer the Thunder Dungeon. Subaru asked, does that mean you've changed your mind? Snyder put his spoon down on the table, then answered 50-50. The old man continued, but I do acknowledge at least half of who you are, because you have talent, an overflowing amount of it. Snyder sighed, it's still hard to believe. You're the one being compared to the Natsuki Subaru. Subaru observed the old man and thought to himself, I thought he was just some eccentric, but his eyes are dead serious. Annoyed, he challenged, and you didn't track me down just to give me a gold star, did you? Snyder said, I have a proposal. The old man, gritting his teeth, then commanded, take back what you said, that solo declaration, the one you made the other day. Admit that it was just arrogance born from ignorance. Go on stream and sincerely apologize. Subaru calmly remarked, that doesn't sound much like a proposal. Snyder declared, of course, I'm not telling you to do it right now. If I defeat you in this tournament, you will have to admit your own immaturity. The old man continued, that's when you'll bow your head. Subaru sighed and replied, fine. In return, if I win, he countered, you'll give me all the information you have about the Thunder Dungeon. Since you're the one who proposed this, I'm sure you'll accept that condition, won't you? Snyder stood up and said, no problem after all. There's no way I can lose. The old man frowned and continued, at least not to the person you are right now. Then Snyder left. Subaru sat still, muttering thoughtfully to himself, looks like he hasn't wasted the past 15 years, huh? At an entertainment company's office, a blue-haired man shouted, 10,000 people. A notification popped up on his phone screen. He marveled, as expected. With a reward like that, the number of participants is insane. The blue-haired man was Kisohazu. He stared at the screen and mumbled, if only they'd held this when I was still on the third floor. I've done this at least once before. The screen showed two names, Snyder 1.2 and Nezuka Misubazu 6.1. Kijohazu smirked, judging that Nezuka Misubazu was too big of a gamble and too high risk. On the other hand, Snyder was a blue chip stock with a proven rate of return. He silently calculated, with this many participants and Snyder's odds at 1.2, the answer was obvious. A professional gambler like me trusts his gut over the odds. Kijohazu's hand trembled as he tapped the screen. Alright, I'm all in on Snyder. Suddenly a call interface popped up. A voice came from the phone answer. Startled, Kijohazu dropped the phone on the table. He yelled, you scared the hell out of me. He stood up and faced the camera, asking, you're definitely watching me, aren't you? The call connected. Hasuka's voice came through the phone. Hey, what are you doing? Kijohazu picked up the phone and answered nervously. Hello. Hasuka hit the nail right on the head. You're gambling again, aren't you? Kijohazu froze for a moment, then immediately demanded, I knew it. Hey, where did you hide the listening devices? In the office or in my ear? Hatsuka replied, what are you talking about? More importantly, teach me how to do what you're doing. He asked in surprise, you're getting into gambling? Hatsuka replied, I'm thinking of placing a bet on Mr. Nezuki. Kijohazu yelled, you idiot. Don't you care about your precious Jedits? As she walked, Hatsuka questioned him. Why do you think Mr. Nazakami will lose? He immediately explained, oh, it's not that I'm underestimating Nazakami. I mean, you should analyze his style, his power stats, and the betting odds to calculate the probability. Kijohazu tried to persuade her. Snyder isn't someone who belongs on the third floor. They say he's accomplished more on the third floor than the original Nezuki did. So for a streamer who just got here, to try and defeat Snyder, a man who's been honing his skills for 15 years, is just a pipe dream. Hatsuka held the phone away from her ear, thinking irritably, so noisy. Hatsuka immediately suggested, so shall we make a bet like we usually do? All of next month's salary. Kijohazu sealed the deal. Fine, you're on. A person in a black cloak suddenly walked past her. Hatsuka stopped, her eyes widening in shock. Kijohazu's voice came over the line. No complaining later, you hear. Hatsuka turned to watch the cloaked figure walk away. She ended the call. Kijohazu grumbled angrily. That girl don't just hang up on me like that. He frowned and said, but why would she suddenly bring up betting? Did something happen elsewhere? Snyder was walking with a man. The man asked him, so what's he like? He's no amateur, Snyder remarked. The man exclaimed in shock. No way, is there any chance you could lose? Captain Snyder immediately glared at him. The man gritted his teeth and said, It wasn't until I saw him in person that I realized. He then confidently declared, "There is no way I can lose. Absolutely not on a high rooftop." Someone was watching Snyder. That person mumbled, "So that's him, huh? The championship favorite Snyder." She smirked, assessing him. "He possesses a decent amount of magic power, doesn't he? Looks like I don't need to worry about any upsets." A few days later, blue flags with a dragon emblem were hung up for the start of the Antenna Arena tournament. Townspeople and adventurers bustled about. Subaru walked down a long sunlit corridor, heading towards the tightly shut doors of the arena floor. Subaru pushed the doors open and stepped out. The moment he stepped into the arena, the spectators in the stands immediately roared. A few people murmured in surprise, "That mask, it's Nezuka Misabazu. That streamer, he's participating today too." The betting polls are already closed. His betting odds were definitely number 2. So then who is the opposite door opened, and a figure gradually stepped out. Snyder entered the arena carrying a spear. The man stared intently at Subaru. The audience immediately began to cheer Snyder. Snyder. The stands were flooded with chants of his name. Snyder, Snyder, Snyder. Fireworks exploded in the sky, signaling the start of the match from midair. The figure appeared. "Thank you all for waiting." The blonde girl quickly introduced herself. "Amira, a member of Blue Zone, and I will be the MC for this tournament. It's a pleasure to meet you all." The tournament will be divided into a qualifying round and a final round. Subaru stood with the other contenders, looking up to listen to Mira. "And now let's take a look at the prize. The prize will be awarded to the winner, the sole winner of the final round. Let's behold the prize for the champion." She raised her hand and a brilliant red light shone out. Mira shouted, "The very boots once used by the god Henris." The red light grew more and more dazzling. The MC continued her introduction. "The pride of our Blue Zone, the legacy of the legend Hatsuka Sora of the Saigon." A pair of boots materialized in the air. Mira shouted, "The boots of Tanisha, and those very boots are right here." Subaru looked up, staring intently at the boots. He thought, "Just you wait, Sora." Subaru clenched his fist and said to himself, "Your boots, I will definitely get them." Back in the stands, Hatsuka was watching him. She smiled and thought, "Mr. Nezuki must be getting all worked up now." Suddenly the person sitting next to her muttered, "Those bastards, how dare they?" Hatsuka tilted her head to look at the person beside her, and immediately recognized them. She looked at the person wearing a black cloak and a mask. Hatsuka remembered the person she had met earlier. A system notification appeared. Subaru stood, watching the endless stream of comments pop up. "Nezuki Subaru has started a live stream. Things are heating up. Hello. Aim for the championship. Long time no see." Subaru glanced over the comments. "It's been a while, everyone. You're the one who went missing. Streamer model, I'm always here. Wait, is this the real Rico channel? What's a Rico stream? Sounds like slang for the newbies. Flooding in from the video highlights. Doesn't it? The newbies from Jericho. I'm watching from the stands right now. How is he in the arena and live streaming at the same time?" Subaru frowned, looking at the chat exploding nonstop. He felt like his brain couldn't keep up. The energy is insane. Just reading the chat is exhausting. Suddenly a new system notification popped up. A familiar name appeared, instantly changing the vibe. "Natsukami Sister Love has registered a mission, supporting you with 30,000 credits if you win." Seeing the prize money, Subaru instantly switched to combat mode. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and replied with excitement, 30,000 credits, thanks so much. Awesome, time for a landslide victory. More like a landslide loss to get second place. I'm only sticking around to watch him lose." And then the MC Jaha appeared in the sky. She waved her hand and fireworks exploded, brilliantly lighting up the sky, drawing everyone's attention. As she shouted, "Let the tournament begin," the stands immediately erupted with cheers that threatened to shake the arena apart. People couldn't stop exclaiming, "So cool, the scale of this is on another level." Subaru looked up, taking in the full view of the arena. He couldn't help but be inwardly impressed by the competition's lavish spending. This scale is truly worthy of the Blue Zone. This wasn't something they could have prepared. In just a day or two, the arena space turned green, and the players were all simultaneously teleported into a forest. They were now in the first round. The preliminaries seen from a distance. The entire arena was enveloped in a mysterious green. spherical barrier. The system began to announce the rules, his cold mechanical voice echoing through the space. Preliminary round, begin. Death means elimination. Everyone besides yourself is an enemy. The round ends when 1,000 survivors remain. Subaru stood in the middle of the forest. His expression calm, his eyes scanned his surroundings, as if calculating his next move. Fight and survive until then. Survivors 10,259, a free-for-all battle royale. He mused, thinking of a strategy. His attitude was a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere around him. Since no one's gonna target me in the prelims anyway, so I can probably conserve my strength. Just then the system was flooded with another series of notifications. Non-stop donations from viewers. Clamsamower has registered a mission. A deathmatch, huh? I can't resist 100 CR for every kill. Baby Johnny Pizza has registered a mission. Only a deathmatch is the real deal. I'll also chip in 100 CR per person. Mr. Villain has registered a mission. 1,000 CR if you take down John Chow. 10,000 CR if you take down Oma Snyder. Subaru leaned back slightly, sensing danger from behind. His alertness instantly went to max level. He immediately turned around. Another player zipped past him like the wind, gritting his teeth and running for his life, without even looking back, to target the Nizuki kid right from the start. That's just cruel. Seeing this, Subaru instantly drew his sword. His eyes darkened, and the corner of his mouth curled into a dangerous smirk look. 200 credits on the move. The system displayed a new update. The battle atmosphere grew increasingly suffocating. Survivors 8,544 heavy. Powerful footsteps approached. Each heavy decisive step carried an invisible pressure. Snyder appeared, a large blade in hand, his stride radiating an overwhelming aura. Snyder stared intensely straight ahead. These small fry aren't even on my radar. My target is just one person. Snyder paid no one else any mind. Yet there was one person he was determined to defeat, and that was Subaru Nazakami.
Snyder suddenly sensait danger.
His pupils contracted with terrifyingly fast reflexes. He quickly leaned to one side. He effortlessly dodged an arrow by a hair's breadth. After evading the attack, Snyder turned to face his assailant, a look of interest in his eyes. The archer emerged from behind a bush. His face showed clear annoyance mixed with regret. Damn, so close. Other players quickly appeared. They gathered together and began to talk. A blond man in the group started to step forward, with a sarcastic tone, but was immediately stopped by a red-haired man.
Wearing a hot alright.
Everyone who bet on that shot, cough up 100 credits now, don't even think about moving. You guys got lucky. A large, but cowardly-looking bald man spoke up worriedly. But the blonde and brown-haired man just sneered at him, confidently asserting, we have more people. It's an auto win. This isn't good. We should have finished him with that first attack. There's no way we can win. Exactly. He's just some loser who's been stuck on the third floor for 15 years. It's fine, we outnumber him. Seeing this, Snyder's eyes grew cold as he frowned. Your plan wasn't bad, but you chose the wrong opponent. Hearing those words, another swordsman, far from being scared, stepped forward and laughed contemptuously. Look who's talking. You're just putting on a brave face, because you're about to die. But before he could finish his taunt, there was a flash of light. In the blink of an eye, his head was severed from his body. He collapsed, taken down so cleanly that no one even saw the attack. Witnessing this, the surrounding group of players froze completely, their brains unable to process what they saw. Panicked screams erupted everywhere. What just happened? That's way beyond a spear's range. Snyder paid them no mind. He twirled his large blade, creating a powerful gust of wind. The aura around him became suffocatingly immense. As he spoke in a grave tone, I have met countless fools like you. As the words left his lips, Snyder charged. He swung his blade without hesitation, and its power erupted like a shockwave toward the group of players. Those who were closest were sliced in two. The formation shattered in an instant. The other players, terrified by Snyder's immense power, instinctively backed away. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Snyder continued to spin his great sword, closing in step by step. Listen closely. Cheap tricks and shortcuts won't work in this tower. With that, Snyder advanced toward the players, spinning his blade with a dangerous look in his eyes. The only thing that can protect you now is the end. Seeing this, the panicked players stumbled backward. An image of Snyder was projected on the grandstand. By now, all the players were scattering in chaos. But sadly, no one could escape. With every swing of his blade, nearby players were sliced in half. The formation collapsed instantly. However, a few still tried to stand their ground and fight. Hey, don't run. It's just a test, don't be such cowards. Even so, this wasn't a fight anymore. In the grandstands, a woman dressed like Nezuki quietly observed the battle. Her eyes full of calculation, she analyzed Snyder's abilities. If he makes it to the upper floors, he'll definitely be a top ranker. He completely stands out from the rest of these players. Suddenly, a piercing scream cut through her thoughts, making her wince. Damn it. Speaking of which, she turned to her side and saw Hatsuka. Glued to her phone, she couldn't help but be curious. Hey, keep fighting. Every single one of them is such a coward. She glanced at Hatsuka's phone screen and was surprised to see she was watching Nezuki's live stream. Hearing the name, Hatsuka turned her head and asked in surprise, "Nezuki, you know him?" Hatsuka looked at her mask and suddenly realized her voice filled with excitement. "That mask, you must be a fan of his, right?" Yeah. Hearing her admit it, Hatsuka blushed shyly and introduced herself in a low voice. "I'm a huge fan too, for 25 years now. My name is Hatsuka." Then Hatsuka smiled gently and asked with a soft gaze, "And you are?" The scene shifts back to the forest. A system notification appears. Subaru walks through the silent woods. Survivors 1,342. How many were there just now? Killed 97 people. No. 98. He killed the one who ran too. That makes 98. Hearing the system announcement, he looked up at the sky with a thoughtful gaze. Is it time to end this yet? Subaru hesitated as the prize money was very tempting. His brain switched into calculation mode. 200 credits per person, 200 credits per person. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. The corners of Subaru's lips curled up slightly. Having made up his mind, Subaru reached for his sword. He stood calmly, but his aura switched to a dangerous mode. Why don't I just advertise that I'm here and lure the players to me? Seeing this, the live stream viewers couldn't help but wonder what he was planning to do. The live stream chat immediately exploded. What is he planning to do? Is he trying to bait people for money? What a contrarian. Everyone else is running for their lives. That's the confidence of a champion. Subaru suddenly swung his sword, striking the base of a tree. The force was so strong that sparks of lightning shot out around it. A golden light erupted around the tree trunk, enveloping the entire tree. The spot that was hit began to crack open. In the end, only a scorched stump and smoldering smoke remained. The giant tree trunk fell, with a thunderous crash that shook the entire forest. As it did, the scene ahead was gradually revealed. Snyder stood silently in the distance, approaching Subaru. He saw hundreds of bodies strewn about at Snyder's feet. Hearing the noise, Snyder whipped around, his eyes flashing dangerously, like a predator spotting its prey. "Found you." Subaru turned and casually swung his sword, facing Snyder with complete confidence. Instantly, the chat frame exploded with a flood of comments. "I think I'm the one who found you. The final boss has appeared. Whoa. This has got to be worth 10,000 credits. Snyder, hey, 10,000 credits is barely worth the effort." The two stood facing each other. Snyder spoke first, his voice impatient. "Perfect timing, stop wasting time. Let's end this right here. Right now." A system notification for a mission appeared. Seeing the reward amount, his lips curled into a smile. His spirits clearly lifted. Mission villain has registered a quest. 1,000 credits for defeating John Doe. This is 10,000 credits for defeating Oma Snyder. 10,000 credits. Looks like I'll be getting my money sooner than expected. The two stared each other down. The tension palpable. Survivors 1,202. As the system voice faded, Subaru was silently calculating. 202 people left until the end of the preliminary round. Then his eyes widened in shock. A wave of force was flying towards him. Luckily, he dodged just in time. At that moment, a storm of leaves swirled around him. Subaru remained silent and on guard. Watching the man before him, Schneider stared straight at him and spoke in a cold voice. Only 202 people left, I still have plenty of time. Subaru immediately raised his sword into a fighting stance, but inside he was quietly assessing the situation. That wasn't a skill, it was a martial art. If I take my eyes off that spear tip for a second, it's all over. His spear can easily reach beyond its normal range. Now, as he molded over Snyder, on the other side, was spinning his blade with masterful skill, building momentum, before launching a powerful strike at him. Seeing the invisible wave of force rushing towards him, Subaru steeled himself for the fight, not daring to look away once again. The familiar, mechanical voice rang out with a notification. The nameless demon sword is absorbing the user's malice. Stats will increase in proportion to the amount of malice consumed. Greedy slash level 4 is resisting the backlash of the nameless demon sword. Subaru tightened his grip on the sword, but as that wave of force reached him, he quickly brought his sword up to block it. He strained against it for a moment, and finally Subaru managed to counter the attack. Suddenly, in disbelief, he saw Snyder, quick as a flash, had appeared right in front of him. The sharp tip of his spear was inches from his face. As the spear lunged forward, he swiftly leaned back, dodging to the side. Subaru's feet scraped against the ground. As he regained his footing, Snyder didn't let up for a second, relentlessly attacking Subaru. With one strike after another, after several exchanges, he managed to dodge them all cleanly. Now he finally launched his own counterattack. Subaru raised the sword in his hand, and brought it down in a single slash that sent Snyder flying back. Thanks to his masterful agility, he managed to land on his feet. The two sides fell silent, looking at each other, as they simultaneously lowered their weapons. Unexpectedly, Snyder was the first to speak. "Why aren't you using your lightning flash?" Subaru retorted confidently. "Wouldn't it be a waste not to use it? Besides, this is all about to end anyway." Hearing this, Snyder froze in disbelief. He felt insulted. His face twisted as he ground his teeth and shot back. "So, what you're saying is it's a violation to use it on me, is that it?" Just then, the system's voice chimed in again, announcing 1007 survivors. As if realizing Subaru's plan, Snyder grew even more furious. He hissed, "No way are you stalling for time." The moment he finished speaking, he lunged towards Subaru in a flash. Subaru swiftly raised his sword to block the man's spear. Then fearlessly he provoked him. "What's wrong with you? Don't tell me you were actually trying just now." The system's voice announced once more. 1003 survivors. Snyder growled, "You son of a bitch." Now, as the two were locked in a fierce struggle, that mechanical voice rang out, announcing 1000 survivors. The preliminary round has ended. Before being removed from the game, Snyder stubbornly taunted him. "Next time we meet, you'd better be prepared." Subaru just replied nonchalantly, "Alright, see you later. I'll just hold on to those 10,000 credits for you. In the meantime, okay." After loading, the system voice announced again. Moving to the waiting room, a virtual screen appeared before Subaru, displaying, "You have been moved to the waiting room. There will be a 30-minute break." Calming himself down, he looked at his trembling hand, and couldn't help but think to himself, "In those final seconds I was almost pushed back. If that fight had gone on just a little longer." Just then, comments from viewers were still flooding in. "So close, if only there wasn't a time limit. I was so focused I forgot to breathe." Looking at his viewer count, he muttered to himself, 10,000 viewers. Then he remembered a previous conversation with Hatuka about what the department head had said. "That's the wall for streamers," he said, "that if a streamer could break the 10,000 milestone, even just once, they could survive in this industry." Thinking about it, Subaru sighed to himself. 10,000. I succeeded in grabbing attention as a streamer. Both the stream and the fight with Snyder went well, but there was still one thing that worried him. Even so, I can't believe that even someone at Snyder's level couldn't get past the Thunder Cavern.